to be now more history of each one of them. The Denning family living was successful living for all of them, all 5 of them. The Denning family living was a successful, generous, pleasant, reasonably important, very rich American living. Quite generous, quite pleasant, quite reasonably a successful, very rich, right American living, almost a completely American living, always fairly excited, sometimes fairly profoundly agitated, mostly always fairly pleasantly, fairly generous, very completely each one having anything they could be needing, quite simple in emotion, country house and city living. It was a reasonably important living, the Denning family living. Each one of them were reasonably important, each one of them in their living. As I am saying, they were mostly all of them fairly excited with living, all of them certainly living in living, as I was just saying, just really so very excited in being. There is to be more description of them. It is very hard for anyone to tell in any other one how much that one is loving another one. It is very difficult to tell it about anyone how much loving they have in them. It is difficult to know of anyone what kind of loving they have in them. Certainly it is difficult to know that in anyone. It certainly is very difficult to tell it of anyone at any time how much of their loving they have in them, they can have in them, how much loving there is in of them, their kind of loving for anyone. Alfred Hirschland and Julia Denning came together. They certainly came to marrying. It was very difficult to tell in either of them how much of their kind of loving they had in them for the other of the 2 of them. Julia Denning, as I have been saying, was of the attacking kind in men and women. Alfred Hirschland, as I have been saying again and again, was of the engulfing, resisting kind in men and women. Julia Denning certainly could have some loving in her for someone. Julia was in Denning family living. She was certainly one to have some loving in her for some in living. She certainly was having loving in her then for Alfred Hirschland. Alfred Hirschland, as I was saying, had not really any living that was important to him until he came to loving one and wanting to stop studying, so that he could immediately marry that one, and then a little later, he did not want to be loving. That was the first thing important to him in living, as I was saying. He had aspiring being in him, as I was saying of him. He came to loving and marrying Julia Denning. He had loving in him for her then. In a way, he always had some loving in him for someone. They both then, Julia Denning and Alfred Hirschland, had it in them to have some loving for someone, for the other one, for some in them. Mrs. Denning, as I was saying, had some sense for living. Julia was important enough in living, was not really failing in living, was really quite important as living, was really one very courageously, completely living her living, was fairly attacking, was one not really having sense for living. Did Alfred Hirschland have sense for living? Any sense for living? I am not quite certain. I think he had a little sense for living, not so much as he was one being stupid in aspiration, in ambition, as he was an engulfing, resisting one, not really resisting, not really engulfing, but perhaps he had a very little bit of sense for living. Else he probably would have been completely failing in living. A little sense for living came to be in a way in him, and then he was again a loving one, and then he was failing, but not really completely failing in living. He was then even almost succeeding in living.
Julia Denning and Alfred Hirschland then, when they were marrying each other, did certainly have loving in them, each one of them for the other one. I have already told about their coming to be needing to have each other for living and loving. They did certainly come to marrying. They did certainly succeed in not succeeding in their married living. This is to be now some description of loving being in each one of the 2 of them, and of their marrying, and of their married living.
The description of the loving being in Julia Denning and then in Alfred Hirschland, and the relation in Julia of her being loving to family living, the loving being in Julia and the stupid being in her, and the family living to her, and then her moving loving being in her.
It is very difficult in quarreling to be certain in either one what the other one is remembering. It is very often astonishing to each one quarreling to find out what the other one is remembering for quarreling. Mostly in quarreling, not anyone is finding out what the other one is remembering for quarreling, what the other one is remembering from quarreling.
I have been telling something about living in men and women, having resisting being in them, having engulfing resisting being in them. Some of such of them have quite a good deal of loving in them. Some of such of them have more loving in them than they can feel in them. Some have less loving in them than they are believing they have in them. Not having it in them to have emotion poignant like a sensation, as those having attacking being have it in them. some having resisting being, having attacking in them to keep themselves from having to be resisting being, very dependent of the dependent and dependent kind of them, say they are having very much loving. They may have very much loving in them, say they have very little loving in them, they may have very little loving in them. Those having engulfing being may have very much, a little or quite some loving in them. These sometimes have very much more loving feeling in them than at other times in their living. Some of them, these may tell that they have very much loving feeling in them with conviction. They may tell that they have little loving feeling in them with conviction.
Those having attacking have it, as I am saying, to have emotion, having in them the poignancy of a sensation. Some having attacking being can certainly have this very dully in them. Many can have it in them that they are telling about having it very much in them. Some of such of them have it very much in them, and some of such of them just have it some in them. Some of the attacking kind of them can be very excited about telling it about themselves, sometimes very often, and some of such of them certainly have it very lively in them. Some have it quite deadened in them. Some can have very much emotion in telling about it to themselves, and every one, and they have quite a great deal of it really in them. Some have it very much in them in telling of it, and it is in them that they have it really in them. Yes, they certainly have it really in them, only it does not make them do what they think it will. It does. It did make them do in living. Some have a great deal of it in them, but it is not active in them. But I will not tell all the ways I can think of that those having attacking being have emotion in them. Same as I am saying of the attacking kind of men and women are very much excited always in being, in living in any living, in being one being living. Some of such of them have very much emotion in them, some not so much, some quite a bit, some really very little in them. Some of such of them have it in them that they are not having emotion with the excitement of being and living in them. They have emotion in them. Some are all their living. Some of such as these I am describing. Some are all their living, having really one fairly large emotion, and are resisting any changing in them of this emotion in them, and are very excited in living from being excited ones and stubborn ones in living. Some of such of them have sense for living. Some of such of them have not sense for living. Some of such are very stupid ones in being. Some of such of them are quite sensitive in being. Julia Denning was of the kind having one emotion all her living, and not being ever changing, and being stubborn and resisting, and excited in being living, and not sensitive in being, and not having sense for living.
This is to be now more description of loving and marrying and quarreling and family living.
When someone, having been feeling all their living, one way of feeling living, comes to be feeling in them another way of feeling living, that is disturbing to them. Sometimes then, one is from that time, or a more or less sick one. Sometimes someone likes this in them. Sometimes they do not like it in them. Sometimes someone has all their living been doing something, and having for doing that thing, excited feeling in them. And then someone does that thing for them with not any excitement in that one. And then the other one is left with not any excited feeling, and that is sometimes a pleasant thing, and sometimes a completely distressing thing. Some never can lose excitement out of them, not with anyone showing them. Julia Denning always had an excited way of being needing anything. And as I was saying, she had really loving being all her living. And as I was saying, that was not exciting in her really, not very exciting. And always she was stubbornly resisting being any different and attacking by her being.
Julia and Alfred and Denning family living and loving and learning and quarreling.
Some knew of themselves in their dressing, in their daily living, in everything, what they are, and what they are wanting from everyone, from anyone. Some know what they are wanting, but they do not have it in them in their daily living, in their dressing to show it to anyone. Some can show it while they are with some who have the same being in them, and then later when they are left alone cannot really be remembering what it is they wanted to be, to show to anyone, to everyone. Some know what they want to be and can build it up by little pieces and do again and again. Some know what they are and see it as a complete thing and make that thing in daily living. Some know what they are and are always cutting and fitting and cutting and painting, and sometimes they come to be that thing in dressing and daily living, and then they can lose that thing. Some cannot see the thing they are in daily living and in dressing, nor what they want to be in daily living and in dressing. Some see what they want to be in daily living and in dressing, and then they are a little less than that thing, so they will not be queer to anyone. Some have really the feeling of inventing themselves in daily living and in dressing. Some are really doing this thing. Some are feeling themselves doing this thing. I will tell more about this thing. Julia Denning, as I was saying, was all her living after she was herself to herself, in living, wanting to be creating living and learning everything in daily living, furnishing, dressmaking, decoration, cleaning herself in everything, resting, reading, being a good one, being a useful one. She was doing this then, and she came to loving Alfred Hirschland. She was doing this thing. She was, as I was saying, one not having really any way of feeling and learning. She came to loving and marrying Alfred Hirschland. She had loving being in her. She had Denning family living in her feeling.
One knows what effect that one wants to produce to that one, to anyone, and that one existing, in the daily living that one has for living. That one does not feel that one as a finished thing, that one works from something that one is knowing pretty quickly to something that one has not been really knowing, and then that comes to be to that one a known thing, and then that one sticks there in that thing. That one does not want to be conspicuous in living, but does not want to be intelligent and elegant. This then is a personal ideal that one has for daily living. And so this one has feeling of being always creating all the daily living and the being in that one. Really that one is going from something that one has been knowing to something that one has not quite been certainly knowing and sticks there in that thing.
Another one needs to be for living. What that one is certain anyone like that one is in being and in living. That one can be that in living when there are others realizing what that one being, that kind of a one is in living. What others being that kind in living are with that one in daily living. This one needs these then for being what this one is certain anyone being like this one is in daily living. This one, when this one is not being kept in living, being by others being, what this one is certain this one is being in living, by others being certain that this one is in living, what this one is certain anyone like this one is in living, loses the grasp really on what is this one is certain anyone like this one is in daily living. Another one never loses realizing what it is that this one is certain is being in this one, and knows this one is building it up by little pieces. This one never comes to be a completer one. Very often this one is a vague and stupid one, and not really being in living. And so then, always this one keeps a little pile by always adding to make this one what this one is certain from what this one and everyone expects of this one is in daily living. Some see themselves as a whole one, and they cut and add boldly to make themselves the whole one. Some slowly possess it. Some never know what it is and never possess it. Some only know what it is, not it when they see themselves, not it in daily living. Julia Denning was one, having certainly a needing of being learning everything. Julia was in a way not feeling and learning anything. Julia had loving being in her, that is certain. She was certain of having honesty for living, as everyone having Denning family living have in them. She was certain of having courage for living. This thing she had in her in daily living, this she could not ever have in her as developing. It was in her, that was certain. She had attacking being in her. That was this thing in her. She had attacking being in her. That was being, needing, learning anything. She had it in her to be completely, stubbornly, actively, passively resisting any changing of the attacking being in her. She had then not really sense for living, as anyone can know now by a little feeling being in her. She was not really failing in living. She was not really succeeding in living. She was fighting very well, always for being one living, being honestly a courageous one, being one needing to be learning everything. She had very much active, nervous being in her. She had excitement in being one doing her daily living and living. She had really passion in her, but not enough to make it right that she should have so much stubbornness in her of not changing or attacking. Not enough to make it right that she should be such a nervous one in daily living. Should be one so excited in learning. I will begin again now with a description of Julia Denning.
Julia Denning came to be married to Alfred. They were not very successful one with the other in married living. It is certain that each one in quarreling is remembering a different thing for quarreling. This is to be now more description of daily living in Julia Denning.
Julia and Alfred, each one in daily living, aspiration, ambition, taste, feeling, moral being, quarreling, family living.
I am describing what is to me a beautiful thing, learning being in women and men. Every little bit, every single bit of learning being in women and men is to me a beautiful thing. I am telling always about what is to me a beautiful thing, that is learning being in women and men. A very little bit I am learning is to me a beautiful thing. Learning being in women and in men is to me really a completely beautiful thing. Every bit of repeating I am doing while I am learning being in women and in men is to me a completely really beautiful thing. Being one learning being in women and in men ought then to be always making me a very happy one. I am always learning being in women and in men. I am sometimes quite a melancholy one.
I have learnt pretty completely being in Julia Denning. I am remembering now being in Julia Denning. I am realizing now being in Julia Denning. I am feeling now more realization of being in Julia Denning by always more realizing the connection between being in her and being in women and in men who have the same kind of being, more or less, in them. Julia Denning was quite an important person in being a person being living.
Really, she was not failing in living. Really, she was not succeeding in living. Really, she had much support and loving in living. Really, she was quite an important one in being living. Really, she had courage in being one being living. Really, she had loving being in her. Really, she had a need in her that there would be some certain to be supporting. Really, she always had support and loving in her living. Really, she was quite an important one in living. Really, she had much support and loving for living. Really, she had courage in being one, always being one living. Really, she was one having courage to be going on being and living. Really, she was one resisting and being one not feeling, hearing, seeing anything that could be changing anything of attacking being she had in living. She was one needing learning everything, needing learning anything so that she would be using all her being living, as she was not learning anything for living attacking being, which was the being in her. So then she was not really defeated in being living. She was not succeeding, not failing in living. She was quite an important one in living. She had loving and support in her living. She had not sense for living.
Julia Denning was quite a sweet one to some, poignantly sweet one, and generous in living, and having careless domination in living, and having thoughtlessness in being, one needing everything, and having complete courage always in being one, always being living, and being one winning, learning to be living. This was the feeling some had all her living in Julia Denning. Some had different feeling in her living in her. Mostly everyone had a feeling of courage for being one needing living in her, all of her living. Mostly everyone was feeling in her that she was needing to be feeling learning everything because anything could feed her. Some had a certain feeling that she was not ever learning anything in living. Some were certain that she had really sense for living. Some were certain that she did not have in her at all sense for living. Some were never really certain about this thing about her.
She was one certainly having generous emotion in the sense that she was knowing she was attacking and living to be winning what was not for herself as a thing to be enjoying, but what was needed so that she could be one having honest living, having earnest learning living, having Denning family living. She was one that to herself and mostly everyone was completely living for honest living, for learning living, for Denning family living. Really, she was not learning anything in living. Really, she could never have the last courage of knowing that sometimes she was not honest in living. Really, she was needing loving and support in Denning family living. Really, then it could only come to anyone as a slow thing, to be realizing that she had not complete courage in being one living, that she had not sense for living. So then she could have it really in her that it was sweet and generous and aspiring for her to be as harsh, as crude, as active, as eager, in attacking as she could have strength for it in her being. And this was right for her to herself and to mostly anyone feeling loving being for her. This is true of very many having attacking being in them and poignant and generous loving being in them as complete being for them. This then was not stupid being in her. Stupid being in her was resisting, having any changing in the attacking being of her, having not any sensitiveness of being in her for more living in her. This made of her one not learning anything in living, having real then not sense for living. I will tell more gradually about this thing.
Alfred Hirschland had ambition in him. Julia Denning had ambition. Not either one or the other of them, as I was saying, was really failing in living, was really succeeding, had really sense for living, was really defeated by living.
Alfred Hirschland had aspiration in living, had an aspiration to be succeeding. Julia Denning had aspiration in living, had aspiration in being one learning and to be then completely living. Alfred Hirschland had failing in him, had failing to be one succeeding in something. Julia Denning was then not one succeeding in being, was one not really learning anything for living. It was then right that they should have come to be two loving one another, and then coming to marrying, and then coming to be not succeeded in marrying living. Some have it right for them to be loving and marrying and succeeded in marrying living. Some have it right from the being in them to be loving each other and marrying and not succeeding then and having married living in them. For those two of them together then. Some have it to be right for them from the being in them to be loving one another then and not then to be marrying. Some who are loving one another do not have it really that it is right from the being in them that they are loving for each other then. And then it is right from being in someone that one should love someone, should not love someone, should be loved by someone, should not be loved by someone. Anyway, it certainly was all right from being in them that Alfred Hirschland and Julia Denning should come to being loving one another and marrying and not succeeding in their married living.
They were married then. and they did not succeed in their married living together then. They are each one of them not really succeeding, not really failing in their living.
Really, it is a very difficult thing in living for some to be certain that they are believing in loving, that they are believing in being honest in living, that they are believing in anyone being a good one. It is so terribly mixed up, and how does one know living, loving, thinking, honest being, feeling, goodness in living, and yet one is doing living, thinking, loving, honest action, goodness in living, and someone else is being a good one, an honest one, a loving one, a thinking one, a feeling one, and always then one is knowing everything in one, and one is not believing what one is knowing inside them, and one is knowing what is going on in them, and one is not believing that thing. And how then is one really certain that loving and feeling and thinking and goodness and honesty is in them? And how is one not certain, and what is then the satisfaction of having being, of going to be being a living one, and that one is not certain that loving, that thinking, that honesty, that goodness is something in them, and that one is not then certain? One is saying, of course, he would do that thing. He is a middle-aged man, and he needs to do that thing. He needs to do that thing. Yes, I have a passion. I have a passion for my children. Yes, he has a passion. He has a passion for his reputation. He is a middle-aged man, and he has a chance to do that thing. Of course he will do that thing. Why should he not do that thing? It is honest for him, a middle-aged man, to do that thing. They need that thing, or else they would not pay him to do that thing. Of course he is a loving man. Of course he loves his reputation. Of course he is a middle-aged man. Of course he has 3 years to make him a very rich man. Of course he is an honest man. Of course he is a good man. I respect him. Everybody respects him. He loves his reputation. He has a very good reputation. Certainly some are loving, some are honest, some are good ones, some are thinking in living. Certainly some are certain of this thing. Certainly I am certain to be certain of this thing.
I am certain to be certain of the thing, that some of loving in them, that some of thinking in them, that some of honest action in them, that some of goodness in them, that everyone has being in being living. I am certain to be certain of this thing with some kind of meaning, and I am not then going to be terribly in a Twitter in me about this thing. I'm going to be certain of this thing. And why not be certain of this thing? Why not be certain of this thing as certain as of being in everyone, having living as being in them? I'm going to be certain of this thing. I'm going now to be describing honesty and goodness and loving and thinking and living in Julia Denning and Alfred Hersland.
To some it is an encouraging thing, a very encouraging thing, that mostly everyone has plenty of courage in them for daily living. To some it is a wonderful thing that not everything scares everyone. It is so easy for some to be scared by mostly everything, by every little bit of daily living. It is a very fine thing, a fine, fine thing for such of them to be really certain that not everybody is scared by everything. Very often some are living a long time in living, believing that everyone is really scared by everything. Some are not ever really believing that anyone is scared by everything. As I was saying, it is certainly an encouraging thing to some that some are certainly loving. Some are certainly thinking, some are certainly feeling, some are certainly honest ones, some are certainly good ones. I have said that this to be a description of being in Julia Denning and Alfred Hersland. I am remembering this thing, that is certain.
Mr. Denning soon came to thinking that Alfred Hersland was not an honest man. Julia Hersland soon came to be certain that Alfred Hersland was not an honest one. Mr. Denning was an honest enough man in living, that is certain.
Julia Denning and Alfred Hersland were married and commenced being together for all of their daily living. Mr. Denning came to think that Alfred Hersland was not an honest enough man to have in the Denning family living. Julia Hersland was quite certain that Alfred Hersland was not an honest enough one for any Denning family living. The Denning family were quite certainly honest ones for daily living. Alfred Hersland certainly was not quite such an honest one in some of his daily living.
It is to some a quite difficult thing to be certain that they have loving, that they have thinking, that they have feeling, that they have honest daily living, that they have goodness in them. It is not at all a difficult thing for some to be certain of themselves in living, to be certain about other ones in living, whether they are loving, whether they are feeling, whether they are honest ones, whether they are good ones, whether they are thinking in all of our living. As I was saying, Mr. Denning came to be thinking that Alfred Hersland was not an honest man enough for Denning family living. As I was saying, Julia Hersland came to be quite entirely certain that Alfred Hersland was not an honest enough one to be having as one having with her all his daily living. As I was saying, Alfred Hirschland was one really not failing, really not succeeding in living. He was one having some aspiration for succeeding in living. He was one having engulfing, resisting being in him. He was one having some loving being in him. He was one having some thinking in him. He was one certainly not going to be honest enough in the Denning family way of living.
They all of them had some loving feeling in them. Mr. Denning, Mrs. Denning, Julia Hirschland, and Alfred Hirschland. Each one of them certainly could have some loving feeling in them. Each one of them could have very little loving feeling in them. In living Denning family living, each one had in them some loving feeling. Alfred Hirschland had some loving feeling in him. The Denning family, as I have said before, was very right, very rich American living quite pleasantly, quite generously, reasonably honestly, reasonably lovingly, somewhat urgently existing. Julia Hirschland in married living was expecting different living from Denning family living, so she was thinking she wanted a very much more earnest and excited American living than a Denning family living, and always then it was certain that in her she was certain that she had it in her to be really having Denning family living, as everyone reasonably good ones had it in them to have it. Alfred Hirschland was not really then of Denning family living. Julia was really then always of Denning family living. Mr. Denning was then fairly slowly quite certain that Alfred Hirschland was not such a reasonably honest one as Mr. Denning needed for business living. Julia Hirschland had come fairly quickly to be certain that Alfred Hirschland was not the kind of one she needed for fairly honest daily living. Alfred Hirschland was really not failing then, really not succeeding then in living. Alfred Hirschland had then important feeling for being one aspiring to be succeeding in living. Alfred Hirschland had then some loving feeling in him that was not then to him important feeling. Julia had then in living loving feeling that was then important feeling in her to her then. Mr. Denning had some loving feeling in him then. He always had some loving feeling in him. This was always important to him in him. Mrs. Denning had some loving feeling in her. This was not important then to her, in her, or really then to anyone.
Alfred Hirschland was then not really succeeding, not really failing in living. Mr. Denning, as I said of him, had it in him some then. He had it in him all his living. He had it in him more and more in his living, to be listening to anyone, wanting to do anything. He was quite entirely one listening to anyone, wanting to do anything. Mostly in living, he was a man quite certainly judging that some men would do, and some men would not do something. And always he had it in him to be listening to anyone, telling about doing anything. Alfred Hirschland, as I was saying, was married to Julia Denning. Alfred Hirschland, as I was saying, was not really then failing, was not really then succeeding in living.
Mr. Denning was an honest man. He surely was an honest enough man. The Denning family, each one of them, was certain sometime in her and him that they were honest ones for living. The Denning family, surely each one sometime, were certain that they were honest enough for living. They were each one sometime certain that they were really honest ones in living each one sometime in her or in him. The time came sometime to Julia Denning when she was surely certain that she was one honest in living.
It was easy for Julia Denning to be certain sometime that she was completely an honest one for living. It was never possible then that she should not be certain that she was completely an honest one for living. It was quite easy, surely, for Julia Denning to be certain that she was completely an honest one. The Denning family living was completely an honest enough one for any living. It was quite certainly easy for Julia Hirschland to be certain sometime that she was one completely honest for daily living. It was certainly then certain that she would be then all her living certain that she was certainly a completely honest one for all daily living. She could certainly be certain that Alfred Hirschland was not a completely honest one for daily living. Julia Hirschland was then one resisting all her living, having in her any changing and being one way of being and attacking one. In a way, Julia Hirschland was succeeding. In a way, Julia Hirschland was not succeeding in living.
Julia Hirschland had some loving feeling in her. Alfred Hirschland had some loving feeling in him. Mr. Denning had some loving feeling in him. Mrs. Denning had some loving feeling in her. George Denning had some loving feeling in him. Hortense Denning had some loving feeling in her. This is to be now histories of each one of them.
Mr. Denning was whatever anyone thought him. Some are really what mostly everyone thinks such a one is in living. Mr. Denning was such a one. Mr. Denning then, in a way, made Denning family living. Julia Hirstland came to be certain that she was one having Denning family living, as beginning of all being in her. As I said, she was one wanting to be learning anything, needing everything, as anything could feed her, for her being one doing living. As I said once in telling of her loving and marrying Alfred Hirstland, he was one to her really doing learning and living. Always, as I was saying, she was not doing any learning for living. As I was saying, sometimes she came to be certain that she was a completely honest one for living. This was in her, all her living, then, as really every bit of learning living in her living. She was one certain that she was an honest one for all daily living. She was certain that Denning family living was honest enough for all daily living. She came to be quite certain that Alfred Hirstland was not honest enough for any daily living. This was in her then sometime, and always then she was certain of this thing, all the rest then of her living. And as I was saying, she was one completely resisting any changing in the attacking being that was really living in her. All her living then, too, she was going on learning everything. And always then, really, she was one succeeding some, not succeeding some, more, sometime quite failing in living. Really then, as I was saying, perhaps she had not really at all sense for living. She married Alfred Hirstland. She came quite soon to be certain he was not honest really for any daily living. She came to be quite certain then that she was a completely honest one for daily living. The Denning family living was a completely honest one for family living. As I was saying, she had some loving being in her. Alfred Hirstland had some loving being in him. Mr. Denning had certainly some loving being in him. Mrs. Denning had some loving being. George Denning had loving being in him. Hortense Denning had some loving being as being in her living. This is to be now, then again, and again, histories of all of each one of them.
Why should they not each one of them know it in them, that they each one of them had some loving feeling in them? They did each one of them know it in them sometime, that they had some loving feeling in them. Some of them were quite often certain that they had some loving feeling in them. Some of them were certain that they had some loving feeling in them. Each one of them certainly sometime was certain that that one had some loving feeling.
Julia Hirstland certainly then had some loving feeling in her, and sometimes she was quite certain of this thing. Alfred Hirstland certainly had some loving feeling in him, and very often he was certain of it being there in him. Mr. Denning had certainly some loving feeling in him, and certainly it was a simple thing for him to be mostly always certain of this thing. Mrs. Denning had certainly some loving feeling, and she certainly sometimes was quite entirely certain of this thing. George Denning had certainly some loving feeling in him, and he certainly was really quite often certain of this thing. Hortense Denning had some loving feeling in her and all her living, and she was fairly certain of this thing. This then is a true thing, that each one of them, Julia Hirstland and Alfred Hirstland, and Mr. Denning and Mrs. Denning, and George Denning and Hortense Denning, had some loving being in her or in him.
There was then Denning family living. Julia Hirstland had been of Denning family living. She had been needing learning anything. All her living, she was needing learning everything, as anything could feed her for being one wanting to be living. She came to loving and marrying Alfred Hirstland. This is an interesting thing to some. This has been quite an interesting thing to some. The being in Julia Hirstland, the loving being, the living being in her, is an interesting thing to some. She was then, as I was saying, one having independent, dependent being and living. This is a history of her and of everyone.
I am beginning more and more to feel being in young girls and young women. I am beginning more and more to know the being they have in them. I do not yet know the being in all of them. I do not yet know all the being in all of them. I see one kind of them that I do not know at all as being, and I see that kind of them again and again. I see again and again one and another of that kind of them. I do not know at all the being in them, in any of that kind of them. I know then now, always very much, always more and more, the being in women, the being in them when they are young girls coming to be going to be young women. I know always more and more what men are coming to be doing in their living. I do not know very much more now of the being of men when they are young boys coming to be going to be men. I certainly do know now very much more of the way being is in young girls in our living. I certainly do know quite a good deal of this thing, and it is a very pleasant thing in me to be more and more knowing this thing. Why is it a pleasant thing in me to be more and more and knowing this thing? It is a pleasant thing in me to be knowing this thing, because it is to me a completely pleasant thing to be knowing everything. And it is to me a completely pleasant thing in me to be feeling in me, delicately inside me, the being that I'm coming to be knowing through knowing someone, through knowing anyone. I'm feeling always in me, knowing everyone through someone, feeling anyone, everyone in them. I'm feeling that one, and that one is feeling anyone, is feeling everyone. And sometimes it is a completely delicate thing, so feeling anyone, feeling everyone. Sometimes it is not at all a delicate thing, so feeling someone, feeling anyone, everyone. Sometimes it is a completely delicate thing, feeling someone, feeling everyone, feeling anyone. Oh, is all my living, I am feeling some feeling other ones, and this I am liking and living. Sometimes, as I am saying it, is a very completely delicate thing, feeling someone, feeling anyone, feeling everyone. I'm having now a completely delicate feeling and feeling someone, feeling anyone, feeling someone. I'm now completely beginning to be feeling being in young girls and young women, and this is to me a very pleasant thing, really a delicate, completely pleasant thing.
As I was saying, Julia Hirschland had in her some loving feeling. It is certainly pretty certain that she had some loving feeling in her. She was loving and then marrying Alfred Hirschland, and then certainly coming to not loving Alfred Hirschland. She was of Denning family living. She was certainly in a way always loving, and perhaps coming always to have more and more loving feeling for her father, Mr. Denning. Mr. Denning, in a way, certainly really did not make Denning family living. In a way, Denning family living was not really what Julia Hirschland was at all living in her living. In a way, that was all she was ever living. As I was saying, she was not putting any of her being into making Denning family living. She came sometime to be quite certain that she was an honest one in daily living, that Denning family living was honest enough living for any daily living. And then, as I was saying, she was always all her living needing to be learning anything. And as I was saying, she was really not learning and living. And she had her own being, as I was saying, attacking, independent, dependent being. That is courage for living. That is having someone supporting when the last end of a bad thing was on her in her living, and not then feeling that she was having to be having such support living, although having in her really loving feeling for the supporting being then in her living. She was certainly then one not using her being for living, because she certainly was not learning anything in living. She certainly had some loving feeling in her living. She certainly was sometime completely certain that she was an honest one for daily living. She certainly was not learning anything ever in living for living. She certainly was not learning anything ever in living her living. She certainly was not ever learning anything. She certainly was completely feeling needing learning everything. She certainly was completely feeling needing learning anything. She certainly was not failing completely, not succeeding completely in living. She certainly was one being alive and living. She certainly was one having some loving feeling in her living. Alfred Hirschland certainly had some loving feeling in him in his living. He came to loving Julia Denning, and then marrying her, and then somewhat loving her, and somewhat keeping on loving her, and then not loving her, and then later he was really loving another, and he was never really of Hirschland family living in the way of having anything very loving in him, or any way of being certain that Hirschland family living was important enough for daily living. And always he had a very little loving feeling for Mr. Hirschland and Mrs. Hirschland, and Martha Hirschland and David Hirschland. And always then he had some loving feeling in living. Certainly Julia Hirschland and Alfred Hirschland, each one of them had some loving feeling in them, in each one of them. They had then each one of them come to be loving and marrying. Each one of them then had certainly some loving feeling then for someone, some aspiration for something important to them from being one living. Julia Denning had been a young girl, and then an older one, and then one needing for her feeling to be all her living learning everything. Learning anything, needing to be marrying Alfred Hirschland. Alfred Hirschland had been a young man having it in him that not anything had been in living really important to make for him aspiration to be one succeeding. This had come to be in him after he had been going to stop studying to earn a living for one he was then loving, and had then come not to be any longer loving that one. He had come then to have really aspiration in him for succeeding and being important in succeeding. He had, as I was saying, all his living some loving feeling in him. Julia, as I was saying, was a young girl, and then was really alive in her, to her, in her being, and needing to be learning anything, to be learning everything, and having courage to be living and being alive in her, to her, in her being, and being then not learning anything, and being then of Denning family living, and being then certain, but not then with it as conviction, that she was an honest one in living. The Denning family being was honest enough in any daily living. And always then she was not one not having completely courage for living. And always then she was one succeeded in being in her living. And always then she was completely anything completely, everything she ever was in living, because as I am saying, she had not even really sense for living, because as I am saying, she had always in her some loving feeling, because as I was saying, she always was alive in being in her living. She was then all her living, as I was saying, not so very interesting. She was, as I am saying, of those having attacking being, independent, dependent being, those having it to have in them emotion, to be poignant like sensation. This is to be now certainly a complete history of her, and of anyone coming to be knowing her in any living.
Mostly everyone is certain that when they were young, they did anything, and then they were not tired or not feeling well from doing this thing. I am certain this is not what is really ever happening. I am certain many of not feeling well and very tired feeling when they're young ones and have been doing something. It is a very curious thing, this being a very tired one, a very disturbed one not feeling well when one was a young one, and then being this when one is an older one. Really, mostly everyone is all they're living when they are quite completely young, when they are older, when they are old ones, repeating not feeling well, being a disturbed one, being a very tired one. Very many are not really knowing this thing in living. I am knowing this thing in living. Each one is repeating all their living, being a tired one, being a disturbed one, being one not feeling well again and again.
This is to be now a description of Julia Denning, and Julia Denning coming to be Julia Hirstland, and Julia Hirstland then. She was then all her living, repeating being in her way, a tired one, a disturbed one, a one not feeling well again and again. Mostly not anyone is really certain of their way of being a tired one, being one not feeling well, being a disturbed one until they are an older one. Each one, every one, is always repeating their being in being again and again, a disturbed one, a tired one, a one not feeling well in daily living.
How wise it is to be knowing everyone is repeating all their living being tired ones, being disturbed ones, being ones not feeling well quite often. As I am saying, mostly everyone is not knowing that they've been again and again repeating being not well, being a disturbed one, being a tired one in their young living. When young ones are very tired ones, are disturbed ones or not well ones, they very often are not at all remembering that thing. When they are older ones, they are sometimes remarking when they are tired ones from doing something, disturbed ones from living, not well sometimes in daily living. Some are remembering in their young living being tired ones and disturbed ones and not well ones. Some are very well remembering this thing. Julia Hirstland, who was Julia Denning, was one who was not remembering having been a tired one, a disturbed one, a not well one in young living. She hardly could be remembering being not a well one, a tired one, a disturbed one in her middle living. This is to be now some history of being in her.
Some have liked very much the being and the living in Julia Denning. Some have not liked all the living in Julia Denning. Some have liked the being in Julia Denning. Some have liked and have not liked the being in Julia Denning. As I was saying, she had all her living the same way of having tired feeling, of having disturbed feeling, disturbed living, the same way of being sometimes not well in daily living. I remember the way I had tired feeling and disturbed feeling in my living when I was a young one now, when I have it, when I am not any longer such a young one. Julia was not really ever remembering that she had all her living the same being a tired one, the same being a disturbed one, the same being sometimes not well as daily living. This was being in her, to know this in her, to not really remember this inside her. I remember tired being and disturbed being, and being not well in daily living. Sometimes from eating, sometimes from drinking, sometimes from excited feeling. As I was saying, Julia Hirstland, all her living, was completely resisting, changing anything in her being, a living one, having a kind of attacking. She was one resisting, really learning anything from having been living. She was one really wanting to be learning anything, to be learning everything, for anything could really be a food to this one. So then all her living she had had disturbed living, disturbed feeling, tired feeling, not feeling well in daily living. And really she knew this thing. She could really be quite reasonably knowing this thing. Really she was not ever really remembering this thing. She was then one being alive and living. She was one having some loving feeling. She was one learning sometime to know for certain that she was for herself and everyone honest for daily living. She was one having learned to know as certain that Alfred Hirstland was not an honest one for daily living. She was coming to have it known as certain that Hirstland family living was honest enough living for any daily living. She was one then not learning anything in living. She was one then needing to be learning anything. She was one then completely resisting being in any way changing in being one living in some attacking being. She was one having courage to be one being going on living. Very much courage for being one going on living. She was one having all her living a way of having tired feeling, disturbed living, not feeling well in daily living, and being one quite reasonably knowing this thing, and being one not really ever at all really remembering this thing. This then is a description of being in Julia Hirstland, born Julia Denning. As I was saying, she and Alfred Hirstland were not really at all successful for their married living. Anybody now can realize this thing, certainly. Surely anyone now with any sense for understanding when I am explaining now can be realizing this thing.
Loving being in each one of them, what the mother and the father and each one felt toward every other one just after the marrying. Some loving feeling then in each one of them.
Loving being in each one of them, what Mr. Denning and Mrs. Denning and Julia Hirstland and Alfred Hirstland and Hortense Denning and George Denning each one felt toward every other one of them just after the marrying of Julia Denning with Alfred Hirstland, is what I am now beginning to be a little describing. Some love feeling then in each one of them, I have said again and again, was in them, each one of them. I said Julia had really not sense for living. She was completely resisting any changing by learning of being in her as attacking. She was then really not learning anything in living. She was then not doing anything anyone was needing. She was really then not having anyone really doing anything she was needing. She was then she was really living in her being, and really she was not failing in living, and really some liked very much the being in her living. And really some liked and did not like being in her, and some really did not like being in her, and to herself and everyone, and really then she had courage in being one going on being one living. So then she had really not sense for living. She had really loving feeling in her, in all of her living. Some can have resisting to any changing in any attacking being in them, and can have from that being in them sense for living. Really courage for winning in attacking being. Julia, as I was saying, had it to have quite completely active all her living needing to be learning anything. To be learning everything, she had it in her needing to have as somewhere in her that someone would keep it from coming to her the last end of any bad thing. And so then, she not learning anything in living, from not having any not resisting, any changing and attacking being in her, had not any sense at all really for living in her in living. Now I will tell something about loving being.
Some are sweet ones to some are sweet ones to hardly anyone, some are quite sweet ones to mostly everyone, some are somewhat sweet ones in living, some are not sweet ones in any living they are doing. Some having resisting being are very sweet ones, some having attacking being are very sweet ones. Some are not sweet ones. Each one of these I am now beginning to be describing as having some loving feeling, Mrs. Denning and Mr. Denning, and Julia Hirstland and Alfred Hirstland, and George Denning and Hortense Denning had some sweetness in them. Many having attacking being have sweetness in them, many having resisting being have sweetness in them.
I would like to be sometimes some in love with everyone. I will not be sometimes some in love with everyone. I would like certainly to be sometime in love some with everyone, to have everyone sometime in love with me, and then I would be certain what way each one had loving being in them. I really would like then some to have each one, everyone, anyone having loving being to my feeling, and then I could have it in me to be certain what anyone, in which way each one having loving in them, have loving feeling in them, and come out from them. Not everyone will ever be loving this one. That is certain, and so this one, and I am this one, will not be completely certain of loving being in each one. I will be quite certain about loving being in some. I will be completely certain about loving being in some. I will be somewhat certain about loving being in mostly everyone. There are some who are not telling, showing, meaning anything about loving being in them to me as I look long at them. Some kinds in men and women. I do very much regret this thing. I would like very well to have loving being from someone of each kind of them to me, to someone I am completely knowing. I regret that I do not know completely loving being in every kind there is in men and women. I see some kinds of men and women. I look long at some of these kinds in men and women, and I see nothing of the way they do their loving. And then I am very much regretting I do not yet know everything.
Julia Hirstland was of the attacking kind in men and women, having emotion when having emotion poignantly like a sensation. She had very considerable excitement in being one going on with living. She had very much nervous being in being one needing to be learning everything. She had some dependent being in being one having right Denning family living in her as being. She had stupidity in being one resisting really learning and living. She was one having some passion in needing, having some loving relation. She was one having some worn out feeling in not having completed passionate loving. She was one having much courage in being one being honest for winning all living. She was one being sweet to some by needing some that someone had been keeping her from having the last end of a bad thing happening. She was courageous to many in having it as being that she was really going to be going on living. She was a harsh thing to the feeling of some in being one not remembering having tried, disturbed, not feeling well. She was a hard thing to some from having it as being that she was not attacking for winning, that she was attacking to be going on with being one living in the being that had been all her living from the beginning. This is then quite a full description of being in her.
I know all loving being in her. I will now describe this thing. I know all loving being in all of the Denning family, each one, and in Alfred Hirstland, who was married to Julia Denning. And I will now begin a description of all the loving being in each one of them, ever in any one of them. Alfred Hirstland and Julia Denning were married. Each one of the two of them had some loving feeling in them then. Each one of the Denning family had some loving feeling in them then. This will be now some description of loving feeling in each one of them then.
They were married then. Married living was then beginning to be in them and each one of them, Julia Hirstland and Alfred Hirstland, and for them and Mr. Denning and Mrs. Denning and George and Hortense Denning. Every one of them had then for them, every one of the Denning family living, feeling of married living in them. Julia was having then married living, married loving. Julia knew certainly she was learning anything. Alfred Hirstland came then to be of the Denning family living. Mr. Denning could commence then to have some pride in him in married living of Alfred and Julia Hirstland. He could then have in beginning to begin listening, when Alfred Hursland could begin to be talking about doing anything in his living. Mrs. Denning had then to come to have feeling for married living in Mr. and Mrs. Alfred Hursland. She could then fondle him some, Alfred Hursland, and make of him a son-in-law in the Denning family living. She could be then in Denning family living as she had always been, and Julia having married living was a part of her, but apart from her. Mrs. Denning was then completely then feeling their married living nicely, and with a good deal of active contented feeling, which was just beginning to be a little commencing in Mr. Denning. She was not at all then helping Mr. Denning to this thing. Each one then of the two of them had in them their own individual feeling in feeling married living in Julia and Alfred Hursland. Hortense Denning then was always needing loving Julia in all her living. She, Hortense, was then really a young girl in her feeling, and this in her then could not be at all a thing to ever be then noticed in her by anyone. George Denning was then in the Denning family living. That was all that was in him then in feeling married living in Julia and Alfred Hursland then.
There are some who have not in them enough to last out, not being a moral one, not feeling moral conviction throughout their living. There are some who have not in them enough power to learn anything in living, although needing to be learning anything for being living, so that they can go on without having it in them, a moral conviction that someone is teaching someone something in all living. There are some not having in them enough needing to be learning anything, although they are completely always needing to be learning anything, to be not bothered with being certain that they have honest being for daily living. Not anyone having really in them moral feeling, is really behaving any other one, is really liking frivolous living, is really believing that they are not really needing learning anything. This then is a description of Julia Hursland, having been just then a married one. As I was saying, she was in her feeling needing learning anything, for everything to her feeling could be food to her, for her to be one really living in going on being living. This was to her for her to be one really living in going on being living. This was then not enough in her, as I was saying, so that she did not come then to be completely certain that she was honest for daily living. That Denning family living was honest enough for any daily living. That Alfred Hursland was not honest for daily living. So then she was one having moral conviction that she was honest for daily living, that there was teaching existing in living. This then is moral conviction. This is not religion. This is moral conviction. Religion is such a one is being certain that the last end of a bad thing will not come to such a one. Moral conviction in such a one is being certain of honest being for daily living, of teaching being always going on being existing. Julia Hursland then was a married one. She had completely feeling in her needing to be learning anything. This was in her, but was not really filling her to keep her from being certain about honest being for daily living, about teaching being really always everywhere, somewhere existing. This then was Julia Hursland, having become a married one.
Mr. Denning, as I was saying, was a little coming to be having it in him that he was to begin inside him listening to what Alfred Hursland could be telling him about what Alfred Hursland really was needing to be one completely being and living. This was then just a little then beginning to be in Mr. Denning, when Alfred and Julia Hursland had become quite entirely then married and living so then. Mrs. Denning was then completely in her in their married living being beginning. She was completely in herself then inside her then, Mrs. Denning. She was then of married living in them. She was then completely then again all of herself inside her to make herself again then. This was then married living beginning in them in her then. She'd completely in her then inside her the beginning married living in them. She'd completely in her inside her the being of her. This was beginning married living then of Alfred Hursland and Julia Hursland in her.
Hortense Denning, as I was saying, was in her for herself, then really quite nicely living, any living in Julia then. And so then Hortense then was living inside her, beginning married living of Julia and Alfred Hursland. And this was not then an important thing to anyone, and only to Hortense for remembering. As I was saying, George Denning was living in Denning family living. Certainly he was living in that living then, And so he was living in Denning family living, in the beginning married living in Alfred and Julia Hirschland. And that is enough then about him. To go on then.
As I was saying once, Alfred Hirschland was needing something to make him completely be then one being really living. This is to then be some description of his coming not to be having this thing.
Mr. Denning had all he could be needing to be successful in living. As I was saying, more and more, it was important being in him, really to be listening to anyone wanting to be doing anything.
Each one has their own way of telling some other one what they are needing for being succeeding and leaving. Some are stammering, some when they are telling this thing of their needing something to be then a successful one to someone. Some tell this quite quickly to anyone, some tell it quite quickly but not to anyone. Some almost do not tell this thing to anyone. Some seem to be one not telling this thing to any some of such of them, then tell this thing quite completely to some. Each one is himself, is herself, inside her, inside him, in telling this thing, in telling of needing something to be making that one a successful one in living. Some are very convincing in telling this thing, some are not at all convincing in telling this thing. Some are more, some are less convincing in telling this thing. Some are convincing to some in telling this thing. Some are not really convincing to anyone in telling this thing. Some are convincing to mostly everyone in telling this thing. As I was saying, it was coming to be always more important being in Mr. Denning, to be listening to anyone wanting to be doing anything. Mr. Denning was everything he was needing for his successful living, this is certain. Mr. Denning was one being quite successful in all of his living. Alfred Hirschland came to be a little convincing to him, not really to the completeness of being convincing to him in telling what he would be needing to be one quite successful in living, but then Alfred Hirschland was then being of Denning family living. Mr. Denning was certainly living then being in Denning family living. He was one having it always more in him as important being listening to anyone wanting to be doing anything. He was one having quite altogether everything he was using for quite completely successful living. He was certainly one certain that not anyone should be not having something in living that they were not using. Certainly he had feeling that Alfred Hirschland to be succeeding would have to be using everything he had for living. And so he, Alfred Hirschland, was a little never really convincing in being one going to be succeeding to Mr. Denning, but then Mr. Denning was in Denning family living. Alfred Hirschland was in Denning family living, listening to anyone wanting to be doing anything was always more and more important being in Mr. Denning. Mr. Denning came then to enough then for completely listening, came then to be convinced by Alfred Hirschland's telling what Alfred Hirschland was needing for succeeding in living.
Mr. Denning liked very well then hearing anyone telling again and again what anyone was needing for succeeding in living. As I am saying, always more and more, it was important being in Mr. Denning, being one listening to anyone telling about what they were needing to be doing, to be really living in their living. As I am saying, Mr. Denning liked very well then some repeating. Alfred Hirschland then was really then repeating with pretty steady aspiration that he was needing something to be succeeding in being one living.
I am beginning to like conversation. I am beginning to like reading something about some that I have never before found at all interesting. I am beginning to like conversation. I used not to like conversing at all in social living, and so going on and on, I am needing something to give to me completely successful diversion, to give me enough stimulation to keep me completely going on, being one going on living. That is a description of some being in me. This is then some history of me. So then I am beginning now to like conversation.
As I was saying, Alfred Hirschland was telling then after he was a married one, with a reasonable steadiness and aspiration, with quite a really complete enthusiasm, with eagerness, but not with insistence in telling, with quite sufficient pleasure in repeating, with quite a great deal of honesty in hoping. He was telling then what he was needing to be one really succeeding quite well in living. He was then in Denning family living. He was then just married to Julia Denning.
I was saying that I was coming to now be interested in conversing, and this is to me now completeness and diversion, which is what I am having to make of me one going to be going on living. I've been having all my living completeness and diversion, and so I have been one all my living, been one going to be going on being living. Each one then who is not stopping being going on living is one having it in them in some way to be one going on being living.
Mr. Denning, as I was saying, was one quite completely succeeding in living. He was one going to be going on and being one being living, and always it was more and more important in him, in his being, that he was listening when someone was telling what that one was going to be doing and living, was going to be needing to be doing, what that one was going to be doing and living. So then it was always in Mr. Denning that he was listening to someone telling what they were going to be doing and living, what they were going to be needing to be going to be doing something. As I am saying, Mr. Denning had in him to be really listening to someone telling such a thing to him. As I was saying, he was not really listening to Alfred Hirschland until Alfred Hirschland was really in Denning family living. Then, sooner than it was right to him by listening, he was doing more than listening. And this is to be now some history of this thing.
Olive Bonner, Anna Miklas, thank you. We have James Ye. And where are we again? Okay, the first paragraph on 662. I am beginning toward conversation. That's a better mic.
Good morning. Pardon this liberty. Gertrude Stein said the basic unit, emotional unit of the English language is the paragraph. And Eileen Miles, who couldn't be here because they're in Brussels today, said of John Cage, probably the most important American man of the 20th century after Gertrude Stein. And that's a short introduction of why I'm here this morning. I'm beginning to like conversation. I'm beginning to like reading something about some that I have never before found at all interesting. I am beginning to like conversation. I used not to like conversing at all, and social living. And so going on and on, I am needing something to give to me completely successful diversion, to give me enough stimulation to keep me completely going on, being one, going on, living. That is a description of some being in me. This is then some history of me. So then I am beginning now to like conversation. As I was saying, Alfred Hirschland was telling then, after he was a married one, with a reasonable steadiness in aspiration, with quite a really complete enthusiasm, with eagerness but not with insistence in telling, with quite sufficient pleasure in repeating, with quite a great deal of honesty and hoping. He was telling then what he was needing to be one really succeeding quite well in living. He was then in Denning family living. He was then just married to Julia Denning. I was saying that I was coming to now be interesting in conversing. And this is to me now completeness in diversion, which is what I am having to make of me one going to be going on living. I have been having all of my living completeness in diversion, and so I have been one all my living, been one going to be going on being living. Each one then who is not stopping being going on living is one having it in them in some way to one going on being living. Mr. Denning, as I was saying, was one quite completely succeeding in living. He was one going on to be going on, in being one being living. And always it was more and more important in him, in his being, that he was listening when someone was telling what that one was going to be doing and living, was going to be needing to be doing what that one was going to be doing and living. So then it was always in Mr. Denning that he was listening to someone telling what they were going to be doing and living, what they were going to be needing to be going to be doing something. As I was saying, Mr. Denning had in him to be really listening to someone telling such a thing to him. As I was saying, he was not really listening to Alfred Hirschland until Alfred Hirschland was really in Denning family living. Then sooner than it was right to him by listening, he was doing more than listening, and this is to be now some history of this thing. Anybody can understand that Mr. Denning was one really listening to anyone wanting to be doing anything, really listening to anyone. Anybody can understand that this always was in Mr. Denning and was always more and more important being in him. Anyone can understand that really what with Alfred Hirschland, he came not to be so really listening as it was in him to be doing really in his living. Alfred was in Denning family living, and Mr. Denning always was listening to anyone in Denning family living wanting to be doing anything. And Alfred was in Denning family daily living. He was in Denning family living and was not born to be this thing. And he was one really earnest in aspiring, really honest in hoping, really enthusiastic in believing, really thorough in repeating. Alfred Hirschland then came to be beginning. Alfred Hirschland came then to be beginning, succeeding in living. This is to be now some history of this thing. Julia was one not really attacking for winning. She was not needing to be really living. She was really doing what she was feeling she was needing to be doing if she were to be one really being living and going on living. She was really then all her living, keeping on being in family living, although she was attacking to be going on being living by learning anything. That is a history of her. She was certain then, after she was a married one, that she was an honest one in daily living, that Denning family living was honest enough for living. She was then, and always in Denning family living. She was always then attacking to be learning as if she could be one going to be really living in being one going to be going on as living. Really then, she was all her living in Denning family living. Really then, as I have been saying quite often, she was not attacking to be winning. Anyone can now understand this thing. To very many, she was one attacking to be winning. Really then, she was in a way like Mrs. Denning, who was too stupid in being one attacking, and not for any real winning of anything. Anyone can then now be understanding being in Julia Hirschland, and can be understanding then Denning family living, and can begin again now to be getting ready to be understanding being in Mr. Denning, and in Alfred Hirschland, and how they came to be doing with themselves and each other what they came to be doing. This is a way of saying I could be such a very happy one if everyone really was certain that I was really a very wise one. I like it that I am feeling that I could be a very happy one if everyone were certain I was a completely wise one. Really, I like it very well that I am not really certain, that mostly not anyone is really certain. It is a nicely disturbing feeling, this thing. I am now completely realizing being in Mr. Denning and Alfred Hirslin. That thing that I was saying, that some have not ambition as emotion in them, and these then are to mostly everyone, not ambitious ones in living, and some of these have very much ambition as really being in them, and some have it as intention and not emotion in them, and some really do not have it as emotion, as intention, as being in the being in them is really very interesting. I can understand this thing from having been knowing some who are one's older ones are very much liking. Really, these have it in them sometimes to be very much needing to be succeeding in living for the being in them, and yet not having ambition as emotion, as intention in them, really not having at all ambition as emotion, as intention in them, makes of them, then, those being very sweet in living, being full of sweetness, then, and light and life to very many knowing them. Some not having any ambition as intention, as emotion in them, have not any ambition in them, but these are just being in living. They are really not actually succeeding in living. Some or such of them are being very completely well in being living. This is another thing. Now I am thinking of Julia Hirschman and Alfred Hirslin. Now I am thinking of one having really not ambition as emotion, almost not ambition as intention, quite completely ambition as being. Now I am thinking of one having completely ambition as aspiration, considerably and hopefully and even enthusiastically and eagerly. Ambition as intention, not really ambition as being. This is to be a history of Alfred and Julia Hirslin. Mr. Denning had come then, as I was saying, to be doing differently than listening to Alfred Hirslin. He gave him a good deal of money as a loan for Alfred to be really then beginning to be succeeding in living. Alfred certainly did have a very little real sense for living, else with being one aspiring in emotion, and ambitious in emotion and intention, and not ambitious in being, and not really succeeding in being one resisting, and not really succeeding in being one engulfing, he would not have been one ending living without being then one having been really completely failing. He was not ever really succeeding in living. He was not one really learning anything very much by having been in living. He was not very well in the beginning of his middle living, believing he was beginning to be one really to be going on succeeding in living. Now I am going on. Now go on. Succeeding is, to me, just now very interesting. Some are certainly succeeding in living. Some are certainly not succeeding in living. Some are in between. I have been coming just lately to be understanding more and more the being in each one, and the way being in each one makes of each one succeeding, one not succeeding, one in between succeeding and not succeeding in living, one succeeding some, one succeeding sometime, one succeeding sometimes, one not succeeding at all in living, one not succeeding quite often in living, one beginning with succeeding, one succeeding, and then not with any more succeeding, just keeping on going. I have come more and more to understanding the being in men and women in relation to their succeeding and failing in living. I have been making groups of them, groups of men and women, and grouping the being in them in relation to ambition, to succeeding, to failing in them. I have been explaining some men to some, and it is certainly an interesting thing to be doing this thing. I am hoping sometime to write a complete history of men and women. I am beginning to be hoping this thing again. I am filled up now so much with learning so much about men and women, and so feel so much wisdom in me now inside me, completely organizing, that I am coming again to be almost certain that I can sometime be writing the complete history of everyone who ever was or is or will be living. I will sometime be writing complete histories of pairs of people who are connected in living. I am now telling about some succeeding, some failing in living. It is very difficult in quarreling for either one to be certain what the other one has then in him that is making him then do quarreling. This is often quite astonishing. This is sometimes quite entirely astonishing, that not one quarreling is certain of what the other one has in her in him for quarreling. This can be really astonishing when anyone later is learning at all what was then in another one. And then it is such a very difficult thing ever to believe the other one when the other one is telling what was in him for quarreling. It is certainly a difficult thing to believe another one about quarreling in that other one with one. Very often, then, it is not a thing anyone can be doing, believing then the other one. Sometimes it is a thing someone can be doing, believing the other one. Mostly, then, everyone comes sometime, more or less in them, to quarrel with some other one, with mostly every one other one sometime. A little, quite a good deal, quite some, quite almost, not all at all, quite often, quite seldom, quite certainly, quite slowly, quite suddenly, quite gradually, quite certainly. There is quite a good deal in every one, or some quarreling with someone, with quite a number of them that sometime for that one are being living with that one in the living that one can have in that one. This, then, is to be now much description of Denning and Hirslin quarreling. They certainly did quarrel some. They certainly did quarrel some, all of them. They certainly did quarrel completely, some of them. This is to be now some history of all of them. Now I am writing of being successful in living, of quarreling in being living. Now I am writing of having loving feeling in them, some men and some women, of being ones succeeding in living, some men and some women, of being doing some quarreling, some of these men and some of these women. This is to be now more history of each one of them. Quarreling is to me very interesting. Beginning and ending is to me very interesting. Mostly everyone does some quarreling. Quarreling is to me very interesting. Beginning to me is very interesting. Ending is to me very interesting. Everyone is beginning and ending in their living. Mostly everyone is sometimes quarreling with someone. Quarreling, as I am saying, is to me very interesting. Beginning is interesting. Ending is interesting to me, as I have been again saying. Mostly everyone is sometimes quarreling with someone. Mostly everyone is beginning, sometimes ending with someone. This that I am now writing is a history of Denning and Hirslin living and quarreling. Quarreling is not letting those having attacking be winning by attacking, those having resisting be winning by resisting, those having dependent being be winning by dependent being, those having engulfing being be winning by engulfing being. This is quarreling in living. not letting each one by someone be winning by the being in them. This is certainly quarreling in living. There is a great deal of quarreling in living. That is reasonably certain. And that is a very natural thing, as certainly very many are not winning with the being in them. Quarreling is then this thing. Sometimes it is like not writing only for oneself and those not knowing one. Quarreling is then certainly, mostly, that each one is not winning to someone with the being in them. Quarreling is then certainly, then mostly, that someone is not winning then for someone with the being in them. That certainly is quarreling. That certainly is continually happening in living, in any living, by everyone, by anyone. Quarreling, then, is someone not winning by the being in them for someone to someone. This is now to be some history of some quarreling. Now anyone can be understanding how Julia and Alfred Hirslin, how Mr. Denning and Alfred Hirslin, how Mrs. Denning, how each one came to be quarreling, how Mr. Denning and Julia Hirslin and Mrs. Denning then came to be quarreling with Alfred Hirslin. Surely, anyone can now understand this thing. Surely, now everyone can now understand this thing.
Thanks, James. John Dawson is next. We're toward the bottom of page 666, hopefully moving on rapidly. Mr. Denning was helping.
Mr. Denning was helping Alfred Hirslin, as Alfred Hirslin had wanted Mr. Denning to help him. I was saying that Mr. Denning came to help Alfred Hirslin in the way Alfred Hirslin had been wanting Mr. Denning to help him. I told something about this thing. Julia and Alfred Hirslin were still living a married living when Mr. Denning was not going into any house where Alfred Hirslin was staying, and Mrs. Denning was still going to see Julia where she was living. Alfred Hirslin was then not beginning to be succeeding. He was really not altogether failing. Mr. Denning had come to be certain that he could be explaining to anyone that Alfred Hirslin was not honest enough for daily living, that he could really convince anyone of this thing. He certainly had good reason for convincing everyone. He certainly could have convinced mostly everyone. He could convince almost anyone of this thing. He was quite certain, and he had good reason for being quite certain, that anyone could convince anyone of this thing. As I was saying, Julia Hirslin, very soon after commencing having married living, was certain that Alfred Hirslin was not an honest one for living. She was certain of this thing. She came at that time then to be to herself completely knowing it as certain that she was an honest one, in living an honest one for living. She had always been knowing that Denning family living was honest enough for any daily living, in daily living. Beginning anything, going on with anything, ending come to anything to anyone ever living is to me an interesting thing. This is being now more description of everything ever existing in Mr. Denning, Mrs. Denning, Alfred Hirslin, Julia Hirslin, George Denning, and Hortense Denning, and anyone coming to know any of them very well in their living. It was a natural thing for Mr. Denning to be certain that he could convince anyone that Alfred Hirslin was what he knew him then to be in daily living. It was a perfectly natural thing for Mr. Denning to be certain of this thing. Mr. Denning did not talk so very much about this thing. Really, he told it again and again to Julia and Mrs. Denning and George Denning, some in Denning family living, but this was a natural thing for Mr. Denning to be doing that. Really, he was naturally completely certain that he could certainly convince everyone that he had been completely right in not any longer having Alfred Hirslin in any family living where he, Mr. Denning, was having family living. He was certain that this thing was a right thing. He never thought or said then that Julia should have come to be certain not to want to be married to Alfred. He certainly never did say this thing then, That is, he never really certainly said this thing. He said quite often that Alfred Hirslin was not honest enough for any daily living. He was quite certain of this thing. Anyone certainly could be convinced of this thing if there could come any reason for convincing anyone of this thing. Mr. Denning said this thing when it was right for him to be saying this thing. Mr. Denning had completely natural feeling in him about this thing. This, then, has been a description of Mr. Denning and Alfred Hirslin having been in Denning family living. This is to be now more description of being in each one, and in some together in living of these I have mentioned again and again. Alfred Hirslin had ambition in him. Julia Hirslin had ambition for living. Not either one or the other of them had really sense for living. Not either one or the other was really in the whole of living succeeding or failing. They had each of them ambition in them. They had ambition differently in each one of them. Mr. Denning had ambition in living. Mrs. Denning had ambition. This is to be now some description of ambition and honest living and loving being and daily living and succeeding and failing in each one of them. Alfred Hirslin, then, was for Denning family living, not honest in daily living. He was much later when he was working with some man, then fairly successful in living. He could be, then, when working with certain men, quite a successful enough one in living. He had not really sense for living. He had not really not any sense for living. He had, as I was saying, not any ambition in him from the resisting, from the engulfing being in him. He had a feeling from the resisting and engulfing being in him, some feeling of succeeding in living, a feeling something elegant in him in living for him. He had then, too, from the resisting and engulfing being in him with this feeling of feeling something being quite elegant in him, and in living some feeling of succeeding being an elegant thing in being living, quite a good deal of vanity for living. As I was saying, really, aspiration and ambition was really stupid being in him, because really he was one not winning by being resisting, really not winning by being engulfing. He had aspiration in him. He had ambition in him. As I was saying, he had not really feeling of anything being important in him until he was loving and wanting to stop studying to marry that one, and then not wanting to marry that one. He had not ambition and aspiration in him by the being of him. He had aspiration and ambition in him, beginning when something was important to him, as something of emotion, as certainly a good deal of intention. So then aspiration and ambition as emotion was almost sentimental being in him. It was not in him from being one able to be succeeding, able to be winning by the being in him. Aspiration and ambition as intention was really just stupid being in him. They were not from being in him, but from needing to be having what he needed to be having to have anything be important to him, which was not from the being in him important to him. He was then certainly for Denning family living, not honest for daily living, and to himself then he was a man having it in him to have that he was not quite certain that to be a dead one was to be really not a dead one. He had some loving feeling in him. He could, with not winning, resisting, and engulfing being, have violent temper sometimes in him. He was one then to Denning family living, not honest in daily living. He was one very much later and working with some men, not successful in living. Certainly some are loving, some are honest, some are good ones, some are thinking and living. Certainly there are some in living having some of thinking, loving, good being, honesty in them. Some have certainly some of something really in them. Certainly they have. Some have pretty honest living in them, always in their daily living, and are liking it very well that they have some reputation for this thing. Mr. Denning really was such a one. Some come to be sometime completely certain that they are completely honest ones in living, and then all their living they are completely freely attacking with this thing. Julia Denning was such a one. She was really not feeling it as being that there was for her a reputation of being an honest one in living. She liked it that the Denning family living, Mr. Denning, had a complete reputation of honest living and daily living. Her being an honest one in daily living was a thing when she came to be living with it inside her completely in her. She could be using all her living for all the attacking she was ever doing to be winning. Alfred Hörsling was not believing that not everyone was thinking that he was an honest enough one for daily living. He never really was certain that anyone, excepting Mr. Denning, was really believing that he was not an honest man for any kind of daily living. He never was really certain that Julia could have really been believing this thing if she had not been then and all of her living in Denning family living. Julia was certain of this thing, that Alfred Hörsling was not honest enough for daily living when she came to be living in married living. She came very quickly to be certain that to her, then, she was one living in her being, which was one being complete in honest living, and she was soon then coming to be attacking in all her living with this thing. Mr. Denning, as I was saying, was one having completely in him, for him, the reputation of being one really completely honest enough for any daily living. Mrs. Denning was one honest enough for any daily living, and she had feeling of Denning family living having a reputation for this thing, but the kind of reputation she was always feeling they were having was the kind one comes to be having when one is a dead one, when one is not any longer in living. She was really in living quite completely an honest one. Each one then of the four of them, Mr. Denning, Alfred Hörsling, Julia Hörsling, and Mrs. Denning, had a different feeling in their having reputation of being an honest enough one for living. This is then what was happening. Mr. Denning had come quite slowly to be certain that Alfred Hörsling was completely not an honest enough man for any honest enough daily living. Mr. Denning had come quite slowly enough to be certain of this thing. He had, as I was saying, never been really certain that Alfred Hörsling was really for him in Denning family living, and then he was certain enough of this thing to be pretty nearly completely listening to Alfred Hörsling, telling about everything he needed to be doing to be really living in daily living. And then he was still not quite entirely completely listening, and he was already then giving Alfred Hörsling what Alfred Hörsling was needing to be beginning to be living in daily living, to be beginning to be living, to be one succeeding in living. Mr. Denning then certainly came to be certain that Alfred Hörsling was not honest enough for any daily living, and Alfred Hörsling was quite certain then that Mr. Denning was completely in him certain of this thing. Mr. Denning did not see Alfred Hörsling any more at all than to speak at all to him in any daily living. Mr. Denning was certainly certain that he could convince anyone that certainly Alfred Hörsling was not honest for any daily living. Mr. Denning could certainly convince almost anyone of this thing. Mr. Denning did certainly not just then begin anything to convince anyone of this thing. Julia Hörsling came very quickly to be really certain that Alfred Hörsling was not an honest one for any daily living, and as I was saying, she was one having then certainly complete courage for being one going on living. She knew then, as being in her, that she was one being honest always and being one being living, having courage always for being one going to be going on being living. She was always then needing to be one going to be learning everything. This has been then a complete description. She was quickly certain that Alfred Hörsling was not honest for any daily living. This then was then for Alfred Hörsling not a serious thing. This was then not in him then as important in him, as having being living then in him, as being really something really exciting. As I was saying, in a way, Julia Hörsling was not an interesting one in being living. She was an interesting one in being living to some. That will be again more history of her. Mrs. Denning was certainly not certain from any being in her that Alfred Hörsling was not honest enough for any daily living. She could and did come to be quite certain of this thing. As I said of her, she was completely an honest one in being one being living. As I was saying, she was feeling reputation as being as if someone were already a dead one. As I was saying, she was one mostly attacking harshly in living, but not for any winning. As I was saying, she had a sense for living. As I was saying, she was always being in her stupid being and being one feeling anything. So then she was not certain from any being in her being there to her, in her, that Alfred Hirslin was not honest enough for any daily living. She certainly came to be certain of this thing. So then she was going on talking to Alfred Hirslin for quite a long time in daily living, and then it came that to hear him or to see him or to know him made her completely then a nervous one. I will be telling about feeling being in George Denning and Hortense Denning in the history of David Hirslin that will certainly sometime be written. I have given a description of Alfred Hirslin and Julia Hirslin not succeeding in married living, of Alfred Hirslin not succeeding in being one beginning to be succeeding in living from being in Denning family living. As I was saying later, he was not failing in living. He was fairly succeeding later when he was working with some other men. This is to be now more history of married living of Mr. and Mrs. Hirslin and of Mr. Denning living and Mrs. Denning being living. The Hirslins, Alfred and Julia, were living married living. They had a baby, and it was quite a strong, well one, but it did not live to be a very old one. It got sick and died of something. As I was saying, Julia loved babies being little babies and her children. This first one was a little boy, and Mrs. Denning thought that he was one looking very much like the father of him. Mr. Denning had seen him and saw him very often, and was glad that his daughter, Julia, had a baby and loved him. That they had later, Julia and Alfred, another child, and this one was a girl, and Mrs. Denning was certain that this one would be in Denning family living. This one was already looking like the mother of her. Mr. Denning often saw her when the nurse was with her, the baby, and he liked it very much that Julia was happy in having a little girl who was like her. Then there was a little boy who was quite a weak little one, and about this one it was not quite certain, although Mr. Denning was pretty nearly certain, that he was quite a good deal like the father of him. This one was quite a weak little one in commencing, but he came to be quite a strong enough little one a little later in his living. He was certainly a good deal like the father of him. Mrs. Denning often said this about him, but he had it a little in him to be like his young uncle, George Denning. Mrs. Denning did not say this very often, and Mr. and Mrs. Hirslin then were living then married living, as I was saying. The Hirslins, Alfred and Julia Hirslin, did not go on being in married living. It was a natural thing, as I was saying, that they should not be succeeded in married living, the two of them. As I was saying, Alfred Hirslin came later to loving another. Julia Hirslin, too, came later to loving another. Each one of them, as I was saying, was not succeeding, was not failing, really, in living. I can feel myself in myself going to be being an old one. I can feel being in some going to be old ones in the living of these, and I cannot feel being in some when these are going to be beginning to be old ones. I can certainly more and more feel old being going to be in men and in women in each one. I am beginning a little to feel young, being having been, very young being having been in each one in all women and all men. I certainly can feel being old ones in a good many now when I am feeling being in them. I like to be feeling them being old ones in every little thing and every piece of being in them. I cannot so well feel being in them having been very young in them. I am a little beginning to feel this thing. I am just commencing then in really feeling this thing. I am feeling again and again in myself going to be an old one. I do not like this thing. I certainly do not like this thing. I certainly do like ending being in all men and in all women. I certainly do not at all like this thing. I certainly have completely a queer, disturbed, mixed with somber feeling in this thing. I certainly do really completely need feeling certainly this thing in every one that each one is sometime ending in being living. Alfred Hirslin and Julia Hirslin went on then for some time being living. Sometime then they went on being living and married living with each other, and then they were not, and then they had more living in them, and then one and then the other one was ended in being living. This is then to be all history of them. I will be going on to the ending in all description of everyone, of anyone. How can anything be different from what it is? I do not know any such a thing. Very many are knowing this. I am not knowing this thing. I am not knowing anything being different from what it is. Very many are knowing everything being different from what it is. Once this was to me an astonishing thing. Now it is not to me at all an astonishing thing. I am thinking now about everything being what it is, everything not being what it is, something being what it is, nothing being what it is, something not being what it is to some. I am thinking of this thing, and I am thinking about sense for living in men and women. I would like to be thinking about some being practical in their being and some not being that thing in their being, but I am not just now feeling any understanding of this thing, and so I am not thinking about this thing. I have been expecting some time to be soon thinking about this thing. I am not, as I have just been saying, thinking now about this thing. I am thinking now, as I have been saying, about something being what it is, not being what it is to some men and some women. I am thinking about everyone having it or not having it, that something that everything is what it is, not what it is to them, each one of them, that nothing is what it is to someone. I am too thinking and going soon now to be telling very much about sense for living in men and women.
Thanks, John. Lily Sperry is next. And we're in the middle of 672.
Those in Dunning daily living, those in Hearstland daily living, each one of them came to know some men and women, in being one, being living. Each one, anyone, having living, being has some sense for living, or has not any sense for living, pretty nearly not any sense for living. This is to be now some description of sense for living in men and women. Some have sense for living, from having realization in them that each thing they are knowing is such a thing as it is to them, and really knowing this in them. Each thing has then to some of such of them the value that thing has really for anyone needing that thing, for being one going on living. Some are knowing in them that each thing they are knowing and living is the thing that thing really is being, but they are not feeling that thing as really value to anyone, for anyone to be going on living. I will sometime be telling some more about this thing. Kinds in men and women. I am seeing kinds in men and in women, so many kinds in them. Sometimes I am seeing a number of one kind of them. Some other days I am seeing a number of other kinds of them. I wish I knew everything about them. I wish I knew everything about each one. I wish I had a complete record of each one. What each one did, what each one had as being in her, in him, what each one could be doing, thinking, feeling, knowing. I certainly do wish that I knew everything about being and doing and feeling, and knowing being in each one. I do not yet, that is certain. I am almost not hoping that I will sometime know everything about everyone. I only know that I wish that I did sometime know everything about everyone, all through the living being ever in each one. Nobody knows, nobody can know, and I am telling it very often. Nobody knows, nobody can know how I am wanting to know everything about everyone. I am seeing so many just now having living, being in them succeeding or failing much, or some in living. Nobody knows. Nobody can know how I want to know all the being ever in them. Nobody can know how tired I get looking so hard at them. Nobody knows how much I want to know all the being there is, or was, or will be in any man or woman ever living. Nobody knows, and I tell it very often, nobody knows this thing. Nobody can know this thing being in me that I am telling very often. Nobody knows what I am wanting, that I am wanting to know completely all the being there ever was, or is, or will be in anyone. I can certainly not really tell this thing to anyone so that anyone can completely believe this thing, that I am really wanting to be knowing all the being ever having been, going to be, being in anyone. No one can really believe my needing, really needing to be having this thing, really needing this thing for living. I tell you, everyone, that I am seeing very many kinds in men and women, a very great many men and women, and all the kinds there are of them. I tell it again and again that I am seeing a very great many men and women, such a number of them, and I am seeing kinds in them, and I tell everyone that I am doing this thing, that I am knowing this thing. Nobody knows that I am really needing to be knowing everything ever in any man, in any woman, any being, all being ever in any woman, in any man. Nobody knows that I am completely needing to be completely knowing this thing. I am seeing a very great many men and women. I am seeing kinds in them. I do not know all the being in each one of them. I see very many men and women. I look at them. Some have been succeeding in being one being living. Some are succeeding. Some will be succeeding. Some have not been succeeding in being in their living. Some will not be succeeding. Some are not succeeding. Some have sense for living and are not succeeding, have not been succeeding, will not be succeeding in living. I will tell something new now about sense for living in women and in men. I see very many just now who are living, and I look at them. I see very many just now. I am asking some of them to do something. Some of these do what I ask them to do, and some do not do what I ask them. Some do in a way something when I ask them to do something. I am, as I am, saying, seeing now very many men and very many women. I am seeing each one of them doing several things for living. Some are asking, some are talking, some are standing, some are waiting, some are working, some are eating. Some are sitting, some are drinking, some are writing, some are loving, some are forgetting that they had begun doing something. Some are thinking everyone should understand what they are saying. Some are feeling that everyone near them are ugly ones for living. Some are laughing, very many are rushing. Some are washing themselves or other things, some are dressing. Some are having their feet swollen and hurting them as they are standing, as they are walking, as they are sitting, as they are working. Anybody then can see then that I am seeing just now very many men and very many women. As I am saying, sense for living is something that is to me quite interesting. I can tell something now about this thing in men and women. I can tell something more about this thing, about having sense in living, by living, for living. I can tell some more about sense in men and in women. I sometimes can tell very much about sense for living in men and women. I have been telling to some quite a good deal about this thing. I am thinking now about one kind, and I am knowing now, not really knowing all of them, but really knowing being in them, in some of this kind in men and women. I am knowing 3 of them, of this group of them as men. I am knowing one of a group of them as women. I am knowing another of another group in men and women as a woman. Some of another group of them, some as men and some as women. I am knowing another very large group of them, and I am knowing these as everything they ever are in living, some of them. I am trying to begin now telling what I am knowing about sense in men and in women. I am now not doing anything but telling about sense in living, sense from living, sense of living, sense for living, sense about living in men and in women. I am telling everything to be a way where I am not just now learning, so that I am going to be completely telling all I am knowing about sense for living in men and women, and I am not yet doing this thing, and I am not yet really certain that I am now going to be having everything away so that I will be telling this thing. I certainly do not now certainly know this thing. I am putting everything away from me and me so that I shall be soon telling all this thing. I will now go on putting everything a little more away from me in me, so that I certainly will not be telling anything that is not this thing. I like this thing, putting everything away from me in me, so that I will be telling this thing. I will tell this thing. Certainly, I will tell this thing. Pretty nearly, everything is away now, and I am very nearly telling this thing. I am certainly not leaving anything, not put away from me inside me, so that now I certainly can be telling something. I certainly can be telling this thing. I am liking to be thinking about sense for living, being in some of each kind there is in men and in women. I am liking to be thinking about making kinds of them in men and women in relation to sense for living being in them. I am liking then, as I am saying just now, to certainly be putting everything away, so that now I am thinking kinds this way in men and in women. Do I know everything of having sense in being living? Well, I do not think I do. I do not come knowing everything about having sense for living. I have said something about having sense for living. I am going to be saying something about having sense for living. I have just been saying something about having sense for living. I have just been seeing one certainly having had and having, and perhaps going to be having sense for living. It was interesting to me to be seeing this one. I saw one having sense for living, but this one was one having sense for each little piece of living, and this never made in this one sense for all the living in this one. This one had so much sense for each little piece of living this one was doing that it was astonishing. This one had not really sense for living for big pieces of living in him. I saw another one, and this one had not had much sense for living, but this one had not then at all really needed this thing. This one then had sense for living, and then it was sense like a good many have it in them, a dull thing in this one, as being like a really married one. And then this one had more sense for living, and was a very careful one, and then this one came very early in her living to being a really dead one. And not anyone was then remembering loving this one as much as one would have thought from all the being in this one, many would be remembering loving this one. I am thinking now again of three having really succeeding in living, really sense for living in them. And these have it for a whole living in them, and these do not have it, that they are really learning and being one going on living. These have it in them that at one time they're realizing completely succeeding in living, and they're then really completely succeeding in living. And then they're realizing completely succeeding in living, and they're more seeing them, and they have more of a building in which they're then living, and they are then completely succeeding in living. And then they are realizing again succeeding in living, and then they have more again to see them, and they have again a bigger building in which they are then, and they are then again completely succeeding in living, and not any at all are they learning anything from having been at all in any living, and so on and so on. And these then are the most wonderfully succeeding ones in living, and always they have not it at all in them to be learning at all anything in being living. These then are men and women succeeding in living, having sense for living, certainly sense for winning, not any sense for learning from having been one being living, not really sense for feeling being living, certainly some sense for feeling being winning, certainly sense for having working under them, not anyone going to be winning, not having any sense for trusting anyone working for them, really sense for winning and living, really sense for always winning a bigger living, always changing to winning a bigger living, always not learning anything from being one being living, always then succeeding for living. I am seeing three of them. One of them is being one making a big business of something. One of these is making a to be always larger, to be for him, to be in. One of these is one everybody is knowing in every country, now that that one is one being living. Some, as I was saying, have really sense for living. There are as many ways of having this thing as there are kinds in men and women, and I have certainly been saying that there are quite a very great many kinds in men and women. Some are saying that they have it, that they can by remembering be certain that each one they are knowing were sometime younger ones. Some are certain that each one they are knowing are getting to be very old ones. Some are certain that each one they are knowing are not changing. They were not very much younger ones. They are not coming now to be very much older ones. There are different ways of feeling oneself and other ones as to any one coming to be older, having been younger ones. This and having sense for living is to me just now very interesting. Everyone being a young one, having been a young one, being an older one, having been an older one, being an old one, and having been and going on being an old one, having been and going on being a young one, having been one, not an old one, not a young one, and going on being not a young one, not an old one is to me very interesting. I cannot really get away from this thing as being everything there is in any one being living. I really cannot get myself away from this thing. This is any one being living. I really am thinking that everyone is living and being in some way one having sense for living, and being in some way one being one going on being living. Some have come to be not any longer living ones. Perhaps each one ever living will be coming sometime to be not any longer one being going on living. Perhaps each one sometime is not any longer one being and living. I am certainly repeating this thing, which is to me something I am certainly thinking is perhaps being in everyone. Some are changing the size and being in them, in the living in them. I am seeing some doing this thing and being ones going on being and living. I like seeing everyone, and then I very much do not like at all seeing everyone. Some have changing in size in them, inside them, and being in them. Some are not changing in the size in them, in the being of them, inside them. There is one she has been changing the size in, being inside her, in living, and this one is not a young one, is not an old one. There is one, and this one is almost an old one, is changing the size in her in being, and this one was really a fat one, and is now quite entirely a thing one. This one then is one changing being in this one, and this one is really not a fat thin one, but really a really thin one. And then this one is quite dull than to anyone listening to being in that one. And someone is a thin one. That one was not a young one, not an old one. And this one is a funny one, and being one being, and being in him a fat one. I certainly pretty nearly like being in each one. I do not like listening too many days one after the other to some. I am now doing this thing. I will then know something. Each one always is repeating. This is certain that each one always is repeating all the being in that one. This sometimes is quite a dull thing for me when I am listening, not that each one is repeating all the being in them, that is never to me a dull thing, but the thing they are repeating can be to me quite a dull thing. I am still not telling all I know about sense for living. Perhaps I am not yet quite ready to be telling everything about this thing. This then is going to commence again being the history of everyone, and among them of the Herslands and the Dennings. Sense for succeeding in living, sense for feeling being in living, sense for being one going to be going on being living. These three are different things, quite entirely different things, and some having one have the others. Some have almost none of any of them. Some have some of one of them. I am thinking just now of one having some sense for succeeding in living, some sense for feeling, being one, being living, not any sense for being one, going to be going on being living. This is one, and I am feeling this one. Some will be remembering this one, some will not be remembering this one. I am feeling this one. This one is one certainly having some sense for succeeding and living, is one having certainly really sense for being one, feeling, being, living, is one having certainly never been having any, not any sense for being one, going to be going on being, living. Mrs. Alfred Hirschland was one having, as I was saying, sense for being one, going to be going on being, living. Mrs. Alfred Hirschland, Julia Hirschland, was one then quite different from this one, and I am just now describing. This one I am just now describing, this one I am just now really feeling, is one then really having sense for really succeeding and living, is one having sense for really feeling that that one is really being and living, is one being really and living, is one not ever having been being one going on being living. This description then is the description of this one. This one then is one really feeling, being, and living. Really, this one is really being this thing. Being one really feeling, being, and living. Really feeling all the being. This one was being and being living. This one then really was quite entirely in the living. This one had in being one, being living. Feeling of all being, this one was in being living. Am I really then saying this thing that I am now feeling in the being in this one, that this one was, and in a way it was sometimes quite a completely bubbling thing, that this one had a sense for some succeeding, and in being succeeding and being one, being living. It was sometimes quite very often entirely a thing that any one really could be remembering, that this one was really perhaps having quite sense enough for succeeding and living, and this one certainly was then feeling all the being, this one was in being, one being living. This one was then, as I was saying, not really at all like, quite different then from the being of Julia Hirschland. I will tell now more about both of them. This one is then one I am now knowing completely in being one. I am being that one, completely realizing the being in this one. I really did not think I would be so soon doing this thing, realizing being in this one. And then I am realizing the being in this one, and I like realizing the being in this one. And I will be remembering this one, although I am not sure that I can be certain to be really remembering this one. I will, though, certainly be remembering this one. Yes, I will be remembering this one. Really, I am certain of this thing. I certainly will be remembering this one. I am certain of this thing. I am feeling now in every one the sense for being one, being and living, that each one has in them, and the way each one has that sense in them, and the way each one is beginning, being one succeeding, being one not succeeding in everything, being one beginning and going on and ending in, being one, being living. I'm feeling very much sense for living in men and in women. In everyone I am seeing doing, being, and living, being one going on being living. I'm feeling very much this thing when I am seeing one being a young one, when I am seeing someone being not a very young one, when I am seeing somebody who is quite certainly not a young one, when I am seeing anyone. Very many have been here living and talking, and some of them have been very much loving someone, and all of them have it in them to have some sense in being one, being living. Some of them are not very interesting to very many, knowing them and being in the way that one is one having some sense in being one, being living. Very many have then been here and are living and are having each one some sense for living, and some of them are quite successful ones in being living, and very many of them are quite enough successful and being living, to be going on, being those being, living and being living. Very many then are here and have it in them, very many of them to have some sense in being one, being living, and very many of them are succeeding in living, so that until their ending, they are those being, those going on, being living. There are then very many here, and mostly each one of them of these that are here, have it in them to have in them some sense in being one, being living, and very many of them are succeeding in being living, are succeeding in living, so that each one of them of these are those going on being living until there is naturally a complete end to being in them. There were a number here. Some of them have been loving one quite a good deal, in being one, having some sense in being living, in being one, being living, in being one, succeeding well enough in being living to be going on being one, being living. There are then often very many here, and each one of them, that is certainly quite a number of them, some perhaps not, and I am not just now telling about them, mostly then very many of them have it in them to have some sense in them, in being one, being living. Some of them, as I was saying, quite a good deal sometimes, are loving someone. Quite a number of them, as I am saying, are succeeding well enough in being living, to be of them, and there are very many of them always living, a very great many of them, always being living, who have it to be succeeding enough in being living, to be of them, those who are going to go on being and living, until they are not any longer being living. This is then sense in being living, and very many who are here very often, this is the way they have sense in being living in them. As I was saying, Julia Hirschland and Alfred Hirschland were not such a man and such a woman. No, they were not really of such of them. They were really of such of them, they did go on being living. They were not of such of them. In a way, they did not go on being living. They were, as I was saying, a little differently in them, each one of them, from the other one of them as to sense for living. As I was saying, Julia Hirschland had not really sense for being one, being living. As I was saying, she had strength for being one, going on being living. As I was saying, Alfred Hirschland was one having some little sense for being one, being living. As I was saying, he was not ever really very much living in this thing, in the sense for being one, being living, that there was a little in him. As I was saying, they were both of them nearly succeeding and nearly altogether failing in being those being and living. I am not yet certain that I am finished with general telling about sense for being and living in men and women. I am almost certain that I am now really interested in this thing. There are then very many here who have it in them to have some sense in them in being one, being living. Some of such of them, quite often, are really loving someone. Very many of them are succeeding in being one, being living, well enough to be one going on and being one, being living.
Thank you, Lily. Okay, we're on page 679, last paragraph at the bottom. There were many tonight, 8 of them, and each one of them had in them some ways of not having any sense for living at all in them. There were 8 of them, and each of them have very much of not any of some kind of sense for living in them. I was telling one of them this thing, in telling this one how he had sense for living, so that he would be completely succeeding in being one, being living. This one had sense for living and being one, being quite certain from experiencing that in being living he could be one succeeding in living, be one having some feeling for being one, being living. He is then one, having certainly in him, from experience in being, one being, living, a realization that being one being, living, one can be one succeeding in living. This one has not been in living, very penetratingly making any other one feel this thing. This one has certainly quite entirely learnt to be realizing that he could be succeeding in being one being and living. This one is then one having really sense for being living. This one is one having it in him to certainly be succeeding quite some in living. This is one then having it in him to be realizing that he can be living. This is one then having it in him to be realizing that he can be, that he will very likely be succeeding some in living. He is one, as I am saying, having other people knowing this thing with him, but then it is not an exciting thing, really not to him, really not to anyone. He has been learning this thing. He has always been quite certain that he is working. He is certainly one always having been quite liking to be where he would be when he could be learning, to be really realizing that he was certainly to be one succeeding some in being living. I was telling this one then that this one really had sense for living in him. It was not at all an exciting thing telling this to him. I told it to him, and always then I was certain I told it to him, and always then I was certain that he had some sense for living was not at all a thing to give to him, to give to anyone enough excitement so that anyone could go on telling him the thing, telling him that he had sense really for living. As I was saying, there were 8 of them, and each one of them had it in them to have in them in a way not any sense for living. And I have told about one of these 8 of them that she had not any sense for being one, going to be going on, being one, being living. This one then was a dead one. And then this one was moving a little then, but then that was not really a disturbing thing. No, not to me even now, when I am not any longer a quite young one. There were then 8 of them, and one of them had really, not really at all, any sense for being one, being living, not any sense at all really for being one, ever having, ever being, ever going to be living. This one then certainly never had been having, never would have been having, never should have been having any sense at all in being one, being living. This one was one really in a way not failing in living. This one was one to whom in a way one would be listening, and then this one was a completely one not having, ever been having any sense in being one, being living, and then not anyone was listening to this one. It would have been an astonishing thing that anyone could be having not any sense for living as this one was having this thing. It would have been an astonishing thing if so many had not been coming so nearly to listening to this one, so that they did not really realize that not anyone could listen to this one. This one really is an astonishing one. This one really has not any sense in being one, being living. I will tell very much about such a one. This one was not certain that this one was really being living, and really this one was not such a one, and this one was a beautifully astonishing one, and being one, really being one to whom very many were almost listening, and being one being so completely one, not having anything of having any sense, and being one being living. This one really was one being beautifully astonishing. I know this one. There were then 8 of them. One was one having sense for living, in being one not knowing what kind of sense for living very many, very like this one are having in being living. This one had really then sense for living in being one not knowing the sense for living, some like this one having them, and then 2 not knowing this thing made of this one quite a foolish one, made of this one a stupid one, and that was quite a funny thing when one was knowing this one. There were, as I was saying, 8 of them, having in them, each one of them, some ways of not having any sense in being living in them. One of them was one having sense for being living in him enough so that he never came to have responsibility which would crush him. He would have been quite certainly a worried one, but really in his living, he was one who was almost not at all a worried one. He had then a sense for living, in having been in all living certain to be one who would have been a worried one if he had not been one, not becoming a worried one. He was then having a sense for living, in being one feeling, being living, enough to have sense for living so that he did not in living, by trying for all, become a worried one. He was quite entirely a really nice one, this one, and he had a sense for living, to the really living everything anyone could need from him. He was certainly quite entirely a complete one, a very nice one, a one not having come to be a married one. And he had sense for being one, being living, not having come to be a married one. He was not one having sense for living and being one, not needing to have been coming to be a married one. I cannot help mentioning it again, that he was really a very nice one, to have been going on and not be a worried one and be a living one, a very nice one with sense for living, with not sense for living. There is another one then, the sixth one, having so much sense for living and so little sense for living that it is a sweet delight in this one, this thing to everyone. No, really not to everyone. I cannot really say it is a sweet delight, this and this one to everyone. It is such a thing, certainly to some. There is another one, having certainly sense in living, and certainly this one would be having a good deal of sense for any living, if this one in telling about sense for living was not then forgetting to be living and having sense for living. This is enough about this one. There is another one, and that one then makes complete the 8 of them. And this one has sense for living, and this one is as big as all the world will be when it is a completed one. In beginning, feeling, and this one is then completing the world, then being all in him, and this one then is then really inside him, is then having really completely sense in being living, and this one then does not then complete the world to make of it a complete one, and this one then has still sense for being living. This one then has not sense in being one, being living. I am now going to be telling that Julia Denning and Alfred Hirschland were living in their house and having some kind of married living in them then. I am interested in having sense for being and living in men and women. I am interested in men and women succeeding in living. I am interested in men and women being married ones, and being ones having or not having sense of being in married living, in being ones succeeding in being married ones, succeeding in married living. I am very much interested in men and women having sense for being ones, being and being living. For men and women having sense for being ones, succeeding in being living, succeeding, feeling, being, living, succeeding in winning anything and being one, being, living, succeeding in living to themselves, to anyone, in men and women being married ones. I am very much interested now in this thing, in these things in men and women. I am interested just now in everyone. I am interested in everyone and having in them sense for being one, being and living. I like very much just now looking at anyone, at everyone. I like very much just now to be reading about anyone having been doing anything. I like very much just now hearing about anyone being and living, about anyone having been doing anything. I like seeing pictures of anyone, and I like very well knowing everything I can be knowing about everyone. I like this thing just now. I'm liking just now knowing about everyone, that each one is having or not having, in some ways sense in being one, being living, and that each one is in some way being one succeeding, not going to be succeeding, pretty nearly succeeding, not at all succeeding, perhaps going to be succeeding, pretty nearly succeeding, almost succeeding, or not at all succeeding, or not succeeding, or very well succeeding in living. I like it as I am saying just now, knowing about each one and any kind of married living they have in them. It would be such a pleasant thing to very many thinking, feeling, telling about men and about women, to have it in them to be just now, to be often liking to be thinking about men and about women having in them some sense, not any sense for being and living, some sense and very little sense and very much sense for being one succeeding in living. It would be then a little to them that it would be a pleasant thing for them to be certain that very many men and very many women are always being, just now, being living. This then is in me just now in my feeling, and I am telling this thing, and I am feeling that just now there are very many men and very many women, married ones, that there are just now very many men and very many women having in them sense for being themselves, and sometimes someone, and sometimes some, and sometimes themselves, to them as being and being living, and there are men and women living just now and having in them hardly any sense for being one, being and living, and that men and women are having or are not having sense for being one, succeeding in being living, succeeding in living. I am then telling now of being in men and in women. I am telling now about how some being married men, some men, and some being married women, some women. I am telling now about some having in some ways sense for being ones, being living, some having in some ways sense for succeeding while they are being in living. I am telling something now about everyone. I am telling very much now about being married and some who are just now living in being married ones. I know some of such of them just now, and I am now going to be telling something about each one of them. This then will be more description of Mr. and Mrs. Hirschland being married ones, of other ones being married ones.
Next is Jennifer Davis, and we're on page 683.
I am thinking about some who are living. Some of these are married ones and living. Some of these are not married ones and living. I am thinking about some who are living. Some of these certainly have not been ever married ones and living. Some of these have certainly sometime been married ones in their living. Some of these certainly have been sometimes married ones and living. I am thinking about some who are living. I am thinking about a good many who are living. Some who are living are going on being living. Some who are living are not going to be going on being living. I am thinking about a great many who are living. Some of these are liking very well being and living. Some are not really liking it that they are being and living. I am then thinking very much about a great many who are living. Some of these, as I have been saying, have in a way in sense in being in living. Some of these, as I have been saying, have in a way not sense really for being and living. Some of these, as I have been saying, are living just now, and I am knowing them just now when they are doing this living. Some of them are certainly living just now, and I am not knowing them just now doing their living. I am then certainly just now thinking about very many men and very many women being living. Some, as I am saying, some men and women are married ones and living, and some are not married ones and living. Some, as I am saying, are not married ones again and again in their living. Some, as I am saying, are not at all ever married ones in their living. Some then certainly are sometimes married ones in their living. Being a married one is an interesting thing to me, I am certain. Being married ones is an interesting thing to some, is not a very interesting thing to some. Being a married one is an interesting thing sometime to someone, and is not an interesting thing sometime to that one. Being a married one is less an interesting thing to someone in the living being in that one. Some then are certainly sometime in their living a married one. Some being sometime in their living a married one are sometime finding that thing an interesting thing in them to them. In a way, being a married one was an interesting thing to Alfred Hirschland. In a way, it was not an interesting thing to him. Being a married one was, in a way, a very interesting thing to Julia Hirschland. In a way, it was not a very interesting thing to Julia Hirschland. I am thinking just now, certainly, just now, about some men and about some women. I certainly am just now thinking about men and about women. I certainly am just now thinking about men and about women. I am certainly just now thinking about some men. I certainly am just now thinking about some women. I am not certain that I cannot very soon have finished writing a complete history of all men and all women. This is a new feeling for me to have in me. This is a new thing to be inside me. This that I am not certain that I will not have very soon now have brought it to a completion, all of the history of all the men and all the women so completely that not any more ever can be as a new thing written. This is a new feeling to have in me. I am not really certain I am going to be liking to have this as a thing to be completely in me. Perhaps I will be certain I am knowing completely everything of being in men and in women. It would be an exciting thing to be certain, really, of this thing, having had the complete history of everyone already finished in writing. I will not be having it as certain this thing. I will go on being one every day, telling about being in men and in women. Certainly, I will be going on being one telling about being in men and women. I am going on being such a one. I am wondering whether each one is an interesting thing in being one being living. I am wondering about this thing. I am knowing some wanting, that each one is certain that everything is in the world to any one being living. I know another one who is certain that not very many things are in the world to anyone being really living. I know someone who asks questions always about these things, and I am remembering the words that one is using in asking about everything and asking about anything. That one is wondering whether anyone is having anything in being one being really living. I'm wondering whether this one is really being almost now a quite old one. I am wondering just now whether I am not already really understanding all the being there ever can be in any man and any woman. I am almost being certain that I am understanding all being ever having been, ever being, ever going to be in any man and any woman. I am almost certain I am understanding just now everything about being in men and women. I am certain I do not know completely yet all of the detail of all of the kinds there are of men and women. I am almost certain I am understanding just now all there is of being in men and in women when they are beginning, when they are in middle living, when they are ending. It is quite certain that I am realizing just now being in all men and in all women, and the way this is in them, in each one of them. I am understanding just now very much, and am not just now telling very much. I will soon now certainly be telling very much. Thinking all out sense in being, in living in men and women, thinking about some being and some not being married ones in being living, has been to me a thing I have been very completely enjoying. I am now one knowing being in men and in women. I am thinking about some being and some being not married ones in being living. I am thinking about some being completely not married ones in being living. I am thinking now about everyone. I will be telling just now about being in everyone. It is a funny thing to me, a particular thing that each one is not knowing that living is what is certainly in them, and each other one is one being, having it in them that they are ones being living. I know that each one very often is really forgetting this thing that one is that one is having it, that one is one having being living as being, and that every other one, each one is one having being in them of being one being living. Mostly everyone is sometimes forgetting this thing about that one, about everyone. And so then I am knowing everything, because really I am not ever forgetting this thing that I am one being one, having living in being, and that everyone is having it in that one is having living living being in being that one. I am then one in a way certainly one knowing everything. Some are ones in a way knowing everything. Some are ones not in a way knowing everything. Some are knowing that some are in a way ones knowing everything. Some are not feeling anything about anyone knowing everything. Mostly, everyone is sometimes feeling about someone in a way knowing everything. Alfred Hirschland was the one then Julia Denning was marrying. She married him as the one she was marrying. He was being one she was marrying. She was being one he was marrying, and each of them was the one the other one was marrying and loving them. Each one of them was marrying the other one, needing that one then and loving that other one then. Each one of them then married the other one, needing that one then for loving and living and being then, being the one they were needing to be being and living. Julia Denning married Alfred Hirschland. They were married and living then not very successfully to to each of them married living. It is certain that each of them was needing the other one then for being and living, what each one of them was needing for being and living in them. Each one of them was then being and living, and was then certain to be needed being and living. Each one of them was succeeding, was failing in living. Not either of them had in a way really sense for living and being living. Each one of them in a way would be certain to be going on being and living. Each one of them was going on being and living. Julia was the one, as I was saying, one needing to be, being, going on, being, living. Julia was such a one all of her living. All her living, she was one needing to be going on, being, living. All her living, she was one, as I have been saying, one needing to be one, going on, being, living. So then Julia was married to Alfred Hirschland. She married him and was loving him and was certain then, and not by thinking about this thing, that she was going to be going on, being, living. This was being in her then. This was always being in her all her living. Julia Denning then married one she was needing then for the being in her, that was being one who was needing to be certainly always going on to be living. This was being in her, and she was then not thinking about this thing. Alfred Hirschland then, as I was saying, was thinking about being one, being aspiring, and being succeeding in living. They were married ones, Julia and Alfred Hirschland. This is to be now more history of some coming to know them. It is not such a very difficult thing, going on being living, as it seems to be, to some thinking about this thing, about going on being living. It is quite an easy thing for a great many having living being in them. This is a thing to surprise to some, that really this thing is not a difficult thing. To some, it is quite a difficult thing, being one, going on, being living. To very many, for very many, it is not at all a very difficult. To quite some, it is not the very least bit a really difficult thing, to be one, going on, being living, being and being living. To some, it is quite a surprising thing that it is not a very difficult thing to very many, being ones, going on, and being ones, being in living. Julia Hirschland, certainly, all her living, was one being one, going on, being living. As I am saying, she was not really having it. She was not having it really in her to be, from being in her one, having really sense in being to herself, being living, and having really sense for living from being in her, from having been in living all her living. She was one certainly through going to be all her living, going on, being living. She was one really not from being inside her being, one succeeding in living, succeeding in being living to her inside her. She was one certainly going to be from being in her, one going to be going on being one, going to be living all of her living. That is certain. When she was ending, she would come, of course, to be one, not any longer being and living, but one that would simply, that she had come then sometime to be a dead one, not that she had come to be one not going to be, going on being one, going on being living. Really then, she was one, as I was saying, needing learning anything, because anything could be feeding her to be one, going on to be, going on being living. And indeed then, she was needing to be resisting, really learning anything, to be at all charging, attacking, being in her, which was in her to make of her, being one, going to be all her living, going on being living. This is, in a way, a full description of her. There can be more description of her. There will be some more description of her. Certainly, some are in their living married ones. Certainly, there are some having it in being that they are ones going to be going on being living, and these can have it in them to be in living attacking, to be winning. These can have it in living to be learning something. Some of such of them can have it to be learning something more and more in living. Some can have it in them to be really learning the same thing again and again. Julia, as I was saying, really was not learning anything, and this is a nice thing to be certain of in thinking about being and Julia, all of her living. Julia was then, as I was saying, one needing being, one having it, that she was learning anything. She was completely then when she was doing this thing marrying Alfred Hirschland. She liked it a little then, and then it went on to come to be quite soon a beginning of a long ending, a long dividing of themselves from living with each other anymore and being and living. Pride and egotism and vanity and ambition and succeeding and failing, I like to think about now in each one. I like thinking about pride and egoism and vanity and ambition and failing and succeeding in each one. I am knowing because it is very interesting to know these things being and those having these things in them. I was just telling someone interesting things about each of them. In that family, having it in them, that egotism in them, did not in them make them doing very well the thing they had some talent to be doing. One of these had it in that one to be having some talent to be working to be interesting in something to you, everyone, and this had it in him to have it, that for him, in him, he was one living and being one needing to have it, that he was one being one having pride and having been possibly beginning something, and this was an unhappy one inside him when he was a young one and quite a thin one, and then he was coming to be a rather heavy-set one, and some thought that then he was coming to be a quite happy one, but happiness was not then in him. He knew this then. His brother and his sister, all of them, were certain of this thing then. One of these had it that she had vanity completely in her, as egotism in her, and she had then a pride in feeling this to be there concealed inside her. And egotism filled this one to keep vanity in her, with pride to keep it from being a trouble to her, as knowledge to any one of her, and this one was one, having been going to be and being to herself, and some distinguished woman in being one leading someone, only nobody was ever really following. That one and this one was really hard to herself. And to every one was not having it as being, to be going on being living. And this one was dying and having slowly less and less leading in her of someone with not anyone following. And this one then would have been listening while I was telling her this thing. Only just then her mind certainly was wandering. And not anyone then was following this mind and her being then wandering. This is one I will perhaps not ever be seeing again. And yet, as she might say, perhaps I will. Who knows certainly then that I will not ever see this one again. There was another one of these that had it in her to be quite ordinarily wallowing and engulfing and loving and ordinary enough and being not a very stupid one, and like a good many and being one giving and taking, and this had it in that egotism in her, was not having any reinforcing for any of this being that was being in her, but was in her as being to her, she was one needing to be one doing everything anyone was needing, and this was then an unhappy one and a rich one, and everyone was flattering this one, and everyone was certain that this one would always be living, and they would always be flattering this one to keep this one as one going on being living. And sometime there will be histories and histories written of these women and these men. One of this family was really succeeding in living, having it in him that egotism in him went to make him into complete carrying out power in him to be a busy man, coming to be a very rich one. And so this one had effective ambition in him, and this one was a dead one when he was not a very old one, and some where he was not really sorry that this one was dead, was a dead one, although not anyone was really very glad that this one was a dead one. Julia Hirschland and Alfred Hirschland, neither one of them were at all like the family of women and men I have been just describing. Julia Hirschland was going on being living. Alfred Hirschland was one not failing, not succeeding in living, not having altogether not any sense for living, not having really sense for living, was one who was twice a married one and one who was sometimes a very loving one. Julia was one who might have been twice a married one, but really she was only a married one, and she was in a way a loving one. This is to be now a more detailed account of what happened in their living in each one of them, to each one of them. Alfred Hirschland married Julia Denning, and was then living and married living, in a way the Denning family living. He had then later help from Mr. Denning, so that he could be having what he knew then he was needing to be one succeeding in living. He was not then succeeding in living, and Mr. Denning came then to be certain that Alfred Hirschland was one not honest enough for any for him daily living. Julia Hirschland had been, before Mr. Denning was, certain of this thing that about Alfred and her married living with him. Mrs. Denning was certain then that Julia should never have been allowed to be married to him, and this was in her then a very certain thing. Julia Hirschland was the wife of Alfred Hirschland, and was not coming to have successful married living with him. She had children, 2 children. She came to know very well David Hirslin, brother of Alfred Hirslin. She did not ever marry again as Alfred Hirslin did. She might have done this thing. Now I go on with him, then I go on with her. I am going on with him, then I am going on with her.
Next up is Krithika Varagor, and we are beginning the long paragraph on 689.
Hirslin had not then, when Mr. Denning was helping him, had not succeeded in beginning really successful living. He was then one not to everyone failing in living. He was then certainly one having been one. Mr. Denning was certain anyone could be understanding as not being one honest for daily living in any living anyone Mr. Denning was having with him could be living in. Anyone Mr. Denning was knowing in daily living could be having as being in daily living with such a one. Hirslin then and Julia Hirslin were living then in married living. Mr. Denning was then certainly not ever seeing Hirslin then. He was not ever then entering in any house where Hirslin was living then. Did Hirslin ever know certainly that Julia would be certain that Hirslin was not what Julia was needing for honest daily living if Julia had not been certain by reason of having a father still living in Denning family living? Did Hirslin really ever believe this thing that Julia was certain of this and not by having, because of her father being one making Denning living feeling of honest being, not being in Hirslin in some living of daily living in him? Was Hirslin really not ever in him certain of this thing being certain in Julia that she would not be needing the being in him for any daily living, even if she had not then had a father living making Denning family living? Julia was certain that Hirslin might have been certain of this thing. Julia was certain that he would be certain of this thing, and that he would not be saying he was certain of this thing. Mrs. Denning was certain to be talking on and on to herself and to Julia and to everyone in Denning family living who was then not listening, and that was everyone then about being certain about this thing. And David Hirslin, who was later then talking about this thing to Julia and George and a little sometime to Hortense Denning, was certain that Alfred was one who was not certain that to be dead was to be really a dead one. And David Hirslin was a young man then and was completely then hoping to be discovering this thing as certain in Alfred Hirslin. That Alfred Hirslin was not certain that to be dead was to be really and truly a really dead one. So then there was married living and having been having children and a father-in-law and a mother-in-law and a brother-in-law and a sister-in-law, both quite young ones, and a brother then in Alfred Hirslin's living and Julia Hirslin, and not really failing to everyone knowing him, and then not really being succeeding to himself then and beginning to know some then, who came to see him then and not ever seeing Mr. Denning then, but some seeing of Mrs. Denning then, and some seeing of George Denning then, and some living then in the house with him of his brother David Hirslin, who was studying in Bridgepoint just then. He came later in his living to know other ones, and as I was saying, he was not in his living succeeding or failing. To some he was quite saying he was not in his living succeeding or failing. To some he was quite a good deal succeeding, to some he was quite a good deal failing. To himself he was a good deal succeeding. Sometimes he was telling about being a good deal succeeding in living. Sometimes he was to tell himself a good deal failing in being in living. He knew very well in all of his living Patrick Moore and later Minnie Mason. Later he married Minnie Mason. As I was saying, he was not failing, certainly not altogether succeeding in being in living. Later he had almost completely an angry feeling in not liking Mr. Denning, and Mrs. Denning and Julia Denning and George Denning and Hortense Denning, and mostly then he was certain that he had a loving feeling in him, that he had and could have had and would have had some loving feeling for Julia Hirslin and her children, and he was then needing completely to be one living, loving Minnie Mason, who had been a married one and later was one married to him. He was one almost one to himself, to some, to his brother David Hirslin, to several, sometimes almost not to anyone, having that he did have, would have loving feeling for Julia Hirslin and her children. He was one, as I am saying, who was not ever one having it being needing, having ambition and being, one being living from the resisting, from the engulfing being that was being in him. He was one having ambition and intention and aspiration, from being one having vanity in him, from engulfing being that was in him, not winning, being and living. He was then a man having people liking him and living, having people despising him and living, having some people loving him and living, having some people liking him pretty well, having some people certainly not liking to have him being liked by them. He was one who had married, living with Julia Hersland, with Minnie Hersland. He was one knowing very well some men and working with some men. He was one not having enough sense for living for anything really more than being married to Minnie Mason, then for working pretty well sometime with some men, then for being almost persuading his brother David that he, Alfred, had really some loving being always in him. He had not sense for living enough for having aspiration and ambition and being marrying Julia Denning and being needed something that Mr. Denning could give him to be beginning to be succeeding in living and being one making Mrs. Denning willing to have him be petted by her in Denning family living and make her later then a very nervous one. So then Alfred lived and went on living and ended one having in him not enough sense for living to be one failing and to be one succeeding in living. He was one ending being in living, having loving feeling in him, being a married one, having been really working quite well with some men, being pretty nearly a completely hated one in Denning family living, being certainly a completely hated one in Denning family living, and being then a tradition as a hated one, not honest in daily living, in Denning family living. And then Julia Hersland was dead, and I'm not finding it very interesting knowing what was happening later to the children of Alfred and Julia Hersland. He did not have any children in his married living with Minnie Mason. Julia had complete courage as being one certainly going to be going on being living. Julia had sweetness in her that was very certain to some coming to know her. Julia had honesty in being one having her Denning family living and being then stamping that thing with her being one certainly very certain to be one going on being living. She was one needing to be learning anything. Everybody came to know this thing. Everyone comes to know this thing and knowing this one and living. Julia had certainly courage and living sweetness and living to some knowing being in her, in all of her living, as she was going on being one, going on certainly being living. Alfred never came to be loving her as being one certainly having sweetness in her, to some knowing being in her. In a way, Alfred was not loving her as being one certainly going to be going on being living. In a way, he was loving her as being one going to be going on being living. He was loving her some then as being one certainly going to be going on being one being living. He was certainly loving her some as one being one certainly needing to be learning anything. He was certainly loving her some as one attacking but not really for winning. He was one loving her some for being one not really winning by being attacking. He was really not loving her for being one resisting learning really anything so that she could not have any changing and being one attacking. He was one not really coming to be hating Denning family living, and always then he could have very angry temper about this thing. He was one really then he could not have really hating really ever in him. She could have hating him come to be in her. The Denning family could have a tradition of hating him be in them as a thing they might have been inheriting. The Hersland family could mostly not be feeling hating them, the Denning family very personally in them. Julia came later to be really completely separated from him. She came then to be going on being living. She might have then come to be marrying someone. She did not then come to be marrying anyone. That was in a way an accidental thing. She might have come then to be marrying one. She did not then marry that one. She went on certainly being one, going on being living. She was succeeding well enough then in going on being and living. She had children, as I've been saying, and as I said of them, I am not finding it to me at all an interesting thing to be telling just now about living, coming to be more and more in them. So then, there's been written some history of Julia and Alfred Hersland. There'll be written now a little more detailed description of living being in each one of them, with the people knowing each one of them. Some are quite certain that they have some friends who are stronger than they are to do something, but then these are ones doing the thing in a way that is not for that thing a completely perfect way of doing that thing, and that one who is not such a strong one as a friend of his in doing that thing is one doing that thing to make that thing a completer thing. In his beginning and living important living, Alfred Hersland had not at all in him such a feeling about any other one. Later in his living, after he was married to Minnie Hersland, and she knew a little in him that he had friends stronger than he was in doing something. He never had this really completely in him, but at moments in his later living, he had it almost completely inside him. Only at moments in his later living, as I was saying, and then not really completely inside him, but somewhat certainly in his later living at moments then when Pat Moore was not so intimate, but still pretty intimate with him. And Minnie Mason was married to him, and he had this pretty nearly completely at moments inside him. They had friends. He certainly had a friend stronger than he at doing something for a living, but that he himself had it in him to do that thing and to do it very perfectly indeed, very completely indeed, very completely, certainly completely and perfectly, and he knew this at moments in him, and he told it to his children, who were the children of Julia Hersland sometimes, when he sometimes for a little time saw one of them. He was then one certainly not failing, pretty nearly really succeeding then in his later living. Patrick Moore in a way admired him, and Alfred Hersland in a way was always his living knowing him. Patrick Moore was one in a way succeeding very well in living. There was another one who was knowing Alfred Hersland some then. McKinley Young was knowing him then, but that was because Young was knowing Moore a little and was going to be a musician. Then there was James Flint, who knew Alfred Hersland quite well, and then knew Julia Hersland, and then knew David Hersland very well. And he knew Minnie Mason very well, and Alfred Hersland met her then. James Flint, always more or less in all his living, knew Moore, and he knew David Hersland as long as David was living, not seeing him very often, but always knowing him. I'll begin now continuing the history of Alfred Hersland and Julia Hersland, and of some who came to know them. I'm coming to the beginning of the ending of my description of Alfred and Julia Hersland. To begin then, McKinley Young knew Moore a little. Young was a musician. He was certainly serious in that profession. He certainly was serious in going to be making something important in musical composition. There are very many who are very serious ones in going to be doing something in the way of artistic creation. There are very many who are working many hours every day with serious intention. Young was one who had it in him to be one always steadily working. Young was one who had it in him to be one always steadily working, having certainly real feeling and being one certainly seriously going to do something that would be certain to be a good thing. He was one having, as I was saying, power for steady working. He was one having certainly a sense for being one certainly being living. He was one not continuing in being living, being one having certainly sense for being one living, and being one having certainly the power to be day after day steadily working. He certainly had sense in being one being and living. He certainly had sense for being one feeling being and living. This was rising up slowly from the depths of him, and mostly then he was every day steadily working, and this, which was really sense for being and living, which was really in him, was so slowly rising in him that he, being one, steadily, seriously, earnestly, continuously working, made for him a cover to him, and sense in being one being, really living, rather did not make any more than a touching of this thing the cover of him, which was being one completely, seriously, steadily working. Let me explain again. This one then was, as I was saying, a man, and his name was McKinley Young. He was a musician. He was completely seriously working every day in his living. He was certain that he needed to be one, to be really living, to be one creating something and writing music that certainly would be a thoroughly good thing. This one, McKinley Young, was one having certainly a feeling of being one really being living, and he was one being really and being living. He was one having certainly sense in being living. He was one seeing with his thinking, feeling, and his working that everything he was learning was really something, and each day in his living he was really learning something. He was one certain that everything he was learning was something he could be using to be doing the thing he seriously was certain he needed to be doing, to be one really being and living. He was one steadily learning more and more, and always then when he was composing, the only thing that was anything were things that really were not anything, were just suggestions of there being somewhere inside that one a sense really in being and living. Not anything this one was learning was coming into connection with the sense of being one living that was in this one. It was this way with this one. This one in seriously, steadily, daily working was really a practical man. That is to say, each thing he was learning was for the doing of something. He was one always working, and really then he could do that thing he certainly had been learning, but then that was not creation. No, certainly not. That was not creation. And yet, sense for living was in him, but it was a thing to rise slowly in him, so slowly that it almost stopped and went so slowly like molasses, very thick, that not anything he could be learning could be helping him with this thing. Not at all, and really then it was some sense for living he certainly had in him, but not enough to be one so seriously, so earnestly certain to be winning, doing a really completely good thing. not continuous enough in oozing to be making sense for him in all the arguments he was always indulging in, just enough to make him again and again say completely funny, penetrating things. Not too penetrating even, but thoroughly interesting as funny things, but that, again, not any too often. He was one then who, if he was not one melancholy by the nature in him, or too worrisome, would certainly end up by teaching something and being certain that the ones he was knowing would never work hard enough or be serious enough to really do the thing. However, he knew Patmore very well and continued to know him. In a way, he really liked Alfred Hursland. He never thought Alfred would really succeed in doing anything. He thought Patmore might succeed very well in living. He thought James Flint would succeed in living, but that was not of any interest to Young. He continued to know Alfred Hursland for some years. He came to know Minnie Hursland, and he liked her very well. And he always came to see the two of them, and always he liked very much to see Patmore quite often. Patmore was a very different kind of man. This is a description of what he was in being and in living. Patrick Moore was not a musician, but he liked it that his friends were good at that thing. He was in business, and in a way was completely succeeding, excepting when he was very worried because he was a poor man, was a man quite completely for the being and the living, in him succeeding in living. Patrick Moore was of the resisting kind of them, and his being was alive and very lively inside of him. His being was completely alive and quite lively inside him, and he was one succeeding in living, excepting when he was worrying about being a poor man, a very poor man sometime in his living, and this was a strange thing to be in him, to many that knew him. This is something that is important to anyone coming to know him, that he was a man succeeding in living, being alive inside him and lively inside him, and worrying sometimes that he was a really poor man and not worrying anyone else with this thing. He was never a very poor man, but he was very often, as is common, not a quite rich one. He was never a very rich one. He was then, when he was coming to the ending of his middle living and to the end of his living, then quite a rich one. He was married then, and his wife was quite a rich one. He was one doing real estate business and was one almost everyone was liking. As I said of him, he had always some admiration for Alfred Hursland, and he was quite certain that Hursland would never be really feeling and living. He had some understanding of Hursland not continuing to be living with Julia Hursland and loving his children. He had feeling for Alfred Hursland marrying Minnie Mason. He liked Flint very well and was always ready to have Flint come and see him. He liked Young very well, and often he did not for a very long time see him. He admired Young for being so thoroughly working and arguing. He liked everyone very well, and very often, as I was saying, he was worrying about being a poor man, but really he was not ever troubling anyone with this thing. He was, as I was saying, of the resisting kind in men and women, and as I was saying, being was alive in him, always, all his living. It was very lively, really, inside him. He was one liking some, liking a good many, admiring some, admiring a good many. He was one very many were liking, and he was one really succeeding in living. He was one having really all his living lively in front of him for feeling, in sense for feeling, being one, being living. He was one, as I was saying, worrying sometimes and for quite long times about being a poor man, not about being one failing in living, that was not being in him, but about being a poor man. But as I was saying, he was one not really ever worrying anyone with this thing. I will tell more now about him and the other ones in his being living. I would certainly like to be knowing it of each one, just how succeeding, just how failing in living comes to be in them, and living from the being in them. I would certainly like to know this of each one, whoever was, who was now living. I certainly would like to know it about each one, just how the being in them connects itself with anyone, with anything, with everyone, so that one is succeeding and is failing in living. I certainly cannot tell anyone how very much I would like to know this in each one. I'm completely filled up with wanting to be completely certain about everyone, about the being in them, and the failing, and the succeeding, and the succeeding, and the failing they have in them and their living. I look at each one, I read about each one, I think about each one, I listen to each one, I listen to about each one, I listen to anyone, I listen to everyone, I look at anyone, I look again and again, I listen again and again and again. I'm thinking very often about each one. I certainly would like to know it about everyone, about the being in them, and the way being in them makes failing and succeeding in them. I'm much less interested in there being good ones or bad ones, clean ones or dirty ones, rich ones or poor ones, well-mannered or badly mannered ones, sick ones or well ones. I want to know about each one, the being in them, to make of them one's succeeding, one's failing. That is what I want to know about each one, being in them, making of them one's succeeding, one's failing, one's succeeding and failing, one's failing and succeeding and being and living. This is what I want to know about each one, and I can never know everything. And perhaps I can never know everything about this thing. Very likely I can never know everything about this thing. That is, to me, a thing made of me, one certain to be one, someday certainly ending. I like living, but I am certain that I cannot know everything. And so I know certainly that I will be one someday, not being any longer living. This is not to me now a sorrowful thing. This is to me now quite a certain thing. I like being living. I like too being certain of something. I'm certainly certain of something. This is to be now a description of successfully living, of not successful being, with Pat Moore and Alfred Hersland and McKinley Young and James Flint and Minnie Merson and David Hersland. I tell about successful living, about failing in these now, because I want to be telling about it in every one, and I cannot just now do that thing because I do not just now completely know that thing. I know a good deal about being in men and women, about being in someone, in some, in many, making in them each one. They're succeeding, they're failing, and being living, and being going on, being living. I know this now so that I could have it in me to know very much about succeeding and failing in men and women. And yet, I'm not certain I will very soon be knowing really very much more about this thing. I really have not very much hope in me that soon I will be knowing very much more about succeeding and failing, being in men and women. I seem just now in me to be a good deal stopping and being learning about this thing in men and women. If I tell about being in some men and women, making for them, succeeding, making for them, failing, and being living, and being and living, and being going on, being and living, and being going on living, perhaps then a little I'll be beginning again learning something of being in men and women, making, succeeding, and failing in them.
Thank you, Kritika. Now we have Matilda Park. We're on page 696. The penultimate paragraph, the very short one. Beginning exactly. I am getting to find it more.
I'm getting to find it more and more interesting, being one feeling it, and everyone the being in them, making them to be succeeding, to be failing and living. James Flint liked Patrick Moore very well. He admired him. James Flint began his beginning living as a musician. He ended his beginning middle living as a manufacturer of clothing. He was a man certainly succeeding in living, and yet not one succeeding well enough to be at all startling. He was one succeeding in living. He was one certainly being living and being in living, certainly very solidly this thing, and always then he had a quick way of doing things in music and manufacturing that were a little quicker than solid succeeding in him, and this then kept him from being one really quite startlingly being one succeeding in living. He was one, as I was saying, completely succeeding in living, being certainly one solidly attacking and successful winning, and always then, as I was saying, he was lightly attacking and successfully lightly attacking quicker than he was solidly attacking, and this was in him in being a musician, and this was in him in being one manufacturing clothing, and this was in him, and he was one not being at all in his living, an astonishingly successful one. As I was saying, he admired Pat Moore and liked him very well indeed, and Moore was one certainly successful quite well in living and being entirely as alive inside him and very lively inside him with this live being in him. Not anyone was close to Pat Moore and Moore's being alive and being living, and Moore was succeeding well enough in living, and not anyone was wanting him to be succeeding any more than he was succeeding. And he was sometimes worrying a great deal about going to be a very poor man, but he never worried anyone with this thing. And yet Flint was not quite entirely satisfied with Moore being in his own living. James Flint certainly was satisfied in being alive in Moore, and very lively in him, and Moore being one succeeding in living. Flint did not need to have Moore succeed any more than Moore would be succeeding in living, but somehow to Flint it was as if Moore should not have been a little more poignantly succeeding. That is to say, he should not be more poignant in being in living, in succeeding, but somehow being succeeding as he, Moore was succeeding should have been a more poignant thing to someone, to anyone, not to Moore, not to Flint, not to any woman, not to any other man, but somehow, some way to someone. Flint, then, was in a way, was not completely satisfied with Pat Moore. As I was saying, Flint and Moore knew each other, and Flint had come to know Minnie Mason. Flint was a man, a good many came to know in living, and Minnie Mason came to know more in young, and Hersland came to know her, and some years later, a number of years later, Alfred Hersland was married to her. They all came to know David Hersland as was a natural thing. Now I will give a very short description of Minnie Mason, and Minnie with each one of them, and Minnie Mason marrying and married to Alfred Hersland. Some have a sense for living from having realization in them, that each thing they are knowing is such a thing as it is to them, and really knowing this in them. Some are knowing in them that each thing they are knowing in living is the thing that thing really is living. Some have in them completely the emotion of knowing something is something without feeling in them that anything is anything. This certainly can be in men and women. There are many ways of having sense for living, sense of being living in them, in men and in women. Some have completely the emotion of something being what they are needing for being one going on being living, and some of such of them have not at all in them any feeling of any one thing having it as being the thing they are needing to be having it to be, to have them being ones going on being and living, being and living, being living. Some have some of such feeling and not any such thing. Not any such thing has any value for them. I am knowing one who knew young some, and Flint a little, and heard of more, and came to dine with Alfred and Minnie Hersland, and this one was one being certain that he was one loving with intensity, a powerful thing, and this one was loving with intensity the emotion of feeling a thing being a powerful thing, and so this one was always hoping but really never being one doing anything that gave to him satisfaction, and this is very common. I am not just now liking everyone, not at all. Each one is too completely herself, himself inside her, inside him, and repeating sometimes with some changing, sometimes with more him, and repeating sometimes with some changing, sometimes with more emphasizing, sometimes with a weakening feeling, sometimes more loudly, sometimes more faintly the being in that one. And I certainly do just now not want to be certain of this thing, and I am completely certain of this thing. And I know now certainly that there are very many, most everyone, not wanting to be certain inside them that each one is repeating always all the being in them being themselves inside them. I can see just now, in me, that for very many living, this is not at all a romantic thing, this knowing that each one always is repeating. I know that mostly everyone will not ever be really certain of this thing. I am always certain of this thing. I am all solid in this thing that is full up, that is satisfied, that is comfortable, that is interested, that is noticing, that is stirred by this thing. I will not just now be mentioning again this thing. Minnie Mason married Alfred Hersland when he was loving again in his living, and they were succeeding well enough in being married living. They went on being and married living. It interested them enough. It interested some others in the beginning. Mostly it was not so very interesting. They're being in married living. They're succeeding well enough in married living. Alfred Hersland succeeding well enough in living. Mostly everyone they were knowing succeeding well enough in living. I am interested in this thing. Minnie Mason certainly did love very much and very often. She certainly did very much of this thing. She came to loving one and being loved by that one, and to marrying that one, and marrying then was almost then a successful thing for the two of them. It was not then a successful thing. She had come then to almost marrying another one instead of the one she married then, and that would have been almost a successful thing in having married living. She came later, as I was saying, to marrying Alfred Hersland. That was quite a successful thing in having married living. As I was saying, she was one certainly loving very often. She was one, as I was saying, certainly loving very much, and as I was saying, she certainly did this thing very often. In a way, she went on knowing the one she had been married to. In a way, she went on knowing everyone. She knew James Flint, and he knew Patrick Moore, and Patrick Moore knew Alfred Hersland, and Minnie Mason married Alfred Hersland. She was, as I was saying, in a way, knowing everyone. She, as I was saying, in a way, went on knowing each one she ever had been knowing. In a way, she went on knowing the one she had been married to, the one she almost had been marrying. She was then successfully marrying and being in married living with Alfred Hersland. She was then going on knowing James Flint and Moore, and even young then, as I was saying. Pat Moore thought it certainly a very good thing that Alfred Hersland married Minnie Mason. He said to everyone he thought it a very good thing. He did think it to be a very good thing that Minnie Mason married Alfred Hersland. He knew Minnie, and he knew Alfred, and he always went on knowing them, and he very often took dinner with them. Flint did not see any of them very often. He sometimes saw them. He saw more, and he saw Hersland and Minnie Hersland when he came to see them. Young did not see any of them often. He did sometimes see them. He did sometimes see Mr. and Mrs. Hersland, and he did once in a while see more, and once in a while he saw James Flint. They all thought it was a very good thing that Hersland and Minnie were married, and living contentedly in married living, and were then succeeding quite well in living. Moore was quite certain that it was a good thing that Hersland and Minnie were marrying. Some are very happy loving someone. Some are very happy then loving another one. Someone is very happy in loving one. Someone is very happy in loving and then is very happy in loving another one. Minnie Mason was such a one. It is quite common to be quite happy sometime in being loving. It is quite common to be happy in loving one and to be happy in loving another one. This is quite common. Minnie was quite happy in loving one, and she married that one, and she was quite happy in loving another one, and she did not marry that one, and she was quite happy in marrying another one, and she did marry that one. Certainly it was quite right. Moore was certain of this thing, that any one with the name of Minnie Mason should be happy in loving someone. Minnie was happy in loving one, and she was happy in loving that one. She married that one, and she was almost then succeeding in married living with that one. She did not keep on being married to that one. She in a way always was knowing that one. She in a way always knew it as quite a happy thing in her living, that this one certainly would be doing something when she asked him to be doing something. She was very happy just then when she was marrying this one and loving another one, and she was never going to be marrying, and she never married that one. And she certainly would have been almost succeeding in married living with that one. She was in a way all her living knowing this one. She was in a way certain that this one would be doing something. She would ask him if she ever would come to be asking him to do something. She was then, later, as I was saying, happy in loving Hersland. She married him. She was succeeding then in married living. He was succeeding then in living. She was of the resisting kind of them, but resisting was in her constantly trickling out of her as steadily attacking. Very often she was doing very much lying, as I was saying. She had really sense for living, as I was saying. Resisting being came trickling out of her. There was a great deal always trickling out of her. It was as attacking being to mostly everyone knowing her. As I was saying, she had sense for living. As I'm saying, she and Alfred Hersland successfully went on living and married living until they came one and then the other of them to be old ones and then dead ones. Minnie Hersland had and in a way had not at all had sense for being and living. She was not in a way continuing in being living, but in a way she was by not stopping being living. She was then in a way all her living continuing being living. In a way, she was not ever to herself inside her and being continuing being living. Going on being living in men and women, in all of them, is an interesting thing. Each one has that in them, the way their kind in men and women can have it in them. Minnie then, all her living was in a way continuing being living. In a way, she was not ever in her being continuing being living. As I was saying, she was loving very much and very often. As I was saying, in a way, she had sense really for living. As I was saying, she was, in a way, always going on knowing anyone she ever had been knowing. These are all now living, these I have been. These I am now describing. They were then Alfred Hersland and Julia Hersland, and each one of them knew some who were then doing living. Some have sense for living by the emotion in them. Some have sense for living by being certain that each thing is existing. Some have not any sense for living by emotion, by being certain that that everything is existing. Some of such have it in them that they are certainly going to be going on living. As I was saying, Julia Denning was one almost not having any sense for living. She was one certainly going to be going on being living. What there was in her of sense for living was sense of living by emotion being in her. She did certainly in a way have a very little sense of living from emotion in her. She did certainly have it in her to be one going to be going on living. This was courage in her, and to everyone ever knowing her. She did, as I was saying, have sweetness of a little having sense for being living by having really emotion in a way of her. not emotion as loving, emotion as being and living. She had, in a way, this really in her. As I could be saying, there are some living to be ones being good for living. There are some living to be ones making themselves and others good for living. There are some living because they are certain that there is some good to someone in their being living. There are some living certain that each one has some good in living. There are some living needing to be certain that sometime someone will be a good one. There are some living hoping sometime to be certain that some will be good ones in living. There are some living who are certain that not anyone not being a good one is really being and living. There are some living that are not certain by their thinking that any way is a good one, but they have it in them to be only able to be living by considering living in the way of something to be done, to be a good one, to make someone be a good one, to have it that in living there will be good ones. There are some in living that are certain that they must be one being a good one. There are all these, and then there are, as one might say, schools of each one of these ways of being, of many being these things with not much feeling in them of such a thing to make them be doing much living. I will now tell about Julia Denning and a whole lot more of men and women. Some men are certainly sometime loving a woman. Some women are certainly sometime loving some man. Some men are sometime certainly loving some woman. Very many men are thinking the woman they are loving a very wonderful thing. Very many men are sometime loving, each one of them, someone. Some of these are not really thinking the one they are loving to be such a wonderful one. Many women are sometimes in their living loved by some man. Some are needing this for being one to themselves being living. Some are liking such a thing very well for keeping on being living. Some are excited in this thing. Some are certain that they are going on living having this thing. Some are always thinking they are not going on in living having this thing. And then there are very many, the women who are, as it were, schools following in the feeling of someone having a feeling in them of having had, going to be having some men loving them. There are some women, quite some of them, who have it as being that they are completely feeling one thing when they are feeling that thing. These, then, are wonderful ones to anyone loving them. They are eternal things having it in them to be completely one thing. These may be ones having any kind of thing and feeling, but each time feeling is in them, they are feeling that thing with the whole of them. And these can then give to anyone loving them the feeling that being one is a thing not having any beginning or any ending. And so then, many being in the state of having loving for them, by someone of such of them, many have it in them, then that infinite and eternal has really meaning. A thing not beginning and not ending is certainly continuing. One completely feeling something is one not having begun to feel anything, because to have a beginning means that there will be accumulation and then gradually dying away as ending, and this cannot be where a thing is a complete thing. So then, many women give to the men loving them the awe-inspired feeling of realizing an eternal thing. And that is very satisfying, and so very many men are very much liking having this kind of loving given to them. Now, I'm saying this is in some women, not only in loving, but in living, they are completely feeling something. There are very great many women living not at all completely feeling anything. And they are sometimes loving someone, and they are sometimes being loved by someone. Loving is a very nice thing to very many doing that thing. It is not at all a nice thing to very many doing that thing. Now, as I'm saying, Julia Hirschland, who had been Julia Denning, came to know a good many men and women in her living. In her younger living, she had not known anyone not in Denning family living or visiting. Now she was coming now, when she was no longer succeeding in married living, she was coming to know some men and women. She came to know David Hirschland, brother of her husband, Alfred Hirschland. She came to know James Cranach and his wife, Miriam. She came to know Theodore Summers and to know very well then William Beckling. And she came to know pretty well, not so very well, because Helen really did not like Julia Hirschland in her daily living. She came to know Helen Cook. Julia came to know Rachel Sherman, although Rachel was certain that Helen was right about her feeling about living being in Julia Denning, as some called her then. And then later, Rachel married Adolf Herman, and then with not any changing in her feeling, she was a very dear friend in her feeling and in Julia Hirschland's feeling. And Julia had known, and then was not any longer knowing Charles Kohler. And then there was Arthur Keller, whom in a way everyone was quite certain would come to be sometime a brother-in-law to her. And then there was one she was certainly needing to be, one certainly to be existing as being one certainly teaching someone something, Linda Hearn. And then there was the whole family that were relations to her. And then there was Florentine Cranach, who was a cousin of James Cranach. And then there was Hilda Breslau, who might come later to be a sister-in-law to her, but who really later married another Ernest Brakes, who was a painter. And then there was Selma Denning, who had married into the Denning family, and then had not any love for anyone who was not a Denning. And then there was Ella and Fred and their little baby, Robert Houseman, who came very often to stay with them, the Dennings, and with Mrs. Hersland. And then there was Mrs. Conkling, the aunt of Selma Denning. And then there was a cousin of Mrs. Conkling, and she had 5 children, and they were all girls, and all in a way earning their living, and very nice girls and home living, and Julia liked going out with them. And then there was a doctor who did not do any practicing, Dr. Florence Arden, who was quite an entirely magnificent woman, and Julia liked meeting her when she met her at any concert or at any meeting. And then there was a very rich man, Mr. James Curson, and his wife, Mrs. Bertha Curson, who were extremely delighted to know Mrs. Hersland and Julia Hersland, who was completely happy in spending some time in the country with them. That's all just now. Sure. There are some women, there are some men who are all their living certain that they are not liking it, that everyone is living the way each one is living, that they are not liking it, that they are living the way they are living, that they are not living another way in living. Some are certain that they are needing, that everyone should be in a way, trying to be a good one. Some are all their living certain of this thing. Some are all their living in the living of being certain of this thing. Some could be certain of this thing. Some can and are. Some are certain of this thing, that each one should be one trying to be a good one. They are completely certain of this thing, and they are then of the school of this thing. And they are that all their living certainly one certain of this thing, that each one should be one in a way trying to be a good one. Good?
Great. Thank you. Next, we have Miles McManus, Kate Shepherd. Thank you. We are on page 703. First paragraph, beginning, Julia knew Mr. and Mrs. James Miriam Cranach.
Julia knew Mr. and Mrs. James Miriam Cranach, and she knew Theodore Summers, and she knew William Beckling, and she knew very many other men. All of these were in some way certain that each one in living should in a way be doing something so that everything would be a good thing for someone. So then, to give a little description of Theodore Summers and Miriam Cranach and James Cranach and William Beckling, and then to give some description of Julia Hersland, knowing each one of them. Theodore Summers was one certainly quarreling so as to make some kinds of men do something, one certainly do something so that some should be certain that they were having for living what they were needing. Theodore Summers certainly was hotly quarreling sometimes for this thing. In a way, Julia liked very much understanding Summers being one quarreling to win something. In a way, she wanted to follow after him. In a way, she certainly did not follow after him. Later, she did not at all follow him. Summers was certainly, in a way, to Julia for a time complete in important living, of being one certainly giving it to her to have for living, certainly learning something, and he did not give it to her, that denning living was certainly completely honest living, because he was not ever feeling anything about anything like any such thing, and so then he was not really important to her. He had completely energy in living. He was not one certainly going on being living as Julia Hirslin certainly was going to be going on doing. And so in a way, Summers was not to Julia really completely in her living. I will tell a little more a little later about him. Miriam Cranich was really a friend to Julia Hirslin, and that was an important thing. And that was, in a way, not at all an important thing. Miriam was a resisting one, really living in a religion that, in a way, was completely certain to be leading to be certain that not anyone would be good enough, one to help themselves in anyone, and it did not lead Miriam to the thing, and it did lead Miriam to be certain of this thing. Julia Hirslin was certain that Miriam was completely an honest one for daily living, but she was not needing Miriam for this thing. She was not needing Miriam for the religion in Miriam. She was not really needing Miriam. She and Miriam were completely faithful friends in living, and this was not important to anyone as being inside in any one, and both of them were certain, in a way, living inside in them. And this is certain, and in a way, it is a little strange thing, and I will tell sometime some more about this thing. Julia Hirslin might later have come to marry William Beckling, but William came then to be quite a sick man, and he had then certainly to take care of himself in living, and he would not then marry any woman. I will tell more about him. He was in a way, acting as if he were almost certain that someone should be a good one for living. This is all now, for just beginning, a description of living in him. Mostly all of these whom Julia knew met the others she knew then, but very many did not like some of the others they met then. Some did like very much some of those they met then. Some did not come to know any of the others they met then. Some did come to know some of the others they met then. As I was saying, Julia had in a way not come to have any friends in her personal living, in her younger living. This is quite common. This is quite astounding to those who have had friends personal to them in their living, but it is certainly very common, quite extraordinarily common, that young women and younger ones and young men and younger ones have not had anyone who was personally a companion to them. As I am saying, this is really extraordinarily common. It is also very uncommon, as I am saying, and very many are knowing. Julia Denning then had, in a way, in her younger living, not had really anyone personally a companion to her. She was herself inside her and giving a stamp that decidedly to herself, to every one of herself on Denning, living as being in her being living. She was then being in Denning family living. That is now certain. Now then, to begin again, the long list of those she came to know as Alfred Hirslin. Some of them she knew earlier. Certainly William Beckling, very little Miriam Cranich, quite well in Denning family living. Charles Kohler. She had heard Adolf Herman, and as the rest, perhaps she had met them, knew of someone knowing them, perhaps not. That really is not an important thing to anyone accepting to me, who am interested in knowing everything, every little thing. I will then begin remembering these things. Julia Hirslin, too, knew David Hirslin. She, in a way, knew some that knew him. He, in a way, knew everyone she knew then. She, in a way, knew about some of those Alfred Hirslin was knowing then. She did not later know anything of those Alfred Hirslin was knowing. Really, almost all her living, she knew William Beckling. She did not come to marry him. That was because he became a sick man and was certain that it was not right for him to marry any woman. She knew Theodore Summers a few years. She always sometimes heard something about him. Later, when she did not any longer often see him, it was a little then an important thing in her living as part of really learning anything, as part of being one certainly, and she was certainly such a one as part of being in courageous being, one going on, certainly going on being living. She came to know the Cranachs after she was married one. They had a little known William Beckling. They did not care about him. They had known David Hirslin. They liked knowing him. Julia, afterwards, to the end of her living, knew them really for her daily living. There will be a history written, a short one of her, and each one of them. Helen Cook knew Julia after she was Mrs. Hirslin. Helen knew Mrs. Cranach. She knew William Beckling. She knew David Hirslin. She really did not interest herself really to know any of them then. She later came to know David Hirslin as the thing interesting to her for the living being in her. She always, all her living, knew Julia Hirslin. She did not find that at all interesting. Rachel Sherman married Adolf Herman. Adolf Herman knew William Beckling. Rachel Sherman knew Helen Cook very well then, and she met William Beckling and Mrs. Alfred Hirslin, and then Adolf Herman, and then she married him. I will tell about that thing. The Hermans, in a way, always went on knowing and later learning anything with Mrs. Hirslin. That was interesting. I will tell about this thing. Charles Kohler was one in a way in Denning family living. Later, they were not certain that in a way he had been in Denning family living for some time. Not anybody in Denning family living saw him. Julia sometimes saw him then. She never was certain whether he had been in his feeling ever in Denning family living. He was not in any way to anyone in Denning family living or to anyone knowing Julia Hirslin, an important one. Linda Hearn was a man, certainly teaching something. Julia had heard of him. She liked it, that all the rest of his living she could know him. Arthur Keller, as I said, she came to know as he came to be perhaps going to be a brother-in-law. I will tell about him later in the history of David Hirslin. Then there was Hilda, who married Ernest Brakes, and she might have married George Denning. I will tell a little about her and more about her later. She never completely wanted to know Julia Hirslin, and yet She liked it very well that she did not know Julia Hirslin. She married Ernest Brakes, and she sometimes met the Dennings later, and when she went out somewhere. Then there were other ones, as I said in telling about those Julia was knowing. I will begin again telling about everyone Julia Hirslin was knowing. There certainly are kinds in men and women. There certainly are things hurting each one living. The things hurting each one hurt them in a way their kind of in men and women are hurt by anything. Sometimes it is astonishing to someone that they are affected by something in a way that in the way their kind of them in men or in women are certain to be affected by the thing, and they did not know of which thing they were, and that they would be affected the way their kind in men and women is always being affected by something, and so they found it completely astonishing to know it of themselves that they were affected that way by that thing. Some know quite certainly by the middle of their middle living how they are going to be affected by each thing. Very many are never really certain about this thing. Quite a number come to be quite certain about this thing. Some can be certain about other ones about this living, about this thing. Some are quite certain but are not really knowing this thing. Some are not certain and are not really knowing this thing. Each kind then in men and women have it to have that all of them are hurt in some way by something that can hurt them. This is just now in me by my feeling. Some of each kind of them have it to be much less hurt than others of their kind of them by anything. Some of each kind of them can be almost quite completely hurt by something hurting them. Each kind of them in men and women have it in them to have their own way of having frightened feeling in them by something really scaring them. Some of each kind in men and women are not very much frightened by anything scaring them. Some are very much scared by something frightening them. Some easily have their way of being frightened in them. Some need very much frightening to have their way of being frightened. The way of being frightened of their kind of them come out of them. I'm beginning now telling more of Miriam Cranich, who was a kind of them of whom many have it to have religion in them so that they are in living really ones having really inside them and outside of them distinction from this thing. Some of such of them are fairly happy ones in living, but very many of such of them are happy really only by religion. These are the resisting kind in men and women, that is to say, they are of dependent, independent kind. They have it in them not to be really dependent, not to be really independent. They have completely the sensitivity, the sensitiveness of resisting being, but they are not sensitive to anything that is not to their feeling connected with the relation of themselves, of someone, to the universal feeling. They have not at all engulfing being, although some of them almost suggest such a thing. They have not at all resisting, although some of them very much suggest a thing. They seem to be resisting, because they are not responding to anything that is to them, whatever meaning that word many have for them, not God-given. They seem, some of them, to be engulfing because they are completely sensitive to that thing. These have it very often that they have not any power of expressing themselves about anything that does not completely touch them. Many of these, if it were not for the looks of them, would seem from their talking of, or their writing generally, to be quite stupid ones. Miriam was such a one. I will not tell very much just now about her, because sometime later, when I tell more about men and women, I will tell about Miss Orienride, who married Olaf Lawson. I will then tell all I know then about this kind in men and women, how they have religion in them, how they can be hurt by something, how they can be frightened when something has scared them. I told something about Miriam Cranach knowing Julia Denning Hersland. I have already told something about this thing. Always something is happening, and one is then feeling something, and sometimes one is then one knowing how some other one felt when something was happening. Someone can understand then, always, sometime, how some other one was feeling sometime about something. William Beckling was one who was almost, for him, completely, brilliantly succeeding in living, and then he came to be a sick one, and he was certain then that it would not be right for him to marry a woman. Beckling was almost completely, brilliantly succeeding in living, as I was saying. He did not begin early in his living to be so brilliantly succeeding, but about the middle of his middle living, he was certainly almost quite brilliantly succeeding.
Almost all these I have been saying who are knowing Julia Hersland were succeeding pretty well in living. Ernest Brakes, who married Linda Breslau, who might have come to marry George Denning, was never succeeding any too well in living. They were happy ones enough in being living Brakes and his wife Hilda. Henry Sherman and his wife Rachel were in a way successful in living, quite successful in living, in a way quite happy in living, happy enough in living. They were to very many, knowing them, and to themselves, all their living, very happy, quite successful ones in being living. They were loving each other, that is certain, and were pleasant to each other completely in being husband and wife, living together, and going about together. They both had much intention, much aspiration, much conviction, much sensitiveness in living. They did not have very much that hurt them, but some things did hurt them. Perhaps some things frightened them. That is not certain. They did not have religion, but they each had complete devotion to being certain that each one was to be one really and truly working, was one really and truly working. These came to know Julia Hersland always more in their living and in her living. They came to be almost always, more or less, in each other's daily living. I cannot describe them more because I do not know what to be certain about in thinking about them. Sometime I will be more certain, and then I will begin again about them. I will tell more now about Julia Hersland and each one she came to know in living, and how she came to know them, and I will tell more and more about all the living ever being in her. I could go on and on. I'm so certain that it would be a very important thing if some other going on being living, some other ones going on being in living, could be knowing really how to be distinguishing the resisting from the attacking kind in men and women. could be understanding the way having it in them to have religion in them is in them of the resisting kind of them, is in them of the attacking kind of them. I'm so certain that I am knowing a very great deal about being in men and in women that it certainly does seem as if something would be missing, if not anyone could be coming to know from me all of that everything. And now I'm sad with this thing, for certainly I will be going on with all this thing, and certainly then not anyone will be rightly certain about someone, which kind of being that one has in them, resisting or attacking, and how religion is in that one. But then I'm remembering that everyone being ever in living is pretty well used to this thing, that someone has it to have knowing, realizing something, and not anyone else even later has that thing. And so then I will go on writing, and not for myself and not for any other one, but because it is a thing I certainly can be earnestly doing with sometimes excited feeling, and sometimes happy feeling, and sometimes longing feeling, and sometimes almost indifferent feeling, and always with a little dubious feeling. I could, though, be so wise, and I am so wise, and it would be so nice for me to be certain that from some other one could be a wise one, a little less wise than I am, who am the original wise one. I could then be so pleased with this thing, with being certain that with me there would be an increasing of wise realization, and then I'm remembering it is like when I was younger one. I was for years so sorry about things important and something being lost, and someone being a dead one by an accident when he was a young one, and then later I was certain I would not be using that thing that was lost and would not be reading something if it had been written, and if I did not need that thing, very likely not anyone would really be needing that thing, and whatever anyone is having is plenty good enough, unless they want some other thing, and perhaps they will find that other thing. And anyhow, nobody can be a wise one in the way I am just now a wise one. So I will go on, and if anybody comes to be like me a wise one, why then there will have come to be another wise one. I am almost certain I am completely a wise one. I will not tell any more now about this thing. I will tell now some more about religion and about attacking and about resisting being, and I will tell some more now about everything, and perhaps sometime I will be sad again about not anyone ever having the understanding of being in men and women that I am having. Julia Denning came to know each of them, some men and some women, and so for now to finish them and her up. Sometime, and it will be in the history of David Hirschland that it will be done, I will be telling more about each one coming to be sometimes a dead one, a completely dead one. I like it very much that each one, all their lives, have it that they are in some way being living ones. Very often, to very many, they are very faintly repeating to themselves that anyone that they are being living ones than when they are living. Some are not, when they are dead ones, letting anyone having known them be really certain that they are then dead ones. Always then, I am certain that sometime I will be telling very much more about everyone being in their living ones, and being sometime then a really dead ones. Being living and then being a dead one, I am certain that I will always be telling more and more about these things to everyone. Being a very happy one makes it that I can tell each one sometime about this thing about being a living one, and about being sometime then a dead one. I like very much being a happy one. A really widely certainly happy one. I like very much being a very happy one. I can tell to myself, too, and to everyone that each one in the way, it is in him, is being in his living, and each one is sometime then a dead one. I say that I will certainly tell more and more about this to everyone. I will certainly always be telling about everyone being in living and everyone being sometime a dead one. Julia Hersland was being and living, and certainly sometimes she came to be a dead one. Julia Hersland certainly was being and living, and she certainly sometime came to be a dead one. Julia was, as I was saying, one not failing, in a way not succeeding in living. Julia, in a way, certainly was quite an excited one in being and living. Julia certainly was one keeping on being and living, all her living, and then she was a dead one. Julia was, in a way, in living, not a happy one, not an unhappy one, in a way, quite a happy one. Julia was certainly one, in a way, not having been one feeling in living. She was one, in a way, succeeding in living. She came to know quite a number of men and women, and quite a number of men and women came to know her, and she was one having certainly it in her to be one being going on, being and living. She came to know a good many men and women in living, and a good many men and women came to know her, and they, mostly all of them, were succeeding in living. And in a way, she was one having been succeeding in being and living. She was of Denning family living, as I was saying. She was not of Denning family living. She went on living, being and living, as I was saying. She came sometime to be a dead one. Many others had come by then to be dead ones. Some had not yet then come to be dead ones. There are very many always living, that is certain. There are very many always living. There were then, once, very many living. Julia Hersland was one being going on and living. She came sometime to be a dead one. Julia knew some then when she was being living, and they were going then being living, and they knew her then some. Julia came to know some. She came to know each one of them sometime in her living. Julia came to know them, those I've been mentioning, each one of them sometime in her living. Julia came to know them, each one of them, sometime in her living. I was just telling someone yesterday evening that someone has it not to have in them the poignancy of experience that one thought that the other one had in living. That one had concentration in experiencing, that one had not concentration in experiencing. Having concentration in experiencing is common, but then again, it is not so very common. There was one that I was seeing yesterday evening, and this one was of the slow resisting and engulfing kind in men and women. And this one was quite solemn, and this one was not such a solid one in being a slow resisting, engulfing one, as this one was in expression, and so this one was solemn. This one could really be thinking about someone. This one had imagination. This one had sensitiveness for coming to be realizing ways of doing something. This one had not sensitiveness for realizing the feeling of something having really being really existing. This one had the feeling of being really existing. This one then had slow, solemn expression. I was telling someone yesterday evening, no, I do not think I was telling anyone this thing yesterday evening. I would have been telling someone yesterday evening that if I had not, in a way, had not been wanting to tell that one this thing, that each one could be finding another one interesting if each one felt another one being in the act of feeling the way that one really is feeling being living. I cannot come to be more certain ever of anything than I am of how very interesting it is to me in my being, one being living, to be certain of the feeling that there is being in each one, and how that feeling comes out of each one as expression. The one I was going to be telling this thing to last evening is one having it that he is sympathetically realizing this about each one who has been expressing himself in something written or painted, or winning and fighting or governing, or thinking or discovering. This one cannot be rightly certain, although this one is very often telling about this thing, and this one is very often quite certain what is being in, is in anyone as experiencing when the expression is not a formulated one. Now, I can learn it by loving repeating. Loving repeating is in me, and so to me, everyone is having, as it were, coming out of them, formulated expression. Loving repeating in me makes of me then one understanding being in men and women, and the relation of expression coming out of each one to the being making them of them. So then anyone can know that being one loving, hearing, seeing, feeling, repeating has made of me a very wise one. I'm commencing now again a description of Julia coming to know some men and some women sometime in her living. I'm beginning again describing being and expression of the being in them coming out of them of some men and some women Julia came to know in living. It is a queer thing that someone wanting to be giving and giving someone something that is not giving that one what that one is wanting. It is a queer thing that some are wanting to be given some something and are giving some something and are not giving them what they are wanting, what they are needing for their living. It is a queer thing that some are realizing sometime that some other one is seeing, is remembering something that one cannot be seeing by looking, cannot be remembering by any kind of trying to remember that thing. It is a queer feeling to be really certain that one is not remembering the way another one is remembering, is not seeing the way another one is seeing. It is a queer feeling to be completely realizing the way another one is seeing something, another one is realizing something, and to be quite certain by realizing that one cannot be seeing, cannot be remembering that thing. It is a completely queer feeling, this that I am describing. It is a completely queer feeling to be realizing that someone is seeing something, is feeling something, is remembering something, to be completely realizing that one being feeling, being remembering, being seeing something, and to be completely realizing that one realizing another one's feeling, seeing, remembering that thing, cannot oneself feel, see, and remember that thing. I can say that having such a feeling is completely having a queer feeling in being one being living. I can say that I am having completely a queer feeling when I am realizing that I am not being feeling, seeing, remembering something, when I am completely realizing someone else being feeling, seeing, and remembering that thing. I have then a completely queer feeling. I have been having a completely queer feeling. I have been realizing someone being able to be feeling, remembering, seeing something, and I have been realizing that I am not able to be feeling, remembering, seeing that thing. It is not a completely queer feeling if one is not completely realizing someone's experiencing something and completely realizing not being going to be, not being experiencing that thing. This thing, then, is the complete thing in having complete queer feeling in living. I will tell about this again and again. It is in me now. It will be in me again and again. It is in me now. It will be in me very often. I am now beginning the ending of my telling about the living in Julia Hersland and Alfred Hersland and other women and other men knowing them.
Oh. Someone was saying to someone that he was an interesting one. He wanted himself to be such an earnest one. His father was not an earnest one. That was a thing he was used to in his living. His mother was an indolent one. She was pretty well used to that thing, that she was an indolent one. His brother was certainly not an earnest one. He had not any hope that he could be in living, a fellow who was just such a one as his brother was, an earnest one. He himself was not ever keeping going in being an earnest one. This one, then, was another one said of him, one asking very much of himself in living, and he was not succeeding, very likely would not be succeeding in going on being an earnest one, and he was was not a disappointed one disappointed in living. He was one not really filled with any earnest feelings in being one being living. He had earnest feelings of knowing that not anyone in his family had been living, being in living an earnest one, and this made of him in a way one who could be in living if he a disappointed one. So then, as someone said of this one was one feeling it in him that he might have been expecting, having earnest feeling coming to being inside him, but he did not come to be expecting this thing, as he was almost certain that his father did not have ever inside him earnest feeling, that his mother certainly was one going to be going on being indolent in being living, that his brother certainly never would have anything in him of earnest feeling, and then he to himself would have anything as one to be realized by him, would not come to have inside in him certain earnest feeling that was very likely to be not in him, this earnest feeling that he was expecting from someone inside him. So then this one, as this other one said of him, was a very moral man. He certainly asked a great deal of him. That is what this other one said about this one. This one that the other one said was one who was certainly a very moral one in his being, one going on being living. This one then, as I was saying, was a very moral man in being, one expecting very much from himself, inside him, in his being, one being living. He certainly was not having it in him very expectantly, feeling this expectation of having earnest feeling going on being in him, but he certainly was a moral one in having this very certain realization that not his father, not his mother, not his brother, not himself, in learning living, was an earnest one in feeling anything. It is a very amusing thing hearing some realizing other ones being moral ones in living. She should do it. She wants so much from herself to herself in living. Let her pay herself for being one going to be a good one. That is what someone is saying about someone. It is very interesting to be helping someone going to be a good one. It is certain that someone going to be good ones in living. It is certain that to some this is in some way one very becoming, one very unbecoming. It is certain that to someone in some other one is very becoming. I have been helping some with this thing, with coming to be going, to be a good one. I have been helping some very much in this thing. Each one in herself, in himself, inside her, inside him, and it is certainly a very interesting thing helping one, helping some of each kind of them to be going to be a good one. I have sometimes been helping some with very much feeling and serious consideration and steady struggling and earnest attention. I have sometimes been helping some to going to be a good one in their living for them. I have quite often been doing this thing. I am now going on telling a little more about the middle living in Julia Hirschland and in some coming to know her then. She was then to herself inside her one honest in all daily living, one certainly having courage in being, one certainly going to be going on living, one certainly going to be learning anything, one certainly to herself inside her, in a way, certainly a good one. One cousin is dead, another is quite a sick one. That is not so strange, as they are then in the middle of their middle living. It is not strange, and yet it is certainly something one is not wishing to have some happening just then. It is natural then, when there are very many of a family living and very many cousins, that sometimes some of them should be sick ones, even that once in a while one of them should come to be a dead one. In a way, it is a strange thing, because very often, for many years, not anyone in the family connected in a seriously sick one, not anyone is ever thinking of anyone they are then knowing as anywhere near to any dying. Sometimes it happens that one cousin is quite a sick one. Sometimes it happens that that all the uncles are dead by then, and only 2 aunts are still living. Sometimes it happens in a family living that all the aunts and some of the uncles are still living. Sometimes it happens that the aunts and uncles that are sisters and brothers of the mother of someone are all living, and the mother and sisters of these uncles and aunts is the only one that the family who is not then any longer living. Sometimes it happens that pretty nearly every one of the brothers of a family of someone are not any longer living, and the father then, after some more years of being living, is not any longer living. There is then sometimes in family living when there is not anyone who is then a seriously sick one, that there has not been anyone during many years coming to be not any longer a living one. Some have some feeling in them that sometime someone who is a cousin will be a seriously sick one, and someone who is a cousin will come to be not any longer living. Some are feeling that sometime quite a number who are cousins to them will not be any longer living. Julia Hirslin was at the ending of her middle living. Mrs. Denning had been for some time not any longer living. Mr. Denning was not any longer living. Julia Hirslin went on being living until well to the end of her older living. She had a brother, George, and a sister, Hortense. These were both a good deal younger. She had children who were living. She was not really ever married again, although, of course, it would have been quite a natural thing for her to marry again, and to marry William Beckling. She came, as it said, to be a sick one, but he really did not come to be a dead one until the beginning of his old living. He never can tell anything certainly about such a thing.
We have Laura and Simone Porter. Last paragraph, page 713.
I am certainly going to be telling more about feeling, being, and living. I will tell some more about feeling, being, and living, feeling certain that one is being and living in some, and then in some other men and women. I will not worry anyone just now with this thing. This is in me for me, and I am certainly not scaring myself with this thing. I certainly would not be frightening anyone in living. I certainly would be wanting everyone to be certain that they are feeling themselves being living. Some like the being they have in them. Some are frightened, and then they have to do the thing that frightens them. Some are glad that when they have been sick ones, it was a kind of a sickness that was not a very expensive one. Some, when they have a sickness, need expensive medicine to cure them. Some are certain that some other one is always certain to be needing to have money spent, and that they are kind of in men and women who are, even when they come back to be sick ones, have a kind of sickness coming to them that does not need expensive medicine for curing. Some are certain that they would be strong to be struggling if they were anywhere where they needed to be winning by fighting. One was saying that she was the kind of one who would be holding out until she would be a dead one, because it was what she needed for her satisfaction. But she said that she would not be really holding out, as she might have been doing because she would not want that her husband should be losing a chance to be earning a living by working. Some are quite right in saying that they are being one strong to be winning. Some are quite right then in saying such a thing, and those that some of them are winning and living, and some of them are not winning and living. Some are quite right in saying that they are one to certainly injure someone, and then it is someone, not that one, who is injuring that one. Some are quite right in saying they are one to injure someone. Some do then injure someone. Some do then not injure someone. Some are quite right to be asking a question after they have been silently listening while other people have been talking. Some are quite right in not then letting themselves be asking a question. Some are certainly quite right to be listening very quietly, very often. Some are quite right to be almost never doing this thing. I will now tell a very little more how Julia Hirslin and some others did everything. Each one is coming gradually to be knowing in their living that what being is inside in men and women, what are quite young ones, completely little ones, older ones, middle-aged ones, old ones, and then each one comes gradually to be knowing how being is in men and women, when women are about 60, about 50, about 55, about 40, about 45, about 30, about 28, about 26, about 22, about 18, and 14, and 11, and 7, and 5, and 3, and 2, and under 1, to be only just beginning being and living. Each one gradually is living and realizing how being is in men, how being is in women at different ages in them. Each one comes in living to know more differences than just very young living, middle living, and old living. And again, it is a startling thing to someone to be learning pieces of this thing, of the way that being is at different ages in men and women. I am just now a little realizing how old men and how old women mostly are when they are 61. I have learned a good deal about being is in men between 23 and 42. I know a good deal about 27, 25, 29, 30, 32, 34, 37, 40, and 42. And then I know a little bit about 57. And now I'm learning something about being in women and in men when they are 60 and 61. I know a good deal about them when they are very little ones, and 2 and 3 years old, 3 years old in living. Something about them when they are 11, a very little when they are 17, almost nothing when they are 18 and 15. I know a very little about them when they are 21. I know that being is very different in them at different ages and different kinds in men and women. I know that Some, when they are 60, are healthy ones, and some, when they are 60, are not at all healthy ones. I know some, when they are 60, are pretty well worn, and then some are dead before they come to be that age and living, and some are quite young men and quite young women in eating, sleeping, moving, talking, and enjoying, and always that each one is learning and living, how being is in each one ever living at different ages in their being living. And I am now just being quite as astonished, an astonished one, finding it is quite astonishing to be really realizing being 60 years old and being in living in men and in women. Alfred Hirschland came to be older than 60 in living. Julia came to be a little older in living. Minnie, who married Alfred later, did not come in living to be 60 before she came to an ending. Mr. Denning came to be 60, and he was pretty well beginning then to be quite an old man. Mr. Hirschland came to be older, a good deal older than 60, before he was not any longer one being living. He was, when he was 60 in a way, then a completely old one. He was then in a way, then not at all a completely old one. I will tell about being old ones later in the description of Denning and Hirschland family, living being completely then for that generation ended and ending. Minnie Mason, as I said, was married to Alfred Hirschland. She would never have it that she would not be married to him when they were beginning to be needed being one in living. She certainly saw it that they could then be married and quite reasonably happily married. She knew David Hirschland then. She told him she liked him and she would be a nice sister-in-law to him. She was quite a nice sister-in-law to him. She had not really much interest in Alfred being married to Julia Denning, except that it would be certain that Julia should be freed from him so that she herself should marry Alfred Hirschland when they came to need to be together for living. So then Alfred Hirschland went on living as I'm saying. Julia Hirschland went on living as I have been saying. I will now tell a little more about these things, about being and living. Certainly some are living each other more in living than mostly anyone is loving any other one. This was not a thing ever coming to be in Julia Denning. This was not a thing that ever came to be really in Alfred Hirschland. They had loving beings sometimes in them, each one of them. I have said this of them again and again. Almost everyone, ever knowing either one of them, thought of each one of them, that they had each one of them sometime loving feeling in them. I have told about loving feeling being in Alfred Hirschland. I have told about loving feeling being in Julia Denning. In a way, loving feeling could be quite poignantly in Julia Denning, and she could have sweetness in her that is being in her then. In a way, though, as I was saying, she had always in her stupid being as having it in her to be always resisting having any way in her of really learning anything. In a way, she did not have any sweetness in her with this being in her. This stupid being was certainly always being in her and active enough inside her. In a way, she certainly had not really sweetness as actively in her as there was not any sweetness in her with the stupid being of her active in her, and stupid being in her was always active inside her. She was certainly not one learning anything in being one being and living. She was certainly having a dominant courage in her from being one, certainly going on being living. She was one having certainly earnest intention as being in her from being one always wanting to have teaching being in the world as always existing. She was one being fairly interesting from being one really excited and being one always being living. She was one certainly being harsh and being troublesome and being without realizing anything, without feeling anything, in being one needing anything as anything could be to her, as something in which to be feeding. She certainly was one having affection, and being in Denning family living, she was one having certainly sometimes loving feeling and having this poignantly with sweetness in being and sweetness in kissing, and she was certainly having stupid being as being in her all living, so that she was everlasting, actively resisting change at all and attacking. She was one, as I was saying, not succeeding, not failing in living. I am not certain that I will just tell any more about the being in Julia Denning. Later I will tell more about her in the history of David Hersland that I will now very soon be writing. Certainly I will tell more of her and some of who knew her and whom David knew by knowing her, and some who knew him and when they knew her because he knew her just then. I certainly will not tell any more about being in her, about living in her. I certainly will tell some about being in her, about living in her later. I certainly will later be telling something that I have not yet been telling. I do not yet know about her what I will be telling about her later. I certainly be telling more about her later. I'm quite certain of this thing. When I was young, I was needing someone to teach me something I was needing just then. I was then at the ending of my beginning being in living. Someone then began teaching me that the thing I was needing just then, that one was then teaching me that thing I was needing just then. I was paying that one for teaching me that thing, the thing I was needing just then. Once I was saying to this one, I will not be paying you today. I will pay you in 3 weeks. You will wait till then, I said to this one. This one said, yes, I will wait until then, but I am now asking you to tell me what you were meaning when you were saying to me and to yourself then that you have not money to pay me today for this thing. Do you mean that you cannot get the money to pay me today? Is that what you were meaning, that you cannot get it today if you need it today? Is that your meaning? I said, no, that is not my meaning. I mean that I have not the money today and that I will have it in 3 weeks. That is what I am meaning by what I am saying. You mean you will say not get it today because you are feeling you are not really needing to have it today. That is your meaning, said that one. No, I said, that is not the way to understand this thing. I have not got the money today, and I will have it in 3 weeks from today. My brother sends me my money every month, and that is what I mean by what I am saying. That is what I am meaning, said that one. You are needing the money today to your feeling. I am needing the money today, we will say to my feeling, but you do not need the money today to your feeling. That is what you are meaning. Money is a thing like working. You are giving it when you are feeling that you are needing the money to be giving it. I am giving work because I am needing money to be receiving it, said this one. I had a confused feeling then. Money was something I was owning, yes, but not owning because it was like being in myself that I needed to be living. Having money was as natural to me then as being in living, and I could not be spending it irregularly. I must spend it as an income. I had it, yes, but not to give except when regularly I had some. It was confusing that I was so certain I had not the money then, and yet certainly I could get the money then, but it was not possible to get the money then, for I could not feel I could be needing really to be spending the money I could get then when it was not the time to get this money as money to be spending. Some have such a feeling in living. Some have not such a feeling in living. Some cannot really believe it that anyone is spending money when they're not certain that the family have money that gives that money to them. Some really can never believe this thing of anyone. Some are certain that everyone who is not living by daily pay for working can ever be without having enough for some kind of living. I am feeling always more and more in living now, certainly. Some are certain of something. In a way, it is a personal thing for them. In a way, it is a family affair in them. In a way, it is a way of living in a national way for them. In a way, it is a way of living of the local way in them. In a way, it is a way of living their kind and men and women have been in living. It is certainly quite completely a difficult thing for anyone to be remembering how anyone else is doing their daily living in a way that is quite a difficult thing for some, for quite a few number of men, for quite a number of women, to remembering how they were getting along from time to time to be in living. It is very often astonishing to be realizing complete being and living in men and in women. It is certainly astonishing to know it of each one, what that one has done in being and living in himself, inside him, to himself inside him, with other ones, with some other ones, to have any other one, to someone. I am saying this because I am in living and because very many men and very many women are living. I'm saying this because I am certainly am going to be in living because very many men and very many women are certainly going on being in living.
Simone Porter, second paragraph, page 718.
Alfred Hirschland and Minnie Mason and Patrick Moore and James Flint and McKinley Young and David Hirschland and George Denning and Hortense Denning and Julia Hirschland and Theodore Summers and William Beckling and Helen Cook and James Cranach and Miriam Cranach and Rachel Sherman and Adolph Herman and Charles Kohler and Linda Hearn and Arthur Keller and Florentine Cranach and Hilda Breslau and Ernest Brakes and Selma Denning and Ella Husman, and Robert Hausman, and Fred Hausman, and Floris Arden, and James Curson, and Bertha Curson, and Hilda Nadenfield, and Alger Audenried, and everyone who knew any one of them were sometime being and living, were all their living going on being and living. All men and all women ever having been, being and living are certainly feeling something in them about going on being and living. Each one of them certainly sometimes is going on being and living, doing something, and then is going on being and living, doing some other thing. Each one ever having been and living has certainly been and living, feeling certain in some way of doing something. It is, as I say, certainly to some, an astonishing thing to be knowing in some other one the way that one has is to be in living certain about being one doing something in some way. Not anyone really is certain in doing something in some way. That one is certainly not certain enough in doing that thing that way to be ever in the living that one really doing that thing in any such way in the living of that one. As I am saying, each one ever having been, being and living is doing something in some way, is certain in some way in some way being living, is going on in some way being and living, certainly most everyone. As I am saying, there has been being, there is being in some of these I have been mentioning, in Alfred Hirschland and Martha Hirschland and Julia Denning and David Hirschland and George Denning and Hortense Denning and William Beckling and Minnie Mason and Charles Kohler and Pat Moore and Florence Arden and James Flint and Robert Hausman and Adolph Herman and McKinley Young and Selma Denning and Hilda Breslau and Arthur Keller and James Flint and every other one they were any of them ever knowing and every other living when any of them were going on being living and every other one being living when they were not any longer going on being living. Any of them or any other one before any one of them were being and living, being then being living, every one then of all these certainly sometime in a way was going on being and living, was certainly being some way in being living. This is enough to say just now about each one of them. This is what I am saying just now about each one of them. I will certainly say this about each one of them again and again. This is the ending of just this way of going on telling about being in some men and in some women. This is the ending of this way of telling about being having been and being in Alfred Hirschland and Julia Denning. David Hirschland. I do ask some, I would ask everyone. I do not ask some because I am quite certain that they would not like me to ask it. I do ask some if they would mind it if they found out that they did have the name they had then, and had been having been born not in the family living they are living in then, if they had been born illegitimate. I ask some, and I would ask everyone, only I am quite certain very many would not like to have me ask it if they would like it, if they would very much dislike it, if they would make a tragedy of it, if they would make a joke of it, if they found they had in them blood of some kind of a being that was a low kind to them. I would like to know how everyone can be feeling about such a thing, if they have any feeling about any such thing. David Hirschland was the younger son of Mr. David Hirschland and Mrs. Hirschland. In his younger living, he never thought about any such thing as that about which I have just been telling. In his later living, he liked thinking about some feeling such things, thinking such things being in men and women. Some, when they are quite young ones, are thinking then about such things. He was never at all, when he was a young one, thinking about any such thing. This is to be now a history of him. What am I believing about living? I am believing that I am not certain when I am saying something from being one, being then, being loving, that I am meaning anything by what I am then saying. I am not certain that I am not then having being in being, one being, loving that is having the meaning as being of what I am then saying. I am believing that I am not certain about being in one meaning, what one being in being loving is saying. I am believing that I am not certain being loving in one is in one then meaning what that one is then saying. I am believing that I am not certain that being is not in one meaning what that one being then being loving is saying. What is it I am knowing about living? I certainly am not knowing that I am not knowing everything about being in living. I am not certain that I am knowing everything about being living. I am not certain that I am not knowing everything about being living. I am not certain that I am knowing everything about being living. I know that I am not certain about what I would do for someone, what I would not do for someone. Not any one is certain so that acting by them shows it to anyone what they would do for someone, what they would not do for someone. Each one then would do something for someone, would not do something for someone, would do something for anyone, would not do something for anyone. Some are quite certain about themselves in this thing. Some are quite not certain about themselves in this thing. Not any one is rightly certain about themselves about this thing. Perhaps not any one is really certain about themselves about this thing. Perhaps one is certain about that one about this thing. I know I am not certain about what I would do for someone, what I would not do for someone. Someone having someone who was with them become a dead one could be saying, when someone was saying something, that one does not know he is a dead one. He will never know that thing. He does not know he is a dead one, someone said of someone who was a dead one. Someone could be certain that someone who is a dead one would not know he was a dead one. Someone could not know that some other one who was a dead one would not know that that one was a dead one. Someone then has been quite certain that someone who was with them when that one was a dead one did not know then that one was a dead one. Some have been certain that every one who is a dead one does not then know that that one is a dead one. It is a surprising thing sometimes to be learning which ones of someone has been knowing are quite certain and say the thing then as a very simple thing that anybody can be knowing, that someone who has been with them being a dead one is not knowing that that one is a dead one. It is certainly something that some are saying when someone who was with them is a dead one, that that one is not knowing then that that one is a dead one. Some like very well to be hearing someone say this thing, that someone is a dead one, and is certainly then not knowing this thing. Some like very well hearing this thing. Some are not wanting ever to be hearing anything about anyone ever being a dead one. This will soon now be the beginning of a description of living that David Hirschland did before he came to be a dead one. Some are satisfied with having been living when they are come to be a dead one, with not having had in them any very sick feeling, any very bad thing to be doing, any very hard work for them in them, not any queer feeling of not having had their head quite right inside them. Some are satisfied then with having been living ones when they have come to be a dead one. Some are not satisfied then with having come to be then a dead one. Some are satisfied, some are not satisfied with having been one being living. Some are quite satisfied with having been one having living in them. Some are not satisfied at all with this thing. Some are very satisfied with having come to be a dead one. Some are not at all satisfied with this thing. Someone gives to another one a stubborn feeling when that one could be convincing the other one if that other one would then continue listening. Some are certain that sometimes they can be convinced by someone. Some are certain they are sometimes convinced by someone. Some are certain that they could be conceived sometimes by someone, but that they won't be letting themselves ever have any such a thing happen to them. Some like being convinced of some things by someone. Someone, and I certainly never did think that one ever could do such a thing, has it to be so strongly repeating the facts that one is remembering that almost always I am always convinced that I have been wrong in my feeling. I certainly am not certain whether I can ever be certain whether I ever am when I am feeling something justified from my way of feeling anything and having such a feeling when this one is repeating the way that one is remembering everything. Someone said about someone who was saying something that seemed a very foolish thing to someone about how someone did something. But that one was not saying foolish things. She was judging from the feeling of being convenienced and inconvenienced that she would be having, and that was all that concerned her in her judging. It was not a foolish thing, then, that one had been saying. No, there are many ways of not being a foolish one in being living. There are certainly lots and lots of them of ways of not being a foolish one in being living. So then some certainly could be convincing me of many things if I go on listening. I am quite certain that this is certain. David Hirschland was a dead one before he was a middle-aged one. He was then never in his living an old one. He was dead before he came to the middle of his middle living. I am coming to know some whom I have known as middle-aged ones, as young ones. This is a pleasing thing. David Hirschland was a dead one before he was a middle-aged one. He was then never in his living a middle-aged one. He was dead before he came to the middle of his middle living. I have come to know some as being young, whom I have been knowing as middle-aged ones, as coming to be old ones. I know now what ones being young ones will come to be middle-aged ones, like some I have been knowing as middle-aged ones. This seems an easy thing. It is a very difficult thing. It is hard to be certain to one's feeling that some one has been knowing is a dead one, will not be a growing older one. Someone was saying that his grandfather had been a dead one before his grandfather was finished being a young one. That is a queer thing that a grandfather was never in his own middle living. I am coming to know now more and more of a group of them in men and women, what kind they are when they are young ones, when they are middle-aged ones, when they are old ones. Tonight I came to be certain about one group of them, what kind they are when they are young men, when they are young women. I am not yet certain about some groups of them, what they are and when they are old ones. I am not certain about some groups of them, what they are when they are middle-aged ones. I am not certain about some groups of them, what they are when they are young men, when they are young women. I am not certain about some groups of them, what they are when they are young ones, younger than young women and young men. I am certain I am not yet knowing all the kinds there are in men and women. David Hersland was come to being one, not being living, before he could come to be a middle-aged one. He was not ever then an older one, an old one, a middle-aged one. He came to be a dead one after a considerable beginning of his middle living. I know now how quite a number of groups that there are of men and women are ones existing when they are young ones. That is, young women and young men. That is just ending their beginning living, just beginning their middle living. I am beginning to know of some groups in men and women, what they have as hands and faces and ears and bodies to them and being in them and ways of acting in them when they are young men and young women, older young men and young women, middle-aged men and women, old men and women. I do not know yet very much about what any group of them are when they are young children. I am slowly spreading, very slowly spreading to them. I have not yet spread to them, not at all reached to them yet in spreading out, in knowing being in groups of men and women.
Thomas Pearce, 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph, 726, as I was saying, David Hersland.
As I was saying, David Hersland was a dead one before he was a middle-aged one. He was dead before he came to the middle of his middle living. He was then never a middle-aged one. He was then never an old one. He was one of a kind in men and women. Certainly each one is one of a kind in men and women. I am knowing more about being in each group of them when every one of a group of them is a young one and an older one, an old one. I am knowing then being in some groups of men and women as it is in them when they are young men or women, older men or women, old men or women. No one will listen while I am talking. Some have very much such a trouble in being, one being living. Some have not at all any of such trouble in them. Some will listen when I am talking. Some will not listen when I am talking. Some will listen while they are fat ones. They do not listen when after dieting they have become thin ones. These then listen to other ones, and some of these other ones could not get any listening from them before the dieting that made these come to be thin ones from having been fat ones. Some are listening to me now, and before they were always listening every evening to another one. They are listening to me now. I like them to be listening. Some who are young men and young women are listening to me now very often. Some who are now young men are listening to me now very often. They listen to me, and I am talking very much now, quite often to them. Some are very faithful in being ones listening, and these are not listening very often. I know very well one such one. Some quite older ones are listening, but then really I am not talking very much when they are listening. Some have it to be certain that not anyone ever is listening when they are talking. Some of these are mistaken, some of these are not mistaken. Some of these come to know it in them that they are not listening, being so certain in them that there cannot ever be conversation in any living for them. This will soon be a description of being in David Hersland, and how men and how women listen to him, how some listen to him, how others listen to him, how some heard him by doing talking but never listened to him, how some did not ever hear him doing any talking, how some forgot about him, how some remembered him, how some talked to him, how some said they would prefer not having ever to talk to him, how some had to talk to him, how some stopped talking with him, how some being with him liked what they were then doing, how some being with him sometimes did not at all like that thing, how some told him everything that they could think of telling, and how some were sorry they had told him, and how some were not sorry they had told him, and how some wanted to go on telling him more, and how some forgot they had told him anything. This is then to be a description of David Hesland of being and listening and talking, and being liked and disliked, and remembered and forgotten, and going on being living and dying, and being a dead one. Some are listening to me, and I tell them then the being they have in them. I tell them what they have what they have not in them, how it comes together, how it does not come together in them, how the being they have in them is important to them, how it is not important to them, how it can be active in them, how it can be not active in them, why they like having their being in them, why they do not like having their being in them. Mostly everyone has listened some when I have been telling them about being in them. Some have listened, and I have thought that they were believing what I was telling them. And then many years after, they have been telling that they were certain then that I was telling them then what I had not any reason to believe was true of them. And sometimes then later, when they tell me such a thing, they find it that I am not certain that I was not then doing this thing. Some make of themselves a new one by my telling them about the being in them, and to very many then they are quite a new one, and to some then they are not at all a new one, they are quite an old one. Some like listening, and later then they have a frightening feeling that I will influence them to be another one. They do not like very well, some of them, what they are in living. They do like some of them what they are in living. They are quite certain they do not want me to be influencing them. Some are listening, and I am talking, and I am talking, and then they ask a question, and then I say to myself that words can have a meaning to someone and a meaning to some other one, and that I was talking, and that one was intelligently listening, and that one has then asked this question. I have told so much about the being in them. I will tell, I am quite certain, some more about the being in them. This will be now much history of talking and listening. I talk one way and listen one way, and talk other ways and listen other ways, and so probably does everyone. This is to be now very much description of talking and listening, of a number of young men and young women talking, and of a number of older men and older women talking, and of each one of them, the young men and young women, and the older men and the older women listening. Some are certain that sometime some could be different ones in being living. Some are certain that sometime everyone will be a different one in being living. Some are hoping that sometime someone will be a different one. Some are certain that they are believing that something can be different in living sometime for some. Some are certain that they are believing that some can be different in each one. Something can be different in each one. Some are believing that this thing about men. Some are believing this thing about women. Some are believing this thing about men and women. Some are thinking they are believing this thing. Some are not believing that they are believing this thing. Some are always believing this thing. Some are not always believing this thing. I am not believing this thing. Another one is not believing this thing. Another one is not believing this thing. Another one is 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 not believing this thing. Another one is not believing this thing. Another one is not believing this thing. Another one is believing this thing. Another one is believing this thing. This is to be a history of David Hirschland and of his coming in his living, to be thinking again and again and very often of coming to be a dead one. This is to be a history of him and of his coming to be thinking of coming to be a dead one, and of his thinking about coming to be a dead one, and about being a dead one, and about his coming to be a dead one.
Bottom of page 728. This then is to be now a history of David Hirschland, and of talking and of listening and of thinking about being dead ones in men and women, being men and being living. This then is now to be a history of David Hirschland, and of his talking and of his hearing, talking and of his listening, and of otherwise doing listening, of very much talking and of thinking and feeling, and of everyone that ever was or is or will be in some men and some women doing living. Then this is now commencing, being a history of David Hirschland, being in living and being in talking and being listened and being talking and listening and talking and being talking and being listening and being listening. This is then now to be a history of him. Everyone is experienced in being one, being living. I am saddening with not feeling each one being experiencing as each one is having that thing. I am saddening with this thing. There are so many being and living, and there are so many I am knowing by seeing and hearing, being living, and each one of these is experiencing and being living, and I cannot be feeling that which way is experiencing. I am suffering and suffering because of this thing. I am in desolation, and my eyes large within, needing weeping, and I have a flush from feverish feeling, and I am not knowing what way one is experiencing and being living. And about some I am knowing in a general way, and I could be knowing in a more complete way. If I could be living more with that one, I never will be more with every one. I certainly cannot ever live with each one in their being and living, in my being one living. I tell you, I cannot bear in this thing, I cannot realizing experience in each one being living. I say it again and again, I cannot let myself be resting in believing this thing. It is in me, as I am realizing, being a dead one, a one being dying, and I can do this thing, and I do this thing, and I am filled then with complete desolation. I am doing this thing again and again, and I am again and again certain I will not ever be realizing, experiencing in each one of many men and very many women. I can realize something of experiencing in one of them, and of kinds of them, but I am needing to have it in me complete to each one ever living, and I know I will not, and I will never knowing being a dead one and not being a living one. I who am not believing that I will be realizing each one's experience. I do not want to realize each thing they are experiencing. I do not care about any such a thing. All that I am needing to be living is to be realizing completely how each one is experiencing with what feeling, thinking, believing, creating, and I am very certain that I will not ever be completely without each other doing such a thing. I will be completely something in such a thing with kinds and men and women and some of these kinds of men, but not with each other and not with everyone, no, certainly not with everyone. No, certainly not with everyone completely, certainly not. And more knowing, someone experiencing, and completely knowing that one makes it certain if I could live with each other, I could realize the experiencing in each one, and I cannot ever live with each one. I certainly never will be living with a good deal, and each one ever have been living. David, in beginning living, was hearing some about some things being things, and that one should be doing so as be going on being living. Such a thing as not changing a thing when he was beginning, putting it on one way, and such a thing counting such things and not such things, and such things as arranging clothing. So not in any way he could be putting one thing on the other way. He had been putting that thing on the other morning, and stepping on something and not stepping on something, and thinking something and then certainly thinking another thing, and doing and certainly then be doing another thing. and hoping something and saying and another thing, and walking around and something and walking around that same thing, and never walking again around that same thing. As I was saying, when he was one beginning, being living, he was hearing. Then he was one beginning, living some things, he was feeling, then some things about needing, living, some things being happening, so that he could hear, become one, going on, being living, and he was, I was saying, hearing some things. He was then feeling some things that needed being, so he could be ongoing, being in, being living. He was one then, and I was saying, commencing, being and living, that he was then a little older one, and this is to be a complete history of him, and of historying, and of talking, and of some doing listening, and some talking, doing talking. One and then another one, and then another one said something, and then someone else said something, and someone can listen to everyone who says something. There are not so many kinds in men and women. I've just been seeing pictures of about 15 kids of them, kinds of men and women. There are more than that, of course, in kinds of men and women, as I feel being in them, but there are not so many kinds of men and women. Each one talks a good deal in being and living, even those who do not very much talking. Everyone who is ever living talks a great deal, that is certain. Everyone who is ever living talks a great deal. Some are talking and others are listening. And those then talking are thinking, and then those who are listening are ones not ever doing much talking, and some of them do much talking, and some of them do not do much talking. Some talks a good deal in being living, everyone listens a good deal in being living. This is now to be a description of talking and listening. This is now to be a description of being and living in David Hirshland of David Hirshland. There are not then so many kinds in men and women. Each one of every kind in man and woman is, as I was saying, doing very much talking, doing very much listening and being living. Some of each kind in men and woman do more talking and being living, and then others that kind of them. Some of each kind in men and women do listening more than others of that kind of them. Some of each kind in men and do more talking and more listening than others of that kind in them. That kind in men and women. I am saying that these are so many kinds in men and women as I am feeling being in men and women, but as I was saying, each one of a kind of man and woman has been a kind of them. I am now talking and listening. I will be describing so many various ways of quite a number of men and women. Each one is mostly all living in all her living, a young one, an older one in middle living, an old one to themselves, to anyone, to someone. That is not to say not anyone is all his living, all her living to anyone. That is not to say anyone hardly is feeling another one, being a young one, and then an older one, and then an old one. It is a very strange thing, this thing, and it is interesting that almost not anyone is to be it to themselves inside them, one having been in all parts of being living. That is to say, it is very striking one man is writing about someone, and that one who this one is writing is to say that an old man, that one writing tells about the man being a young one, tells about that man being a middle-aged one, and always it is a description of the old man who was once a young man, a child, a middle-aged man. It is not a description of a young man, a middle-aged man, or a child. It is the same thing if one is a child to someone feeling that one, telling about that one. That one may be described as an older one, a middle-aged one, an old one, but it is always then a description of a child having become a middle-aged one, an older one, an old one. So then this is certain that each one is to some for all of all the living ever in that child, to someone a baby, to someone an older one, to someone a middle-aged one, to someone an old one, to someone. I'm not saying that in anyone can be feeling more than one stage of being in themselves, in any other one, but I am almost really saying this thing. It is an existing thing that in each one is the feeling of the world and being existing in this kind of way too in them. Those feeling the world an old thing are only feeling this thing. Those feeling the world a new thing are only feeling this thing. Those feeling the world to be having had a past are only this thing. Those feeling the world to be having had a past are only extraordinary. How anyone cannot be convincing in telling about being a young man if they are feeling the living and being in that one being of that of an old one. Mostly everyone is in a place and being living to everyone knowing that one, and that is the complete realization that each one is having that one. Always then this comes to be, to me, more an extraordinary thing. and that anyone who is really be telling the whole history can be realizing the whole going on of being in them. Not anyone can be telling the whole history of anyone, not that anyone can be realizing the whole time of being going on, of being almost in anyone. I do certainly think this to be an extraordinary thing. Mostly then, I am not saying not anyone is feeling any good, any other one, really having been living a young one, an older one, a middle-aged one, an old one. Really then, mostly everyone, all of the living of someone is feeling that one to be a young one, or an older one, or a middle-aged one, or an old one. Is Jonah here? Jonah. Sweet. Jonah Max, second paragraph, 732.
Listening does not help one with this thing, because as I'm saying, each one is feeling themselves as having been an old one, a middle-aged one, a younger one, a young one all their living, and when they, an old one, talk about themselves as a young one, it is a description of an old one having been a young one, not a realizing of being a young one, and so on, and so on. And so each one is in themselves, in feeling one having been an all living a young one, or an old one, or a middle-aged one, or an old one. I did not used to find this very perplexing, this difficulty each one has of realizing whole being having been going on being in any one, in themselves, inside them. It is a very useful thing that always in living there are some beings, young ones, some beings older ones, some being middle-aged ones, some being older ones, so that one can always be certain that not any one has been living without all the being in them, and having been going on being as being a young one, as an older one, as a middle-aged one, as an old one. As I was saying, listening is not helping anyone very much with this thing. Knowing oneself inside, one is not helping one very much with this thing. Talking about being, having been in one of is not helping one very much talk about this thing. Knowing that family living is helping some with this thing. Having little ways and moments inside one and feeling, in doing this thing. Having little ways and moments inside one and feeling, and doing something, perhaps is helping something with this thing. Mostly not having anything is helping one doing this thing. Realizing being, having, being, going on in anyone. Then, I am not thinking about doing this thing. I'm thinking about telling about being in men and in women. I'm thinking about telling about talking and listening, and that some men and some women are doing, that mostly everyone is, or was, or will be doing. I'm thinking then about telling about knowing being in men and in women. I'm thinking about listening and talking being, going to be being, having been being in some men and some women. David Hirschland was interested in dying, in loving and talking and listening, in ways of eating, in ways of being, going on and being and living. He came to being a dead one when he was coming to the beginning of the middle of his middle living. This will now be a complete description of being in him and the living he was having in being one being living. He was interested in ways of eating, in loving, in ways of being, going on, being, living, in dying, in listening, in talking. He was one living in needing to be certain always, and that always every day in his living that he was understanding that living was a thing that he wanted then to be doing. That he was then realizing as being, as beginning, as going to be beginning, or as going to be ending. He was one certainly interested in all his living, in listening and talking and loving and dying and going on living, in ways of going on being living. He was one certainly all his living interested in talking. He was one certainly all his living interested in listening. He was one certainly all his living very much interested in talking. He was one certainly all his living very much interested in listening. This will then be soon a description of talking, of ways of being one being interested very much in talking, in ways of listening, of being one very much interested in listening. I can certainly say that David Hirschland was certainly very much interested in listening, in ways of being one being listening. I can certainly say that David Hirschland was one very much interested in talking, in kinds of talking, that kinds in men and women are doing, in kinds of talking, interested in talking, certainly interested in listening. He was one in his living, certainly doing listening. He was one in his living, certainly doing talking. This then will be then soon now some description of talking being done by men and women, of listening being done by men and women. And then there will be some description of David Hertzland, and certainly he was in his living doing some talking, doing some listening. He certainly was all his living interested in talking, interested in listening, interested in his being one talking, interested in his being one listening, interested in ways of talking in men and in women, interested in ways of listening in men and in women, interested in his own way of talking, interested in his own way of listening. He was one then, certainly all his living, very much interested in men and women, being ones doing talking, being ones doing listening. As I was saying, he was one interested in living, interested in dying, in loving and talking and listening, in ways of going on, being and living. He was one certainly interested in ways of going on, being living, of going on, being in living. He was one certainly interested in being one going on, being living, in going on, being in living. He certainly was interested in everyone's being one going on, being living. He was then certainly one interested in anyone's going on, being living. He was certainly interested in ways of going on, being living, ways of going on, being, and being living. He was one, as I was saying, interested in talking and listening and dying, and going on, being living, and going on, being and being, living, and loving. He was one certainly interested in dying, in listening and talking, and going on, being and being, living, and loving. He was one then certainly interested in being one, wanting to be certain each moment in being living, that he was wanting to be one then being living. As I was saying, he was very much interested in one in realizing ways of being one going on, being living, and listening, in talking, in ways of eating, in loving, some in going to be beginning, some in ending, in dying, some in going to be ending. He was then living mostly an interested one. He was in living then almost mostly an interested one. He was then in living one being, an interested one, in ways of being one, going on, being living. In his being one, going on, being living, and dying, and loving, in ways of being one, eating to be going on, being living, in his way of eating something, in his way of eating for being one, going on, being and living. He was, as I was saying, in being living, one interested in ways of being one, being talking, in ways of being one, being listening. He was, as I was saying, one being, one pretty nearly completely interested in being one, being living. In anyone's being, one being living. As I was saying, he was pretty nearly completely interested in living, being, existing. He was one, as I was saying, pretty nearly completely interested in this thing. He was one, as I was saying, all his living pretty nearly completely interested in this thing. He was then, as I was saying, pretty nearly all his living interested in his being one, being living. As I am saying, he was all his living pretty nearly completely interested in his being one, being going on, being living. He was one then, as I'm saying, one almost completely interested in being one, being living. He was then, as I'm saying, mostly all his living, one being almost completely interested in his being one, being living. He was all his living interested in loving, in dying, in ways of going on, being, in talking, in listening, in ways of eating. He was a one almost completely interested in being one, being living. He was one all his living interested in ways of eating, ways of being one, going on, being in living, in listening, in talking, in dying, in loving. He was one mostly all his living, completely interested in his being one, going on, being living. I'm now beginning a description of being having been in David Hertzland, the being, the living in him, the talking and listening he was doing in living, the ways he was eating, loving in him, dying in him, going on, being living in him, when he was one going on, being living, in living. I'm now beginning a description of David Hertzland, and I will give one description after another description of the being of him, and the living in him, and the talking he did in living, and the listening he did in living, and the loving he did in living, and the going on, being living he did in living, and the dying he did when he was being living, and I will give one description, and then another description, and then another description, and then another description, and then I will give another description and another description, and then I will give another description and another description of the being in him, and the talking he did in living, and the listening he did in living, and the things that were interesting to him in listening and in talking that anyone then was doing, and the dying he was doing and being and living, and the going on, being and living that he was doing and being and living, and the loving he was doing and being and living, and the the ways of eating that were interesting to him while he was almost completely being and living. As I was saying, he was mostly all his life almost completely interested in one being living. He was mostly all his living almost completely interested in any one being living. He was mostly in his living completely interested in someone being one being living, in some being living. He was, as I was saying, interested all his living in any one being, one going on, being and being living. He was then one certainly interested in talking, in listening and dying and loving, in ways of going on living, in ways of eating. He was certainly then one mostly all his living, almost completely interested in his being one being living. He was certainly one interested in some being one going on being living. I will now talk about David Hirshland being one of Hirshland family living, having Hirshland family living as living for him, having Gossels, half country, half city, living as a way of having living in him. I will now be telling about the living in David Hirshland when he was quite a little one, when he was a bigger one, when he was as big as being in him, and I will tell, of course, a good deal about the being in David Hirshland. He was living in Gossels, and a part of Gossels where not any rich people were living. He was living in the Hirshlands, half country, half city living. He was living the half country, half city living of the men and women and children living in the part of the Gossels where the Hirshlands were living. He was living the living. He was naturally living from the being he had as being in him. This is now to be some description of him. This is now, of course, very much history of him. This will be naturally a description. Some description, many descriptions, very many men and very many women. This will then be very, very much description of David Hirshland, of being, of living, of dying, of listening, of talking, of going on being living, of going on being living in ways of eating. David Hirshland was all his younger and young family living in Gossels, and he was knowing then that the Hirshland family, and anyone knowing the Hirshland family then, and he was knowing everyone living in the part of Gossels he was living in, mostly everyone. And he was knowing some others that too then. He was talking about some then and listening some then. Certainly he was listening some then and talking some then. I've already told something about his having been one listening some then and his having been one talking some then. David Hirshland would have liked it very well all his living to make every kind of thing there of woman. He would have liked very well to have had this in him all his living. He would have liked all of his living to feel beauty in any kind there is of women. He would have liked it very well to feel in him beauty being in each one, in all women. He would have liked very well, in every bit of his being, to be feeling each woman a beautiful thing, to be being in living. He certainly would have liked it very well, all his living, to be finding every woman, every kind of woman, a beautiful one in being loving. This is then to be a history of living, being in David Hirshland, of loving, listening, talking, going on, being living, dying, ways of feeling, going on, being living in him. He is then one I'm going to be now beginning describing. He would have liked it very well to have all his living, each woman ever living, to be a beautiful one to him. He wanted then that all his living, every woman he would come to be knowing should be to him, would be for him a beautiful one. He wanted this thing all his living. He wanted always that any woman, that every woman was a beautiful woman to him, was a beautiful woman being a woman, being living. He was then certainly one being interested all his living in dying, loving, ways of eating, ways of going on, being and living, talking and listening. He was then all his living one certainly almost one completely interested in being one being living. This is now to be a history of living being and having been in some men and some women. David was one being then, being one almost completely interested in being living from the beginning of his being, one being living. As I have been saying, this is to be now a description of his being, one being living. I am beginning now this description of him, a description of all living being in him, of all being in him. I'm realizing being in some men, some succeeding completely in living. I will tell now sometime about some of them. Some men are very active in being living. Some men are not so very active in being living. Some men and some women are very active in being living. Some men and some women are not very active in being living. Some men are very active in being living and and are succeeding very well in being living. Some men are very active in being living and are not succeeding very well in being living. Some men and some women are succeeding very well in being living. Some men and some women are not succeeding very well in being living. Some men and some women, having been very actively in them, and are succeeding very well in being living, and are not very convincing to some knowing them all their living. Some men and some women have been very actively in them, and are succeeding very well in being living, and are convincing to very many knowing them all their living. I certainly will try to tell all I am realizing of being in men and women. I will try sometime to tell all I am realizing of being in some, having being very actively in them, and succeeding completely well in being living, and having being actively in them, and being one succeeding completely in living, and being convincing as being really interesting to some knowing them all their living, of being in some having being actively in them, and being one succeeding astonishingly succeeding, and being convincingly interesting to some, and being certainly not convincingly interesting to some, and being some convincingly interesting to some, and being some not convincingly interesting to some. I can try to tell all I am realizing about being in men and women. I can try to realize completely all being in each one. I'm trying to be realizing all being in each one. I am quarreling with some, I'm hurting some, I'm winning with some, I'm wanting some, I'm beginning with some, I'm being hurt by some, I'm neglecting some, I'm forgetting some, I'm happy with some, I'm kissing some. I've been telling some I did not know that one was feeling that I did that thing, and that one was certainly telling me that one did not know I was feeling that thing. I certainly did have resentment against someone. I certainly did not like what someone did when I was doing something. I'm trying to be realizing being. I can try to be this thing. This is to be now a complete description of all being I have ever been realizing as being in David Hertzland, and very many he knew and ones who knew him. This then is to be a description. This then is to be a history of him, and in some who he knew, of some who knew him. This then is to be a history of all of them, and of some of them whom he knew, of all of him, and of some who knew him. He began living, and this is to be now a little description of that beginning. He went on being living, and this is to be then a description of that thing. He still went on living, and this then is to be a description of that thing. He came to be a dead one, and this then will be a description of that thing. He began being living, and this is then to be some now description of that thing. I'm troubled with men and women. I'm troubled by men and by women. I'm troubled that each one is experiencing each thing they're experiencing the way each one is experiencing each thing. I do not want that anyone should experience anything anyway, but the way each one is experiencing that thing. I certainly do not want it that anyone should experience anything in any way that one is not experiencing a thing. No, I do not want anything to be at all a different thing in the way each one is experiencing each thing. No, I do not want anything to be different in experiencing than it is in each one. I certainly do not. I may, but I doubt it. I certainly do not. I am certain of this thing. I certainly do not want anyone to be experiencing anything in a different way than the way they have in them to experience that thing. I'm troubled as I was saying, with each one being one experiencing the way each one is experiencing. I'm troubled by each one experiencing the way each one is experiencing each thing. I'm troubled. I say I'm very much troubled by each one being that one experiencing each thing as that one is experiencing that thing. I certainly am very much troubled with this thing. Each one is experiencing each thing in the way that each one is experiencing each thing. I certainly do not want that each one should be experiencing each thing the way that one is experiencing that thing. Some say I do want each one to be experiencing differently from the way each one is experiencing each thing. I may, but I doubt this thing. I certainly am certain that I do not want that each one is experiencing each thing differently from the way each one is experiencing each thing. So then I want it that each one is experiencing each thing the way each one is experiencing each thing. I certainly do not want it that each one is experiencing each thing in a way each one is not experiencing each thing. I am, as I am saying, troubled with each one, certainly each thing, the way each one is experiencing each thing. I certainly am troubled by each one being experiencing each thing the way each one is experiencing each thing. Some are not succeeding in living. Some are succeeding in living. Some are feeling someone to be one succeeding in living. Some are not feeling that one to be succeeding in living. Some are ones being certain that sometime something will be working in a different way from the way that each one is now working. Some are certain that everything will be working differently from the way everything is now working. Some, as I am saying, are understanding something one way. Some, as I'm saying, are understanding something another way. Some are beginning with understanding. Some are ending with understanding. Some are realizing, experiencing in someone when that one has done something. Some are realizing, experiencing in someone when that someone has commenced doing something. Some are realizing, experiencing someone when someone has completely done something. Some are realizing, experiencing in each one while each one is doing, being, experiencing. I certainly am very troubled by each one experiencing each thing they are experiencing.
Emily Skilling's third paragraph on page 738, I said there are very many men.
I said there are very many men and very many women always being living. I said there are very many men and very many women experiencing each thing that they are each one experiencing. I said there are very many men and very many women always. There certainly are very many men and very many women always living. David Hirschland knew very many being living while he was one being living. He knew some when he was a little one, an older one beginning being in middle living. He certainly did know quite a number who were being living while he was being living. He knew some of them longer than he did the other ones. He talked more to some than he did to other ones. He forgot some more than he did other ones. He listened to some more than he did to other ones. He liked some better than he did to other ones. He loved some more than he did to other ones. He was liked more by some than he was by other ones. He was remembered more by some than he was by other ones. He knew then a good many who were living when he was living. There were a very great many who were living when he was living. He knew some who were living when he was living. There were some whom he knew all his living. There were some whom he knew a very short time in his living. I certainly will be trying to tell about each one ever having been, going to be, being living. I certainly will now tell about each one David Hirschland was knowing and about each one who knew him. I certainly am now trying to be beginning telling about each one David Hirschland knew in his living, about each one who was in his living knew him. I certainly am now trying to be beginning to tell about David Hirschland being living. I certainly am going to be trying to tell about David Hirschland being living, about each one he knew when he was being living, about each one who was, while he was being living, knew him. Many women have it in them to be sometimes loving someone. Many of such of them have it in them then to be laying their hand on that one, to be feeling inside in them and then out from them, the way anyone being one, having feeling of being someone directing in any living is feeling, being someone giving something is feeling, being someone receiving something is feeling, being someone many might be finding it necessary to be respectfully addressing is feeling, being someone who is an important one by reason of being one, being born,
to be in living is feeling. This feeling in the one having that feeling is mostly a very nice thing to that one having that feeling. It is sometimes a very nice thing to the one loving that one. It is sometimes not at all a nice thing to come one living that one. It is sometimes a nice thing to some seeing that one having that feeling. It is to some seeing one having that way of feeling a very funny thing, to some a very unpleasant thing, to some a serious thing, to some a curious thing. However, it is certain that very many women having feeling in them of loving someone have then a feeling of being someone having it in them to be important to everyone as being one having been born to be living. They are then acting that way and being loving someone. As I am saying, some have one feeling about such a thing. Some have another feeling about such a thing. Some have a feeling of being impressed by any woman having such a feeling of being one, being important by being one, having been born to be living in being and living, being important as being one being born and being living. Very many women, as I am saying, are sometimes loving some man, and as I am saying, some of such of them have it in them then to have of their kind of them the feeling and the manner then of being one having it in them to be one directing living. Very many women are sometimes loving some man, and as I am saying, such of them have it then in them to have of their kind of them the feeling and the manner then of being one having it in them to be one being important by reason of having been one being born to being and living. As I am saying, very many women are sometimes loving some man, and as I am saying, such of them have it in them then to have of their kind of them the feeling and the manner then of being one having it in them to be important to everyone because of being existing. And that is enough as it is to anyone in any position where they are, and not anybody in any way can move them. Anyway, very many women having loving in them are having then the feeling and the acting of being ones being born, important ones to anyone. As I am saying, each one having this feeling is acting then the way their kind of them is naturally acting, having such a feeling. As I am saying, some feel one way, some feel another way, and seeing some women having such a feeling. David Hirslin, as I was saying, was one having it that each woman having loving in them had on him some effect to make of him in some way one submitting to that one. He was then one in a way doing very much submitting. Some liked this in him. Some did not like this in him. Some found him one very unpleasant in being, one being living. Some found him very attracting in being, one being living. Anyhow, this is to be now a complete history of him, and this time I am certain to be beginning with his beginning being one being and living. Some come to be a dead one before they come to be a middle-aged one. Some come to be a dead one before they come to be an old one. Some come to be a dead one before they come to be the ending of the beginning of their middle living. David Hirslin came to be a dead one before he came to be at the ending of the beginning of his middle living. Quite a number come to be dead ones before they come to be old ones. Quite a number come to be dead ones before they come to be middle-aged ones. Quite a number come to be dead ones before they come to the beginning of coming to be a middle-aged one. Some of them really come to be dead ones before they come to the ending of the beginning of their middle living. Some of these might have been succeeding in living if they had gone on being living. Some of these might have been not succeeding in living if they had gone on then being living. Some of them come to be quite really dead ones before the ending of the beginning in their middle living. Some do not come to be dead ones before the ending of their beginning middle living. Quite a number do not come to being dead ones before the ending of the beginning of their middle living. David Hirschland, as I was saying, came to be a dead one before he came to be at the ending of his beginning, being in his middle living. David Hirschland might have been one succeeding if he had gone on being living. David Hirschland might have been one not succeeding if he had gone on being living. So then certainly some men, some women, came to be really dead ones before the ending of the beginning of their middle living. Certainly quite a number of men and quite a number of women come to be dead before they come to be at the ending of the beginning of their middle living. Some, as I was saying, of these, if they had gone on being living, would have been succeeding well enough in living. Some of these, as I was saying, would certainly not have been succeeding very well in being living. David Hirschland, as I said of him, was one who came to be one being dead before he came to be one beginning, being in the middle of his middle living. He was one, as I have said of him, who might have been one succeeding in living if he had been one going on being living. He might have been one failing in living if he had been one going on being living. Some who have come to be dead ones before they have come to the beginning of the middle of their middle living would certainly have been succeeding if they had been ones going on being living. Some who come to be dead ones before the beginning of the middle of their living would have been really failing if they had gone on being living. I am going now to be telling about being and living, being in David Hirschland, from his beginning, being and living, to his coming to be one not being any longer, being living. I cannot tell to anyone how completely very many come to be dying, and quite dead ones, before they come to the beginning of the middle of their middle living. I am telling to myself that I am certain of this thing. I am telling that some of these would have been succeeding in living if they had been ones not coming to be dead ones before the beginning of the middle of their middle living. I am also telling that some of these would have been failing in living if they had been ones going on being living to the ending of their middle living, if they had been ones going on to be old ones and being living. As I am certainly saying, David Hirschland was one coming to be a dead one before the ending of the beginning of his middle living. This is now to be a complete history of being and living in him. Not anyone could be certain all their living that any other one is completely living their living. Almost not anyone can be certain that any other one is completely living the living of that one. Mostly not anyone is believing all their living that any other one is completely living the living of that one. Mostly everyone is believing that someone could be completely living all the living of that one. Someone to themselves inside them are believing that they are completely living the living of them. Some to themselves inside them are not believing that they are completely living the living of them. Mostly, not anyone is believing of any other one that one is completely living the living of them. Some are believing that someone is completely living the living of that one. Some could be believing that someone is completely living the being in him. Some could be believing that someone is completely living the being in her. Some could not be believing that anyone could be completely living the living in that one. Mostly, Not anyone is really believing that any other one is completely living their living. Some are believing that some are living completely the living in them. Very many are not believing anything about this thing. Mostly everyone is believing something about this thing. So then, very many are always being living. There are some certainly believing that some can be completely living the living in them. Some are certainly believing that everyone can be completely living the living in them. Certainly, some are certain that some are realizing meaning and being one completely living their living. Certainly, some are certain that everyone can be realizing the meaning and being one completely living their living. Some are certain that perhaps someone can be realizing the meaning of being one completely living in their living. Certainly, some are certain that certainly not anyone can be realizing any meaning in one living completely all their living. Certainly, then, each one is himself. Each one is herself, certainly. Certainly, then, each one is himself. Each one is herself, certainly. Then each one is that one in being, one being living. Some are certain that each one could be one being certain of something. Some are certain that some could be one's being certain of something. Some are not at all certain about being anyone being certain of anything. Some are quite certain about everyone being certain about one thing. Some are quite certain that everyone is certain about the same thing. Some are not at all certain about everyone being certain about the same thing. Some are thinking that sometime they might come to have to be certain that everyone is certain about the same thing. There are very many quite certain that everyone can be certain about the same thing. There are very many quite certain that everyone is certain about the same thing. There are many quite certain that not everyone is certain about the same thing. There are some certainly certain that each one is certain of something. There are certainly some quite certain that very many are not certain of even one thing. There are certainly some quite certain that some are not even certain of any one thing. There are some who are not certain about anyone being certain of anything. There are certainly very many certain that everyone is certain of the same thing. There are certainly very many certain that everyone can be certain of the same thing. There are certainly some that are certain that not everyone can be certain about the same thing. There are certainly some who are certain that in each one certain of something. There are certainly some that are certain that not each one is certain of something. There are some that are coming to be certain of something about everyone being or not being certain. There are some not coming to be certain about each one being or not being certain about something. There are some saying something and saying it again and again. There are some saying something and not saying it again and again. There are some saying one thing and saying another thing. There are some saying one thing and then saying another and then saying another thing. There are some saying one thing and saying it again and mostly saying another thing and saying it again and again and again. Mostly everyone is more or less always saying something. Mostly everyone is sometimes saying something. Mostly everyone is quite often saying something. Sometimes one is saying something and another one is saying the same thing. Sometimes one is saying something and another one is not then saying that thing. Sometimes one is saying something and another one is saying that thing and then is saying another thing. This is very often happening. Very many then are always being living. Mostly everyone is more or less saying something quite often, and mostly everyone is more or less hearing that someone is saying something. This is to be now a complete description of David Hirslin before his beginning, being, and living, and sometimes there will be some description about some thinking about his being, about his not being one living completely his living. I said of him that he came to be one, not any longer being living before he came to be at the end of the beginning of his middle living. This will now be a beginning of description of being and living with him. In beginning his living, David Hirschland was of course a very little one, and then he was then quite interesting to some. In beginning his living, he was of course not remembering anything, and there were some who later remembered about him then. In beginning his living, he was of course completely a very small one. He was beginning living and then was going on and being living, and then he went on being living, and then he was not such a very little one. He was then in being one beginning, being in living a very little one. Then he was going on being and living, and always more and more than he was coming to be not such a very little one. He was in beginning being living a completely small one. As I was saying, he was a younger one. He came to be living after Martha and after Alfred Hirschland had each of them been sometime living. Mr. Hirschland had always intended to have 3 children, and as I was saying, there had been 2, and these 2 had not gone on being living, and so David Hirschland came to be living, and sometime later, in some way, he heard this thing when he was still quite a young one, and he had it in him then to be certain that being living is a very queer thing, he being one being living, and yet it was only because 2 others had not been the ones going on being living. It was to him then that he was certain then that being living was a queer thing. As I said of him, in a way, he was needing it, that every moment he was one being living by realizing then that he was one needing then being one being living. He was in a way then, as I was saying, needing to be certain that he realized in him every minute and being living needed being living. He certainly was one for some time going on being living. He went on for some time being one going on being living. As I was saying, he could have it in him to be feeling that it was a very queer thing to be one being living. He was one that could be realizing very much and very often that he was needing being one being living. He was one needing to be understanding every minute and being living what meaning there was to him in his needing to be to him one being living. He certainly then could have it in him to be going on being living. He certainly could have it in him to feel it to be a queer thing to be one being living. He was one then, as I was saying, who was very little one in the beginning, living as mostly everyone must be and being one beginning, being living. He was then one beginning, one being living. He was then a very small one. He was the youngest of all 3 Hirschland children. He was quite pleasant to the Hirschland family then, all his living. He was not unpleasant to any one of them, the Hirschland family. This is to be now quite a complete history of him.
Thank you. We have Aras Melbekovich and Matthew Thurber, page 744, paragraph 2, one man.
This is a family version for a family-based book. Yes. One man has one kind of way of feeling something, something that is existing. Something is an object being existing. It can be anything, any kind of a thing. One man sees it as a thing, having solidly being existing. This man has it that he realizes a thing having solidly being existing. He does not realize that a thing has character making it a particular thing. He does not realize that it has expression, its way of telling anyone that it is that kind of thing. He does realize it as having existence in relation to other things being existing. That is to say, he does realize that other things are at the same time solidly existing, and each thing has to have its room for being existing. And so for each one to have this solid existing makes a relation being between things being existing. This is one man having realization of anything. Another one has it that he has it to be realizing completely the character of each thing, anything, has it to be realizing completely the way each thing would be telling the character it has in being living, by repeating if each thing could be expressing the character of that thing to anyone. This one has that thing so that each thing is existing, not by description, by really being and having completely character in being existing. This one has then a realizing, a complete realizing of each thing being in relation to any other thing. This one has completely the realization of this thing. This one has some sense of a thing, of each thing being solidly existing, but not so much as this one is needing to make this one be a slow one in growing realization. There is another one, and this is the one that is different from these two. This one has realization of a thing having solid existing. This one has realization of character in each thing. This one has realization of relation existing between everything so that each thing is existing at the same time as every other thing is existing. And this one has emotion in him about each one of three things he is realizing about each thing. This is another kind of a one. There are some who realize it of each thing that it is a pretty thing. There are some that realize it of each thing that it is an ugly thing. There are some who realize it of each thing that it is a funny thing. There are some who realize it of each thing that it is a tender thing. There are some who realize it of each thing that it is a pretty color. There are some who realize it of each thing that it has a pretty shape. There are some who realize it of each thing that it has a meaning. There are some who realize it of each thing that it is a queer thing. There are some that realize it of each thing that it is an unpleasant thing. There are some who realize it of each thing that it would be pretty if it were in a garden. There are some who realize it of each thing that it would be a nice thing if it were in a room with simple furnishing. There are some who realize it of each thing that it is a nice thing when it is in a room, which is not a very light one. There's some realizing it that each thing is part of a story and one can be telling about anything. There's some that are realizing each thing is a nice thing if it is existing, to love that thing in a way that everyone has it in them to feel something about things being in their being existing.
Now I am telling about another one. This one has a gift of expression, of expressing something, and that is a beautiful thing. That is to say, the means of expressing something in this one is a beautiful thing, and this one is one wanting to be expressing the existence, the character of anything. Now this one has complete emotions about the means this one has for expressing anything. This one certainly has not any emotion about anything that is being existing. This one has not a realization of something being solidly existing. This one has not a realization of the character of anything, of the way anything could be experiencing being existing. This one has not any realization of anything being in relation to any other thing, and this is a natural thing when one is realizing the being in this one. This one is needing being one realizing anything as existing so that this one can be having something to be using his beautiful means of expression on. So then this one has a practical realization of everything being existing. These then are some ways of being one's realizing anything. I will not now tell about other ones. I will not tell now about other ones. David Hirshland, as I was saying, was one wanting it that he should be one realizing every minute what there was in life to be a thing going on being doing.
He was one doing this thing in all of his living from the beginning of being one being living to the end of his being one being living. That is to say, from his being in the middle of his beginning being living to the ending of the beginning of the middle of being living. As I was saying, the last one I have been just describing was one needing to be certain that things are existing so that he could be using his beautiful means of expression. There are some having not beautiful means of expression who are needing for their means of expression that they have as being or needing realizing that things are existing are practically needing this thing. There are some, and these are a different kind, in whom the means of expression is the thing really existing, and these are to themselves not needing it, that they have a practical need of realizing things being existing. I cannot tell enough about every one, certainly not. Then there are very many realizing objects not as being existing, but as being acting one in relation to another one. This is very common. For very many of such of them, things are really being existing. For very many of such of them, things being existing is only a practical thing, so that they can be being in relation. They are not really being existing, that they are acting for themselves, for some other one toward themselves, toward some other thing. But now I am getting empty of realizing, and so I will not be saying any more about anyone, not completely empty of realizing, but emptier than I have been.
David Hirslund was then certainly for himself almost completely, for some other ones completely, for some quite some interesting. He was then one being completely interesting to some, almost completely interesting to himself as being one being existing, quite interesting to very many. He was, in short, one quite interesting in being one being living to very many and a little some to almost everyone knowing him. This is certainly now to be a history of him, of his being one being living and being, to quote, some quite interesting. So then each one has a kind of way of feeling everything being existing, and this is to be now a complete history of David Hirslund knowing everything he knew in being one being living, and of everything anyone he came to know, knowing anything, came to know in being living. Certainly now I will begin again. Very many are talking. Very many are listening. David Hirslund, certainly in being one being living, was one being one talking, was being one listening. Certainly he was one beginning, being one, being talking, being one, being listening, quite from the beginning of the middle of his beginning, being one being existing in being living. He was one then certainly all his living, being one, being listening, being one, being talking. He was interesting to quote to quite a number in being one being listening. He was interesting to quite a number in being one being talking. Quite a number were interesting to him as being one's being listening. Quite a number were interesting to him as being one's being talking. He was one, as I was saying, who was wanting to be needing it, that every woman was to him a beautiful one in being living. This was in him from the ending of the middle of his beginning living to the ending of the beginning of his middle living, and then he was one not any longer being living. Certainly one being living was in him in the beginning of his being in the middle living. This is to be now a description of being in him and of living in him in the beginning of his being one being living. Two knowing each other, all their living, might tell each other sometime what each one of them thought the other one had been, thought the other one would be doing in being living. Two, having known each other very well in their living, might tell each other what each one thought really about the other. Two, knowing each other very well in living, might be doing this thing. Two, knowing each other very well in living, might know each one what that one thought of the other one. Two, knowing each one very well in living, might be thinking that they were knowing what the other one knew about each other one. Two, knowing each other very well in living, might be knowing what each one thought about each other one. Two, knowing each other very well in living, might be thinking they're knowing what each one is thinking about being and about living in the other one. Two knowing each other very well in being living might be thinking they're not knowing what the other one is thinking about the other one. Two knowing each other very well in living might be telling each one of them to someone what they are thinking of the other one. Two knowing each other very well in living might not be telling anyone what they're each one of them thinking about the other one. Two knowing each other very well in living, one of them might be telling the other one sometime what that one was thinking of the other one. Two knowing each other in living, one might be telling someone sometimes what that one thought of the other one. Two knowing each other very well in living, one of them might be sometime telling someone what that one had often been thinking about being, about living in the other one. Two knowing each other very well in living, one of them might sometime tell someone what that one had come to think about the being and the living in the other one. So then, very often, they're two living, knowing each other very well in living. Some of such of them then are certain that they're knowing what the other one thinks of that one. Some are not certain that they're knowing what the other one thinks of that one. Some are knowing what the other one thinks of that one. Some are not knowing what the other one thinks of being and living in that one. Some are often wondering what the other one is thinking of being and living in that one. Some are never at all wondering about what the other one is thinking about that one. To some, it would be a pleasant thing to know certainly what the other one is thinking about that one. To some, it would not be at all a pleasant thing to know certainly what the other one is thinking about being and about living in that one. Some sometime talk to someone about what the other one is thinking about being and living, being in that one. Some sometimes talk to the other one about what the other one is thinking about being and living, being in either of them, in one of them. Some are talking to everyone they're knowing about what the other one is thinking about being and living, being in that one. Some are, for a very long time, having a feeling of being one, knowing about thinking about being and living in both of them, in both of them. Two of them, sometime for a very long time, have a quite certain feeling about knowing, about thinking, about being and living in both of them, in the two of them. Certainly, they're very often in living, being two of them, knowing each other certainly very well in being living. Certainly, very often, one of them has a feeling of knowing or not knowing what the other one is thinking about the being and living in that one.
David Hersland, as I was saying, was one being interested in his being one being living. He was one being interested in quite a number of other ones being living. Some are not interested in one's being living. David Hersland was interested in one's being living. He was one, as I was saying, almost completely interested in being one being living. He was one, as I was saying, to himself, almost being completely living. He was one interested in some being one's being living. He was one, in a way, interested in everyone he came to be knowing, in anyone who came to know him. He was one, as I was saying, interested in his being one being living, almost completely interested in being living. He was one almost completely living. This is to be now some description of his being a quite young one in living. They talked in different ways about different things. Some talked in some way about something, then talked in another way about something. Some talked in some way about something, then talked in another way about another thing. Some talked in the same way about a good many things. Mostly everyone talked a good deal about something. Mostly everyone talked a good deal about a number of things. Mostly all his living, David Hersland talked a good deal about something. Mostly all his living, he talked a good deal about a good many things. He liked it certainly, so mostly everyone was saying sometime about him to do a good deal of talking. In a way to himself and to very many, knowing he did not like doing a good deal of talking. Anyway, he certainly did considerable talking, while he was one being and living. As I was saying, he came to be a dead one at the end of his beginning of his middle living. To some, this was a very sad thing. To some, this was a sad enough thing. In a way, to some, it was not at all an interesting thing. To some, it was for quite a very long time a very interesting thing. Some found it then a very interesting thing to be wondering whether he would have been one having been succeeding in living, if he had been one being living a reasonably long time. Some certainly thought this to be an exceedingly interesting question. As I was saying, the Herslands lived where a good many other people were living when David Hersland was a young one, was beginning being and living. As I was saying, each one he was then knowing, talked some about something, talked some about a good many things. David Hersland then talked about something, talked then some about a good many things. He was then one talking and listening, and so was everybody else doing that thing, those he was seeing then. He was living in Hersland family living then. He was living in that part of Gossels living then where the Hersland family were living then. This is to be now some description of living he was doing then and the living some other ones were doing then in their daily living.
Someone, and that one is quite reasonably someone, and that one is quite reasonably an observing one in seeing someone sitting, and that one is to very many looking an interesting enough one. And then that one, the one that is reasonably observing, says of this one, the one sitting and being interesting to quite a number who were looking that way just then, that this one is certainly quite entirely a stupid one. That one can tell that by observing that one and knowing, so that one is not at all really an interesting thing. This one then tells about that one, the one sitting, and it is certainly true what the one telling is telling about that one. It is quite a good description, and it is pleasantly then an astonishing thing to be certain that the one describing the other one from observation is extraordinarily of the same quality and having the same history in being living as the one that one has been describing, and quite correctly describing as one not interesting in being living, and one at whom very many are quite a good deal looking. This kind of thing happening was the interesting thing in some, being and being living to David Hersland in almost any part of his being and living. As I was saying of him, he certainly was one wanting to be needing that every woman ever living should be a beautiful thing to him in his feeling. David Hersland was one certainly enjoying some kind of things that were happening. He certainly very often was enjoying things having been happening. This is to be now a quite completely history of him from his beginning to his ending. He was playing some when he was a young one. He was believing something, then pretty nearly believing something, then reading something, then talking some, then listening some, then eating a good deal sometimes, then deciding some things, then when not anybody had asked him to decide a thing, being listened to some, then when he was deciding something, then liking it pretty nearly entirely, then that some were listening while he was deciding something, then pretty nearly entirely liking it, that he was one being going on being living then. He knew a good many then, a good many in a way knew him then. He was living in Hersland family living then. He was living inside him to himself some then. He was living half country, half city living then. He was almost living the living of many. He was knowing then in his daily living. He certainly was almost then completely liking being one, going on, being living. He talked a good deal all his living, as I was saying. He certainly a good deal did not talk in all of his living. He listened some then, that is certain. He talked some, that is quite certain. He was one going on being and living until he was at the end of the beginning of his middle living. And then he came to dying, and then he was a dead one. In his beginning living, he was doing different things in his daily living. This is to be now a description of living and of being in him. One who knew David Hirschland a long time in living was one certainly living, so that that one later in the living of that one should certainly be one certainly not marrying a certain one. This one might be loving that one. This one certainly was one living in being living, so that certainly
was one living and being living, so that certainly that one to that one was one, certainly one never going to be marrying a certain one. Very many knowing this one a little, would be saying that this one was certainly sometimes going to be marrying a certain one. Not anyone really knowing this one ever did any marrying, this one ever did any thinking about this one going to be marrying that certain one. It was not a thing to anyone really knowing this one needing any thinking. It was a thing that everybody knowing this one took as being, of course, certain that this one would never be marrying that certain one. Certainly everybody knowing very well the two of them were certain that each of them were certain that one would never be marrying the other one. This one then married that certain one. Now, did this one have it that this one had not been knowing, that everyone knowing this one very well was very simply certain that that one would not be marrying a certain one? Or did this one have it that this one was knowing this thing? Did this one have it that once this one was knowing that thing, and when this one came to be one going to be marrying the certain one, was not knowing this thing? Was not knowing this thing. It certainly was to everyone a simply inevitable thing that this one would never be marrying a certain one. This one certainly married that certain one. Everyone really knowing this one never came to knowing whether it had perhaps not ever been an inevitable thing to that one was not ever to be marrying that certain one. Not anyone knowing this one ever came to know that for this one it had been an inevitable thing that this one was not ever to marry that certain one. To some knowing this thing, it was a puzzling thing, and then it was to them that that one had married that certain one, and they knew them very well in their married living. To some, it was not a puzzling thing. They were not ever thinking that when this one had been once married to that certain one, they were not ever thinking about that one ever having been going to be married to anyone to that certain one. To some, it was not a puzzling thing. It was a thing like something having been a lost thing that never had been a thing anyone had found before it was lost. To some, it was a thing that was not puzzling at all, and yet was different from what everyone knowing anything was certain could be happening. To some of such of them, it was not at all a puzzling thing. To some, it was a thing that was like being a dead one, and certainly perhaps being one, a dead one, is not knowing it then that one is then being a dead one. To mostly not anyone was it at all exasperating. To mostly not anyone was it really exciting that that one had married a certain one, and it had been to everyone knowing them a simply inevitable thing that that one would not ever marry that certain one. So then that one had married that certain one. Certainly everyone knowing either one of them very well had been simply certain, like being certain of being one being living, that one would not ever be marrying that certain one. In a way, as I say, when that one married that certain one, it was not to very many of those having been simply certain exciting. It was to very many of those having been simply certain that this one would not marry that certain one, not puzzling. It was not to anyone knowing them and having been simply certain at all exasperating. It was not to all of them who had been completely certain that that one would not over-marry that certain one when that one married that certain one really exciting. And this was a strange thing to be in David Hirschland in being one, being living. This one, as I am saying, was one knowing David Hirschland very well and living. This one was one David Hirschland knew very well almost all his living. David Hirschland was one having it, as I was saying, that he was one wanting to be having it, that he was completely needing to be certain every minute in being living of having it, that he was realizing that there was being a reason and being living so that he could be one going on being living. He was one, as I was saying, certainly needing every moment in his living to be one, needing to be reasoning, to be realizing that he was one to be one going on being living. As I was saying, he knew very well the one that came to marry a certain one, when he had been completely quite certain that that one would not be marrying a certain one, and it was not to him completely exciting. It was not to him completely interesting that this one had then married that certain one, and that not he, not anyone that he knew, that knew then, whether that one had or had not ever been completely certain that one could certainly not ever marry that certain one. As I was saying, David Hirslin knew this one very well. This one knew David Hirslin very well. As I was saying, this thing was not then when it had suddenly happened, and it happened certainly quite suddenly. It was not then to David Hirslin completely interesting. It was not then to David Hirslin completely exciting. That it was not then or ever later than a completely interesting thing, a completely exciting thing to David Hirslin is certainly a curious thing. David Hirslin is one I am now beginning describing. I will certainly tell a good deal of everything I know about living and about being in him.
We have Christine Smallwood and J. Gabriel Boylan. Last paragraph on page 751.
It is a nice thing to some that someone is certain that everyone would be thankful, perhaps to him, certainly at any rate thankful, just thankful if they could be having it completely shown to them what way they could be living so that living could have a meaning to everyone when everyone had come to be thankful for understanding living having such a meaning. There are very many certainly being certain that everybody could be thankful if everybody could be thankful. Some are quite certain that anybody could be thankful if everybody could be thankful. Some are quite certain that someone is really certain that everyone could be thankful if everyone were really coming to be ones being thankful ones. Very many then are quite certain that each one could be wanting what everyone could be wanting. Very many then are quite certain that certainly everyone could be wanting what each one could be wanting. Mostly a good many are saying that someone who is certain that everyone could be wanting what everyone could be wanting is a very nice one. Each one is certainly being living. Each one is certainly being sometime a dead one. Does each one being living need it to be perhaps liking that thing? Does each one being living need it to be sometime wanting something? Does each one coming to be a dead one need it to have it that he could be wanting what everyone else perhaps could have been wanting? Does each one who has come to be a dead one know then that he is a dead one? Does anyone having come to be a dead one know then that he is really, truly a dead one? Certainly a very great many are very certain that they are thinking that each one is or could be wanting a certain kind of meaning in being one being living. And then someone is not then being such a one. And is it then really completely puzzling, completely exciting, completely interesting to anyone that someone could not be wanting what everyone certainly is realizing everybody could be wanting? I will certainly now commence telling a good deal. That is, as much of a good deal as I will be telling of being in very many being living. Many men and many women are being living, have been, will be being living. I will now tell a good deal. That is, I will tell all. I will be telling about being in men and women, in some men, and in some women. I shall now just be repeating that I certainly am knowing there is being in men and in women being living. I will just repeat this now and again and again and again, and then I can be certain enough of this thing to be leaving it without being then looking at it. And so then I can leave it, and it will be then keeping going, and I can go ahead and be fooling and mixing up everything and telling about being in David Hirslin, and this I hope sometime to be doing. But not this evening. No, certainly not this evening. No, certainly not now, when I am looking to be just repeating that being is in men and in women who are being living.
Some are not very interested in their being living, and they are a little interested in this thing. They are going on being and living, and they are not very much interested in their being living, and they are a little interested in this thing, in being, one being, living in living. Some of these are then going on, being living in living, and they are not then very much interested in this thing, and they are a little interested in this thing. Some of such of them are going on being and living, and they keep on going on being and living, and they are not much interested in this, and they are a little interested in this thing. Quite a number of such of them are keeping on being ones being living, and they are not some of such of them ever much interested in this thing, and they are a little interested in this thing. Some of them are going on being living, and they are certainly not ever very much interested in this thing, and they certainly are a little interested in this thing.
David Hirshland was one being and living, and certainly he was one almost completely interested in being one being and living. This is to be now certainly some description of this in him. This is certainly to be now some description of not being very much, of being a little, of being almost completely interested in being one being and living. David Hirshland was one being living to the ending of his beginning, being in middle living. I am realizing that being is in men and in women being living. I can now be not repeating this thing. I can now go on and go on and go on a little more than, and a good deal more than, about David Hirshland and about his knowing some, and about some knowing him.
David was a young one, and knowing a good many then, and some were knowing him then. He was doing things then every day with himself, with someone else, with other ones, and he was then being one, being a young one, and being living. He was knowing then quite a number of ones being living, and some were knowing him then. He liked it then, being living. He always almost completely liked it, being living. He was then a young one, being living, and he knew some then who were being living then, and some knew him then. He was then quite a young one.
Some are wondering about other ones, about how they have enough money to support them. It is a very mysterious thing sometimes to someone about living coming to be paid for by someone. Some find it quite a strange thing that someone was not doing anything, and that one is doing something, and that one is knowing then how to do that thing, and someone is paying that one for doing that thing. To some, it is an astonishing thing that anyone can be doing anything, so that someone can be paying them something for that thing. To some, it is not at all an astonishing thing that someone is knowing how to be doing something, so that someone is paying that one something for doing that thing. To some, as I say, being one being earning a living is a thing that is astonishing. To some, being one earning a living is a thing that is not at all in any kind of a way astonishing. Those living in Gossels, as I was saying, in that part of Gossels where the Hirshlands were living, were ones living in small houses, as I was saying, and some knew about how some made money to be ones going on being living, and some did not know this about some of them, how they were earning money so as to be ones able to be going on being living. Some, as I was saying, were doing something, and anybody looking could be seeing them doing that thing, and could be seeing some paying them to be doing that thing. Some were not doing things that everyone could be seeing them doing. Some were not doing anything that anyone could see would be a thing anyone would be paying them anything to be doing. In a way, certainly some of them were not making money, so as to be ones going on being living. Certainly some of them were not to themselves to anyone making money enough for any such a thing, for any going on being living. Sometimes it was a puzzling thing about some family living in some house then in that part of Gossels where the Hirshlands were living, about who it was that was in that house living. Sometimes not anyone that said anything really knew anything about that thing. It was confusing, and then mostly not anyone was really confused by that thing.
David Hirshland, all his living, knew quite a number who were being living then, and quite a number who were being living knew him then. He knew quite a number who were being living. He knew quite a number when he was a young one. Some knew him then, as I was saying. All his living, he knew quite a number who were living, while he was one being living. Certainly, someone was knowing, some he was knowing were doing something, and someone was paying them something for that thing. Certainly some he was knowing were doing something, and not anyone really was paying them anything for the thing they were doing. Certainly there were some he was knowing who were really not doing very much any one thing, and some of these had money then, and some of these did not have money then. Mostly all his living, David Hersland would have liked it very well to be knowing it about each one, what they were doing, what they had been doing, what they would be doing, to be earning money, to be one's going on being living. This was all his living, a thing that was quite interesting to David Hersland, knowing this thing about each one he was ever knowing. Sometimes, about someone, such a thing was very confusing, sometimes about someone he was knowing and living. Sometimes he was confused about this thing about someone. Sometimes he was not confused about this thing about that one. Sometimes he was not listening enough to someone to be really understanding this thing about someone, how that one was having money enough to be going on being living. Sometimes he was listening very much to someone, and he listened to everyone, knowing that one, and it was not confusing about that one. But he never could find out about that one, about the money that one had to be one going on being living. Always all his living, this was to him an interesting enough thing about each one he was knowing, what money they had, and how they had that money for daily living. As I was saying, all his living, he knew a good many who were then living. As I was saying, all his living, a good many knew him. As I was saying, when he was in his beginning living, he knew a good many who were living then. As I was saying, when he was in his beginning living, a good number knew him then. He was then, as I was saying, living in the part of Gossels where the Hersland family were living then, and the Hersland family were living on a 10-acre place then, and there were very many living in that part of Gossels where the Herslands were living then, and these were living in small houses. And as I was saying, David Hersland knew them. He knew a number of people then. Some knew him then. I will be telling something now about being in him and knowing other ones being in him, and other ones knowing him being in him. I will tell now about his being one, beginning being living.
Mostly everyone at different parts in their living when they are very little ones, when they are a little bigger ones, when they are not any longer very young ones, when they are quite not very young ones, when they are ones beginning being in their middle living, when they are ones being in their middle living, when they are ones ending being in their middle living, when they are ones coming to be growing old ones, when they are ones come to be old ones, have a feeling about someone having angry feeling in them, have some feeling about anyone that has for them angry feeling in them. Mostly everyone has some feeling about angry feeling being in someone, about angry feeling being inside them, about angry feeling in anyone. Some have all their living about the same feeling about someone having angry feeling, about having angry feeling themselves inside them, about anyone having angry feeling in them. Some have a very different feeling about angry feeling being in someone, about angry feeling being in anyone, about angry feeling being inside them in different parts of their being and living. Some are certainly changing in their feeling about angry feeling being in anyone, about angry feeling being in someone, about angry feeling being inside them as they are going on being living. I am telling now about angry feeling being in someone, about angry feeling being in anyone, about angry feeling in one inside that one to that one, and I am saying that some are changing while they are being living about their feeling, about each one of these ways of being, and some are not changing in their way of feeling, about angry feeling being in anyone, in someone, in some in themselves, inside them, and some are changing very much in their living about angry feeling, and some are not changing very much in their feeling about angry feeling, and some are changing one way, and some are changing another way. Each one of the Hersland family could have angry feeling in them. Some of them were changing in being living about angry feeling being inside them, about angry feeling being in some other one, about angry feeling being in someone, about angry feeling being in some, and some of these were not changing much in their living, in their being living and feeling about angry feeling being inside them, being in someone, being in anyone, being in some. They were all of them changing somewhat in their living, in their feeling about angry feeling. Some of them were changing very much while they went on being living, about angry feeling being in them, being in some other one, being in anyone. Certainly some of them were changing very much in their feeling about angry feeling being in them, being in some, being in anyone. Some of them were certainly hardly at all changing, not very much changing in their feeling about angry feeling all the time that they were living.
There were very many living there in that part of Gossels where the Herslands were living, and some knew them, and some knew some of them, and some knew of someone of them, how that one had angry feeling in that one, and some of the Hersland family knew of some of those who lived near them, how they had angry feeling in them. Some of these who knew the Hersland family then, knew some of the Hersland family then, did not know how those of the Hersland family they knew then had angry feeling in them. Each one of the Hersland family knew some of those living near them without knowing of them, how they had angry feeling in them.
Each one of the Hersland family could have some angry feeling sometimes in them. Each one of the Hersland family did have sometimes some angry feeling in them. David Hersland knew something about angry feeling in him and in each one of the Hersland family who could have angry feeling. That is to say, he knew something about angry feeling being in each one of the family of the then Hersland family. Mostly each one of the Hersland family knew something about the way each other one, all of them could have angry feeling in them. As I was saying, some of them changed in their living about angry feeling being inside them, inside any other one, inside all of them. And some, as I was saying, some of them did not change very much in their feeling about angry feeling being in any one of them, in all of them, in them.
Mostly everyone then is having some feeling about angry feeling all their living. This can be then certainly some description of angry feeling being in men and in women, in all parts of their being living, and in all kinds of men and in women. Mostly everyone then certainly has some feeling of being sometime an angry one, has some feeling of some other one being sometime an angry one. Mostly a good many have some feeling about angry feeling being existing in themselves and in other ones. Some are liking angry feeling being in them. Some are certainly not liking angry feeling being in them or having been in them. Some are certainly liking angry feeling having been in them. But this is not now to me an important thing, the liking angry feeling inside in one, the not liking angry feeling inside in one. It is now an important thing to me that certainly most everyone has angry feeling in him sometime, and mostly everyone has some feeling about angry feeling being in him, being in some other one, being in anyone, and that some are changing very much in their feeling about angry feeling in themselves, in some other one, in any other one, while they are being and living, and some are hardly at all changing in their feeling about angry feeling in themselves in anyone while they are being living. Some knowing some in that part of Gossels where the Herslands were living knew about the way angry feeling was in them when it was in them, and some did not know this thing about some they were knowing then. Each one certainly in the Hersland family then could have angry feeling sometimes in them. Each one of them did have sometimes angry feeling in them. Some knowing some of them knew of them, how they had angry feeling. Some knowing some of them did not know how they had angry feeling in them. Some knowing some of them knew how one of them had angry feeling, but not how the others of them had angry feeling. Some of the Hersland family were certainly changing very much in their feeling about angry feeling, being in anyone, from the beginning to the ending of their being living. Some of them certainly changed some of their feeling about angry feeling, being in anyone, from the beginning of their being living to their ending. Each one of them certainly changed some about this. That is a natural enough thing when anyone is passing from being a very little one through to a bigger, older one, to a middle living one, to an older one, to an old one, and to a very old one. David Hersland, in his being living, certainly was changing very much in his feeling about angry feelings in anyone. That is certainly a very natural thing. Each one of the Hersland family could have angry feeling in them. Some knew how each one of them had angry feeling in them. Some did not know how each one of them had angry feeling in them. Some did not know, and then they did know about angry feeling in them in each one of them. Each one of the Hersland family certainly had their own way of having angry feeling in them. Certainly each one knew something about how each one of them had angry feeling in them when they had it in them. The Hersland family had not very much angry feeling in them for anyone to be noticing. They had some angry feeling in them, sometimes each one of them for someone to be noticing. Some had angry feeling more often in them than others of them. David Hersland had angry feeling in him once in a while, not very often. Alfred Hersland had angry feeling in him once in a while, not so very often. This is to be now a history of David Hersland.
Some are wanting to be needing in their living to have someone have some angry feeling. Some are needing it in their living to have someone have some angry feeling. Some are needing angry feeling being existing. Some are wanting to be needing angry feeling being existing. David Hirschland was one sometime in his living wanting to be needing, having angry feeling, being existing. He was sometime in his living needing angry feeling to be existing. He was sometime in his living not wanting any angry feeling to be existing. He was sometime in his living completely wanting not angry feeling being existing. He was sometime in his living having an angry feeling about angry feeling being existing. He was sometime in his living completely needing having angry feeling really being existing. He was one wanting sometime in his living that not any angry feeling should be existing.
Some are needing angry feeling being in someone existing. Some are needing angry feeling being inside them being existing. Some are wanting to be needing angry feeling being in some existing. Some are wanting to be needing angry feeling being sometimes existing inside them. Some are wanting to be needing that angry feeling be not existing in anyone, not in themselves inside them. Some are having angry feeling and they are never certain whether they are needing, whether they are needing, whether they are not needing that thing. Some are having someone having angry feeling and they are not certain whether they are liking, whether they are not liking that thing. Some are having angry feeling inside them and they are not certain whether they are liking, whether they are not liking that thing. Some are having angry feeling, someone having angry feeling and they are not certain whether they are needing or whether they are not needing that thing. Certainly very many are sometimes having angry feeling in them. Certainly very many are having others having angry feeling for them. Certainly very many are having someone having angry feeling for them. Certainly very many are having some often having angry feeling against them. Certainly very many have some to have angry feeling about them. Certainly a very great many have someone having angry feeling about them, have someone having angry feeling against them, have someone having angry feeling with them.
To some, it is extraordinary that anyone having angry feeling can then come to be convincing. Some having angry feeling come then to be convincing about something to someone. Some came to be very convincing to David Hirschland when they had angry feeling in them sometime in his living. Some did not come to be convincing to him about anything when they had angry feeling in them. Sometimes in his living, not anyone having angry feeling was convincing to him about anything. Sometimes in his living, almost anyone having angry feeling in them were convincing to him then about something they were saying then. Certainly for some time while he was being living, someone was mostly always convincing about something, when that one were angry ones, was an angry one. Certainly very many living are changing in their feeling about anyone being an angry one, about someone being an angry one, about they themselves, that one, being an angry one. Some certainly are very different in different times in their living and their feeling about angry feeling being existing. Some are not changing very much in the time of their being living and their feeling about angry feeling being existing. Each one certainly has in them their own way of feeling, of changing in feeling about angry feeling being existing. Very many come to know in being living quite a number who are then existing. Some come to know of some they are then knowing how they have angry feeling in them. Some do not come to know of very many they are knowing how they have angry feeling in them. Some come to know of quite a number they are knowing how they have angry feeling in them. Alfred Hirschland came to know of some he was knowing how they come to have angry feeling in them. David Hirschland came in some way to know of quite a number he came to know in being living how they came to have angry feeling, what they do when they have angry feeling. As I was saying, sometimes when he was living, he was one wanting to be needing that not anyone was having angry feeling. As I was saying, sometimes in his living, he was needing to be one going on being living with any meaning in that thing, that not any one having angry feeling in being and living, that not any angry feeling was being existing. Sometimes in his being living, he was wanting to be needing that there was angry feeling, quite a good deal of angry feeling existing. Sometimes while he was living, as I was saying of him, he was quite needing that angry feeling, was really existing. As I was saying, he was in his living one changing about one's having angry feeling, being one's being convincing about something. This is to be, in a way, a history of him, and of every one that he ever knew, and of every one who ever came to know him or of him.
Some have different feeling about each one having angry feeling. Some, when they are young ones, have different feeling about each one having angry feeling. Some have a feeling about one having angry feeling, and that one has angry feeling, and that one can do anything, having angry feeling. And mostly that one does not do anything when that one is having that angry feeling. And someone being then a young one has it in that one then to be completely certain that that one is wanting to be needing that not angry feeling be existing. That one then, the one being then a young one, has it that anyone having angry feeling is one not convincing anyone of anything, certainly not convincing anyone of anything, certainly quite completely not convincing anyone of anything. Angry feeling then is to that one, when that one is knowing, who could be doing anything and having angry feeling, and mostly is not doing anything and having angry feeling, is having angry feeling. Angry feeling is to that one, when that one is knowing is having angry feeling. Angry feeling then is to that one something that one is certainly wanting to be needing to have not ever existing. Certainly to that one then, not anyone having angry feeling could be convincing about anything. That is one way of having feeling in someone, in someone when that one is a young one, in some when they are young ones, in some when they are older ones, in some only when they are young ones, in some only when a certain one is having angry feeling, in some when anyone is having angry feeling, in some when everyone is having angry feeling, about angry feeling being existing. So then certainly, some when they are young ones are feeling about someone, one who could be doing anything when having angry feeling, and who sometimes is doing something when having angry feeling, and sometimes is not doing anything when having angry feeling, or feeling about angry feeling when angry feeling is in that some one, that they are certainly wanting to be needing, that not any angry feeling ever is existing, that certainly not anyone could be convincing to anyone who was one having, ever going to be having angry feeling. As I am saying, some have such feeling about angry feeling when they are young ones, when angry feeling is in a certain one. Some, as I was saying, are having such feeling when they are older ones, when angry feeling is in a certain one. Some have such feeling, as I am saying, about angry feeling when they are young ones, when angry feeling is in some. Some, as I am saying, have such feeling about angry feeling when they are older ones, when angry feeling is in some. Some, as I am saying, when they are young, have such feeling when angry feeling is in anyone. Some, when they are older, as I am saying, have such feeling about angry feeling when angry feeling is in anyone. Some, as I am now saying, when they are older ones, have such feeling about angry feeling being existing. Some are ones having such feeling about angry feeling being existing when they are young ones and being living. Alfred Hersland had such feeling about someone having angry feeling when he, Alfred, was not a young one, not yet an older one. He had not such a feeling about anyone having angry feeling when he was a young one, when he was an older one. David Hersland had such feeling about someone having angry feeling when he was a young one. He had it then, not so much in him when he was beginning being an older one. He had it again in him when he was going on a little being an older one. He had it in him then some about everyone, about anyone having angry feeling. He did not have it in him, not really in him, not at all wanting having it in him at all, when he was going on still more being an older one. He had it a little in him then. He was not wanting it at all then, to be in him, for him to be one going on being living. He certainly did not want it then, to be in him. He did not have it then in him for his living, for his being one being living. Some he knew when he was living were ones having such feeling when he was knowing them. Some he knew in his living had been sometime having such feeling about angry feeling. Some who he knew in his living would certainly be having such feeling about angry feeling. Some who knew him when he was being living, when he was not having it to be needing such feeling, thought that he was having such feeling about angry feeling. Some thought then he was wanting to be needing such feeling about angry feeling when he was not wanting to be needing such feeling. He knew very many while he was one being living. I am saying again, quite a number knew him while he was being living. I am saying again, some felt one way of feeling about being angry, about angry feeling in him. Other ones felt other ways of feeling about angry feeling in him. I will slowly be describing every one feeling about angry feeling in him, about his feeling about angry feeling in him. I will be describing his feeling about angry feeling in him, about angry feeling in anyone, about angry feeling being in some. He certainly did very often a good deal of talking, a good deal of listening about angry feeling being existing. angry feeling was very often quite interesting to him.
In someone, in some to some, in some to someone sometime, sometimes, to some sometimes, all the time of their being living. To someone sometimes all the time of that one being living, there is not anything to convince of anything. Sometimes such a one who not in any way has power of doing anything when that one is being an angry one, who certainly is not convincing about anything in being one being living, that is to someone, has it to have it, to give that one, that someone, angry feeling of being one, not then able to be doing anything, to be expressing any angry feeling, to be completely then filled up with furious angry feeling, to be then only completely doing smiling. Some then being in family living with some other one, some then are existing in living, and then someone has it to have because of that one being something, doing something, completely furious, angry feeling, completely not doing anything to be them, telling anything to anyone, that one is having completely furious, angry feeling, completely smiling, and the one that is making the one have this in that one, this completely furious feeling, this completely not doing anything to be showing anyone that one is having completely furious, angry feeling, this completely smiling is one not having it to be able to be doing anything in any way to that one that is then having completely furious feeling, not convincing that one, not pleasing that one, not injuring that one, not in any way to that one or in any way for that one, meaning anything to anyone and being one being living. Certainly this can be in some being living, this way of being one having angry feeling. This certainly when some are coming to the ending of the middle of their young living comes to be in them very often. Some have it in them, some all of their living. Some have it in them, some in the beginning of the middle of their young living. Some of them have it in them, some at the ending of their young living. Some have it in them, some to the beginning of the middle of their middle living. Some, but mostly not so very many, have it in them, some all their living. Quite a number certainly do have it, some all their living. This, then, this way of having angry feeling come to be in them, this way of having angry feeling in them, quite a number certainly of women, quite a number certainly of men. Certainly David Hirshland could have it in him, to have this in him when he was in the beginning of the middle of his being and his young living. He could have it in him until almost the ending of his young living. It is certainly not completely certain that he could not have it in him any time in his being, one being living, which was to the ending of the beginning of his middle living. He was not knowing much about this, being in any one when he was one being in young living, any such a way of having angry feeling. He could come to be certain in him that such a way of having angry feeling is not at all uncommon. He certainly sometime came to be certain of this thing, that very many have it, had it, could have it in them, to have this way of having angry feeling come to be in them, be in them. Very many do not come to have angry feeling come to be in them, be in them. Very many do have it sometime to have angry feeling coming to be in this way in them, be in this way in them. Very many do not. Very many certainly, very many sometime do come to have angry feeling, come in this way to be in them, do have angry feeling in some such way in them then.
We have Gwen Daly now on page 762, second paragraph.
Certainly, each one has their own way of having angry feeling in them. Certainly, some having angry feeling come to be in them from someone not having it in them, from being one being and living, having any way of being one acting to affect them, to convince them have it then, to have angry feeling in the way they're kind of them, in the way that one has angry feeling. Each one certainly has angry feeling the way it is natural that one to have angry feeling in that one. That is mostly everyone. Some do not have it completely to have angry feeling in them the way it is natural to have angry feeling in them, But this is another thing. Certainly, mostly everyone has more or less completely in them when they have angry feeling in them, their way of having angry feeling in them. I have just now been telling about David Hirschland. I have just been telling about David Hirschland and about Alfred Hirschland, and I will tell more about angry feeling, being in women, being in men, being sometime in everyone having ever angry feeling in them, without anyone having angry feeling, about some having angry feeling. Angry feeling, again and again, is in each one being, in any family living, being in any living. This is pretty nearly certain. Angry feeling, again and again, is one being in a family, being in any living. Angry feeling, again and again, is in one, different ways, in one being, in any living, being in any family living. Mostly each one being in any family living, mostly each one being in any living, is having to have in that one again and again angry feeling from each one that one is knowing in the family living, from each one that one is knowing in any living. Perhaps it is certain that not everyone is having angry feeling in that one from each one they are knowing in any living. Perhaps it is certain that each one in any family living is having again and again the same kind of angry feeling from each one being with that one in that family living. Perhaps this is really certain. Perhaps it is certain that each one has from each one being doing something, the same thing, the same kind of angry feeling again and again. Perhaps it is really certain that almost everyone has a different way of having angry feeling with each one that one is knowing, and perhaps it is quite certain that mostly everyone has that way of feeling angry feeling from someone being and living, from someone doing something again and again. It is perhaps almost completely certain that each one being in some family living is having some angry feeling about each one in that family, living and about each one in a certain kind of way of having angry feeling, and in each way of having some angry feeling, having it again and again. Perhaps not everyone is having a different way of having angry feeling with different ones in their living. Perhaps some are not having angry feeling in some way again and again. Some are pretty nearly completely angry feeling again and again. Some are not having completely angry feeling again and again. Some are not having anywhere near completely angry feeling again and again. Some are having quite completely angry feeling again and again. Some are having angry feeling, mostly everyone is having some angry feeling. Some are knowing something about this thing, some are not knowing anything about this thing. Some are knowing very much about this thing, some are remembering what they have been knowing about this thing. Some are needing to be forgetting everything they were ever knowing about this thing. Some are wanting to be needing to be remembering what they could be knowing about this thing. Each one certainly has their own way of feeling about angry feeling being in them, having been in them, going to be in them. Each one has their own way of knowing, has their own way of not knowing about angry feeling having been, going to be, being in them. Each one has it to be remembering about angry feeling. Each one has it to be not remembering about angry feeling. In their own way, each one of them. Certainly each one has their own way of remembering and forgetting angry feeling being. Having been, going to be in them, each one certainly has their own way of remembering and forgetting, knowing about angry feeling, having been, being, going to be in them. Each one certainly has their own way of feeling, of thinking, of remembering, of forgetting about angry feeling, having been, being in them, going to be in them. Mostly each one in some way liking, in some way not liking, having angry feeling, having been, being, going to be, being in them. Some are almost not at all liking, having had, going to be, having angry feeling. Some are almost completely liking having angry feeling. Some are almost completely liking having had angry feeling. Some are almost completely liking going to be having angry feeling. Some are certainly liking some ways of having angry feeling in them. Some are certainly not liking other ways of having angry feeling in them. Some other way of having angry feeling. Some are liking that some are knowing that they are having angry feeling. Some are sometimes liking that they are sometimes knowing they have angry feeling. Each one has angry feeling in different parts in that one being living. Each one has angry feeling from someone, from some, that one is knowing in being living. Some almost quite certain are not anyone is knowing that they are having angry feeling when they themselves are knowing that they are having angry feeling. Some are quite certain that very many are quite certain that they are having angry feeling, and they themselves are quite certain that they are not at all having angry feeling. Sometimes then they have angry feelings. Sometimes these then have not been having angry feeling. Sometimes others have not been thinking these were having angry feeling. When these were thinking, those others were thinking that thing. Sometimes others have been thinking these were having angry feeling. When these were thinking, those others were thinking that thing. Some then have angry feeling about each one they are knowing and having it again and again. Some are certainly having it again and again from each one being with them, in family living. And for each one are having a certain kind of angry feeling and are certainly having it again and again. Each one then has angry feeling in them, of their kind, of them, of their being one being living. There are different ways of having angry feeling in different ones who are having it, that one being with them in family living, being with them in some living, is one not having it to have it, that one can be doing anything to the one then having angry feeling, but is one doing something, being something. That is certainly the reason why the one having angry feeling just then is just then having angry feeling in that one. Certainly there are, in this way of having it happen, that angry feeling is in some different ways of having angry feeling in the one having then angry feeling. As I am saying, some certainly are then needing to be wanting not to have it, that they themselves, that anyone is certain that they are having then angry feeling. Sometimes some are needing, when such angry feeling is in them, are needing it that not any other one is knowing that they are having angry feeling inside them. Some are certainly then, when they are having such angry feeling in them, are certainly then needing to be certain themselves, then inside them, that they are then having angry feeling in them. Some are certainly needing, when they are having such angry feeling in them, are certainly needing that someone, some other one is knowing it then, and that they are having then such angry feeling in them. Some are ones, when they are having such angry feeling in them, are ones wanting to be needing that some other one is knowing it of them, that they are then having such angry feeling in them. Some are ones wanting to be needing it, that not anyone can ever be knowing that they are ones having such angry feeling in them. Some are having such angry feeling, are ones wanting to be needing it, that they are ones not then knowing it, that they have inside them any such angry feeling. Some having such angry feeling in them are ones needing to be wanting then, and always in them about such angry feeling in them, that they are not knowing it inside them, that they are having in them such a way of having in them angry feeling. Then there are ones certainly not ever being ones, ever remembering having been in any such angry feeling. Then there are certainly needing that they are wanting that not anyone should ever be remembering anything about one ever having any such a way of having angry feeling. Then there are some certainly very well remembering that they are having ones, having been having such an angry feeling, and some of these are then ones really needing that not anyone, that they are not themselves inside them, are ever mentioning that they have been having such a way of having angry feeling in them. And there are some of this kind of them that can never be listening when anyone is mentioning such a way of having angry feeling. And there are some of such of them who are certainly not hearing when anyone in any way is mentioning such a way of having angry feeling, of such angry feeling having been sometime in that one. Certainly, to very many having such angry feeling in them, it is a thing that they are mostly not at all liking. Certainly some, quite some, having it in them to have such angry feeling in them, are in some ways needing it to be wanting it to be in them. Some are in some way coming to be liking it to be inside in them, such a way of having angry feeling in them. Some are in some way coming to be liking it inside in them, such a way of having angry feeling in them. Some are almost completely liking it, having such a way of having angry feeling in them. Some of those having angry feeling in them from someone not being one in any way, doing anything to that one in any way, able to be doing anything to that one, but being one being in the family living, being one being in some living of that one, and being one being then in being living, being one doing something in being living. Certainly, Alfred Hirschland was one being in the family living of David Hirschland. Certainly, there were very many in the living of David Hirschland, sometimes in David Hirschland being one being living. Certainly, some of these were sometimes ones making it that David Hirschland had in him angry feeling, and these then were then ones not being ones able in any way to be doing anything in the living of David Hirschland, he being one being then being living. Alfred Hirschland was one certainly when one David Hirschland was in the beginning of the middle of his young living, one not doing anything in the living of David Hirschland was then living. Certainly David Hirschland had then angry feeling from Alfred Hirschland, being one then being living, being one then doing something. Certainly David Hirschland had sometimes angry feeling in him, and this was in him, and it was in him in the middle of his young living, and this was in him because Alfred Hirschland was being then one doing some particular thing. Certainly then sometimes Alfred Hirschland was knowing that David Hirschland was having angry feeling in him. Certainly sometimes when David Hirschland was having angry feeling in him, in this way in him, Alfred Hirschland was not at all then knowing this thing. Sometimes Martha Hirschland would be knowing this thing, that David Hirschland was having angry feeling in him, in this way in him. Mostly she was not knowing this thing. David Hirschland certainly always knew it in him when he was having angry feeling in him, in such a way inside him. Sometimes later he could be explaining such angry feeling when he was explaining something and Martha was listening. Sometimes he could come to be almost thinking it a funny thing to have been having any such angry feeling. He could be thinking of it to be a funny thing to himself inside him. He could be sometime almost always mentioning this thing to someone, that it was a funny thing to have been having angry feeling in any such way inside him. Certainly he sometimes could be mentioning this thing, that he was thinking it to be a very funny thing, that he had angry feeling in any way inside him. He certainly sometime could come to be completely thinking that it was a very peculiar thing to have been having such a way of having angry feeling, to have been having sometime inside him such a way of angry feeling. He could be completely explaining to himself, and sometime to someone, and sometime to some, that it was a peculiar thing to have been having angry feeling inside him. He certainly could be sometime completely explaining such angry feeling. He certainly could be completely explaining that this was a peculiar thing, that this was quite a funny thing, having been having such an angry feeling in him. He could certainly sometime be completely certain about this explanation of this thing, about this being a funny thing to himself and to some. He was one, as I was saying, having had quite reasonably often such a way of having angry feeling in him when he was in the middle of his young living. He was one, in a way, having such a way of having angry feeling in him when he was one being in the beginning of his middle living. He was quite certainly not one having any such angry feeling in him in any such a way when he was in the ending of his young living. This is quite clear then. He had certainly a good deal of such angry feeling in him, and quite often in the middle of his young living, not any in the ending of his young living, certainly some and fairly often in the beginning of his middle living, more or less then to the ending of his living, which was in the ending of the beginning of his middle living. He had angry feeling in such a way in him, pretty much the same way in him, when he had it in him, and yet there were differences. And sometimes these differences will be coming to be showing themselves in his coming to be having, in that everyone is knowing other things in him that everyone knowing him could be certainly knowing. There are different ways of having angry feeling when someone is teaching someone something. There are different ways of having angry feeling when someone is trying to teach someone something. There are different ways of having angry feeling inside each one who is having angry feeling with someone teaching that one. One is being one, someone is teaching, and that one can be certain that that is not at all a good way for that one to be teaching that one that thing. One is being one, some is teaching, and the one someone is teaching can be quite completely certain inside that that one is the one that is teaching, that one is one not knowing anything about that thing. That one is one someone is teaching something, can be certain of this thing, that the one teaching that one is not teaching that one in the right way of teaching that thing, can be completely certain of this thing when that one is quite in the beginning of the middle of young living. Someone is one to whom one is regularly teaching something. Someone is one whom someone is teaching. Someone is one whom someone is regularly teaching something, and that is in the middle of the young living of that one, is quite in the beginning of the middle of the young living in that one, and that one is then one in the middle of the young living of that one, and is then in the ending of the middle of the young living in that one, and is always quite certain that the one regularly teaching that one something is one not knowing anything about that thing. That one is teaching. Certainly David Hersland was one not admiring any teacher, any one teacher teaching him in any fashion, until David Hersland was one at the ending of his young living, at the beginning of his middle living, and then he certainly was admiring some who were teaching regularly, then teaching him something.
Okay, we have Isabel and Tiff in the middle of page 767. Some can be quite.
Way pleasant ones for those then teaching them to be teaching. Some of such of them are not at all unpleasant ones for those then teaching them to be teaching. David Hersland, as I was saying, was of such of them that I have been describing, and certainly he was not then to everyone teaching him an unpleasant one. He was certainly then not to everyone then teaching them something a pleasant one.
Certainly, mostly everyone in being one being in young living is one being one someone and regularly teaching something. Certainly, some are then quite certain to themselves inside them that not anyone teaching them then something is knowing anything really about the thing they are teaching. Certainly, some are certain of this thing to mostly everyone knowing them then. Certainly, some are certain of this thing to someone knowing them then. Certainly, some are needing to be wanting to be certain of this thing. Certainly some are wanting to be needing to be certain of this thing. Certainly very many are pretty nearly completely certain of this thing. Some are certainly mostly always completely certain of this thing, then when they are in any part of the middle of their being in young living. David Hersland was one of such of them. He was one feeling in such fashion. He was not then admiring any one of those who was then teaching him something, who was then being a teacher for him in a regular fashion.
Certainly some do not at all think about this thing, whether the one teaching them anything is knowing anything about that thing. Certainly not. They are certainly not at all thinking about this thing in anyone regularly teaching them anything. Very many who are being taught something, very many who have been taught something. When I asked something, they did not answer the question. Certainly they can teach something. They did not, or they did not answer the question I asked. Certainly not. Certainly they did not answer that question. Certainly they answered about a good many things. Let me know if they answered my question. Certainly they did not answer my question, the question I asked, and I will ask a question again. They will not answer the question. I will not ask them to answer. When I asked something, they did not answer that question. Certainly not. Certainly they did not answer that question. Certainly they said something about that thing. Certainly they did not answer my question. They answered some questions. They certainly did not answer that question, the question I asked them. I will ask them again. They certainly will say something. They will not explain that thing. I will ask about some other thing. They will not be able to explain that thing. I am certain that they cannot explain anything I ask them. Some can, when they are in the middle of their young living, in any part of the middle of their young living, can be saying such a thing to themselves inside them. Some can say such a thing to themselves inside them in only one part of the middle of their young living. Very many do say such a thing to themselves inside them. Very many do say such a thing to some other one. Some do say such a thing almost to the teacher teaching them. Some do say such a thing to the teacher teaching them. Some are hearing someone say such a thing. Some are listening when someone is saying such a thing. I was saying David Hirschland was one certainly saying such a thing, sometimes to himself inside him, sometimes to someone, sometimes to the teacher teaching him, sometimes to the teacher teaching him. He was one saying such a thing in all of the middle of his young living. In some, saying such a thing is an important thing. Being one saying such a thing is an important thing. Certainly some who have been ones saying such things are not important ones, expecting while they are saying such things to anyone. Some saying such things are needing ones thinking about things, such things being said by them. Some saying such things are needing to themselves inside them, being ones having been saying such things. Some are certainly for a good deal of the time they are ones being living or ones needing in some way being ones saying such a thing. Different kinds of them in men and women are saying such things in the way their kind of them can say such things. Each one in their own being inside them, and each one saying such things is using the being in them for saying of such things, is feeling with the being in them about having been, about being one saying such things. Certainly this has close connection in very many such things with angry feeling being in them. Certainly some are not needing that someone should be one to interfere with them by being one being teaching something. They are quite certain. Certainly they can have angry feeling, some of them. Some of them do then have angry feeling. Some of them do then always have angry feeling. Some have then almost not at all angry feeling. They have different kinds of feeling. Some do then always have angry feeling. Some do then sometime have angry feeling. Certainly, David Hirschland was one not by any means always having then angry feeling when he was thinking, when he was feeling, when he was saying such things. He very often did not have angry feeling. He could have then the need and in him to be explaining to the one teaching him what he was thinking in him, what he was thinking about them. He could have it in him sometimes to be completely disregarding their being existing. He could sometimes be thinking about them and not hearing them, and they were then once teaching him. He could be one almost completely listening, and then certainly he would be needing to be teaching them. He could be wanting them not to be a bother to him while they were ones being ones teaching him something. He could be one almost having them being ones not existing, and they certainly were existing then to themselves and to everyone as ones being one teaching him something. As I was saying, he was one certainly not pleasant to those teaching him something. He was one certainly not unpleasant to those teaching him something. He was unpleasant to some, almost completely unpleasant to some. He was not quite completely pleasant to any of them. He was nearly completely pleasant to some of them. He was one sometimes needing to be doing some other thing when someone was being one teaching him then something. This certainly could happen to him. It certainly did happen to him again and again.
One was one not completely certain that each one teaching that one something was not knowing anything about the thing that one was teaching. This one was completely certain that some teaching that one something were one's not knowing anything about that thing. This one was one almost completely certain about some teaching that one something that they were ones not knowing anything about the things that they were then teaching to that one. This one in being one, being an older one, was quite certain that not anyone having been teaching that one in any regular way, anything was one knowing how the teaching of that thing should have been done. This one then was one who in later living, being in that one, was certain that not anyone who had been teaching that one anything knew anything about teaching that one, about teaching anyone. This one was one quite certain in his later living that teaching was something that someone should be understanding. This one in being later in the living, in that one was certain then that one was having it, and then that one was teaching something, was having it then that one was not one learning anything then by talking and listening, was one then certain that one knowing how thinking can be done, and certainly that one did not then know that thing, was one then certainly one to be teaching anyone, and then that one really would not then be doing teaching to that one inside that one, as not anyone not knowing anything about the way of doing thinking, not realizing the way of doing thinking would be one profiting by such teaching, and such a one would not be needing that thing, that reading that this one could be doing. There was then such a one, and this one was then in the beginning of the ending, of the middle living in that one. This one was then one certainly having angry feeling. That was irritation. That was impatient feeling, while this one had been a young one, and anyone that had been teaching that one something. This one was certainly not at all pleasant to very many having been teaching this one. This one was interesting to some teaching this one. This one was quite pleasant to some teaching this one. David Hirschland was not like this one. David Hirschland was a different kind of one. This one was one having it to be realizing very well the way each one doing thinking is doing thinking. This one was one not realizing very well which way anyone was experiencing anything in the relation of doing thinking, and each one doing thinking with the way each one is experiencing. This one was then one certainly having angry feeling, when this one was a young one in having anyone teaching that one anything in the way anyone was then teaching that one. This one was then completely the same one in being one coming to be an older one. This one was one certainly doing thinking. This one was one certainly knowing about thinking being done by men and by women doing thinking. This one then was different from David Hirschland. David Hirschland was not like this one I have been describing. David Hirschland was one certainly often certain that the one that was then teaching him was not one understanding that thing. David Hirschland certainly sometimes carefully explained to someone teaching him that thing. As I am saying, David Hirschland was one not like the one I have just been describing. David Hirschland was one certainly doing thinking. David Hirschland was certainly one talking and listening. The one I have been just describing was one doing talking and listening. David Hirschland was one wanting to be needing to be one teaching each one something. He was one certainly coming to be early in his middle, living a dead one. He was one certainly finding it often a troublesome thing to have a governess living in the house with him, as he was one to himself needing to be reading almost anything, certainly a certain thing, and sometimes a governess said something about such a thing. He could find it a pleasant thing to have a governess living in the house with him, and he did not find it to be a pleasant thing, and then and again, it was not at all a pleasant thing, but mostly it was not to him at all a serious thing. They were not any of them really regularly teaching anything to him.
There are some who are certain in being ones in later living, who are certain that they could have been ones having it, and that they had teachers really knowing something, and then if they had them, they would have been ones living a different way, in being ones learning, in being living, in being one, being in, being living. There are in each kind in men and one in women, some having such feeling in them. David Hirschland was not at all one of such of them. It is a curious thing that the one I was describing as being one certainly knowing about thinking being in anyone is in a way such a one. Certainly this one is not such a one, and yet in a way that one is such a one. That one is such a one, although certainly not anyone to that one was when that one was a young one, was one really knowing how to be teaching something that to that one, and that one when that one was in the later living, and that one was understanding thinking being in each one thinking, and was one certainly thinking, and one then certain that he would be one not teaching it, as it was not a thing, that one was then feeling anyone could be understanding, accepting one not needing that thing, and this one was surely then one certain that someone, when that one was a young one, could have been teaching that one something, if the one teaching that one had been understanding teaching. As I was saying, In a way, David Hirschland was one like this one. In a way, David Hirschland was one not like this one. Certainly, David Hirschland was one certain about almost everyone teaching him when he was a young one that they were not understanding what they were teaching, and if they were understanding what they were teaching, were not understanding how to be teaching. He was not certain about everyone. He was to some teaching him quite a completely pleasant one.
There are some not thinking, not feeling about their knowing anything, not having angry feeling in them with those teaching them regularly, but have very much such feeling about some teaching them in some irregular fashion. Some being ones someone is teaching, it is just the other way in them. David Hirschland was certainly not of either of these kinds of them, being one someone is teaching.
There are many kinds of ways of having angry feeling. Each one certainly was having sometimes angry feeling when that one was being one someone was teaching. Each one certainly is having sometimes angry feeling when that one is being one someone is teaching.
Some are thinking, some are feeling, some are thinking and feeling, some are thinking someone is feeling, some are thinking someone is thinking, some are thinking someone is feeling and thinking, some are feeling someone is thinking, some are feeling someone is thinking and feeling, some are feeling someone is feeling. There are so many ways of thinking and feeling connecting, not connecting, of being existing, of not being existing. There are so many ways of realizing and not realizing, thinking and feeling being, thinking being, feeling not being, thinking and feeling not being, some kind of thinking, some kind of feeling not being in someone.
Certainly it is a trouble to me to be doing this thing. I certainly cannot in any way know it is a trouble to you to do this thing when you asked me whether you should or should not do this thing and then did what I said you should do about doing this thing. I certainly can be realizing it is a trouble to me to do this thing. I certainly cannot be realizing it is a trouble to you to do this thing. You asked me and I told you, and you did what I told you, and now you are thinking I should have been feeling that you were doing that thing from the feeling you were having about that thing. You certainly asked me what you should do about doing that thing. I certainly told you what you should do about doing that thing. You certainly did what I told you to do about doing that thing.
Some are younger ones than other ones. Some are asking ones by being ones not feeling it to be ones to be deciding ones. Some are ones being ones quite certain that other ones can be ones working to do deciding. Some are ones liking other ones to be ones being quicker ones. Some are ones not being ones realizing anything inside them at any time before it is completely finished thing. And certainly very many in their being ones being living are being ones to whom someone can be saying, is saying, will be saying that I have just been telling someone, said or could have said or might have said or will be saying or is saying to someone. This is to be some description of angry feeling being in men and in women about such a thing in all of them. This will be then some description of one kind of angry feeling, of some explaining and then some more angry feeling and then some more angry feeling and then sometimes not any more angry feeling and then sometimes more angry feeling being in men and in women.
It would be easy to have angry feeling for some if they were not coming to be certain that some other one was coming to be not thinking anything that was an important thing to be doing as thinking. Very many are having sometimes and quite often angry feeling about someone, and then that one comes to be for them, one certainly not being one doing important things or feeling or acting, and this one then is going on being asked advice by the one having had and now not having any angry feeling about that one. So then asking advice and taking advice is one thing, and asking advice and taking advice is another thing, and that in the same one in relation to the same other one. Giving advice and talking to someone thing, and giving advice and talking to someone is another thing in the same one, giving advice and talking to the same other one.
Some would like to be certain about someone who has been talking to them, giving advice to them, whether that one is really one not important in feeling and in thinking. Some are thinking very often about wanting to be certain about this thing. If they were certain about this thing, they certainly would not be having in them in any way that is certainly not in most ways angry feeling against that one. Some are never really certain inside them about this thing. Some are certain and then they are not certain about this thing in someone who has been one talking to them, giving them advice to them when they asked advice of that one. Some are completely certain and they have angry feeling in them when that one is talking to them, giving advice to them that they are asking of that one. Some are certain of that thing that the one having been one talking to them often and giving advice to them when they were wanting to have advice given to them is one not important in thinking and in feeling and are not at all in any way angry inside them when that one is talking than when that one is giving advice to them.
Asking advice is in some kinds in men and in women, in some men and women of many kinds in men and women. Asking advice means a different thing in one than it does in another one in the being in them. Giving advice is in the same way in some kinds in men and women, is in some men and women of very many kinds in men and women. It means different things in the being in different kinds in men and women.
David Hirschland was one certainly giving advice, some from well in the beginning of the ending of young living. It meant something in the being in him. He was one who certainly could have angry feeling in him in being one giving advice to someone. Mostly he was one not having angry feeling and giving advice to anyone. He was one who certainly did come to be certain about someone, about some who had been one talking to him, who had been once talking to him, giving advice to him when he was asking for advice to be given. He was one certainly coming to think of someone, of some of such of them that they were ones that one was one not important in thinking, not important in feeling, and mostly then Hirschland did not have then any angry feeling in him about that one, about them. He could have sometime in coming to be certain angry feeling about someone of such of them. Mostly he did not have angry feeling inside in being certain about anyone.
As I was saying, he was one giving advice, certainly a good deal of advice, in being one being living.
Some certainly are liking to be working with sharp knives or sharp scissors. Some are not liking to be working with sharp knives or sharp scissors. Some have angry feeling when someone has been sharpening the knives or scissors they have been using. Some have angry feeling in them when someone has sharpened a knife or a scissor for them. Some have very angry feeling when someone will not let the knife or scissors they are using be sharpened so that they will be sharp ones. Some are very angry when someone is wanting to be using knives and scissors which are not sharp ones and is preferring them to be sharp ones. Some are asking always that someone sharpen the knives or scissors they are using. Some are angry when they find that someone will not sharpen a knife or a pair of scissors for them.
Okay, we have Annika Coleman and Christopher Kalangin Thomas. Page 774, third paragraph? Second paragraph.
As I was saying, Martha Hirschland was the oldest of the 3 Hirschland children. Certainly she could have angry feelings. Certainly she could ask advice sometimes from someone. She did ask advice sometimes, that is certain. She certainly did ask advice sometimes from David Hirschland. David Hirschland did quite often enough give advice to Martha, and she quite often enough took the advice he gave her. Certainly she quite often enough took the advice he gave her. Certainly she very often listened very much to him. He certainly listened some. As I was saying, he was one who certainly gave advice quite often, while he was one being living. He certainly listened some to advice that might have been given to him. Some are thinking that he was one not at all ever listening. He certainly did listen some.
Some are certainly not listening to some, and some of such of them are certainly listening some then. Some are feeling about some other one that one is repeating very much, and that one is very certain that one is not liking anyone to be repeating and talking, and certainly that one is repeating and repeating and repeating. Some are certain about some such a one that one is one mostly having an angry feeling when that one is listening, and sometimes that one is not having then an angry feeling, and certainly sometimes then that one is having an angry feeling. Certainly very many are sometimes quite certain about some other one that very many are sometimes quite certain about some other one than that one is not listening to everything that one is hearing,
And that one is one judging, in that one is one being one having been listening completely to everything that one has been hearing, and certainly that one has not been listening to everything that one has been hearing. Mostly, everyone sometime is certain of this thing in everyone. And very many, when they are certain of this thing, have then very much angry feeling in them. Each one has their own way of having angry feeling in them and coming out of them.
Angry feeling is coming. Coming, not coming, certainly not coming to be in them in some. Angry feeling is certainly coming to be in them in some. It is really a surprising thing to some that they have been having really angry feeling in them. Some are certainly not feeling in them before, during, after they have been having angry feeling, any of the feeling that would be for them in their thinking, in their feeling, in their realization, angry feeling. It is a curious thing that certainly certain, very many are not feeling any feeling in them, giving to them angry feeling, and yet certainly they are just then having angry feeling in them. This is happening quite often to some. Some are ones of such a kind of them, and of some of such of them, not many are knowing that they are having angry feeling in them when they are having angry feeling in them. In a way, David Hirschland quite often was such of them. Some of such of them to have it that they would be to themselves having angry feeling if they had more realization and being one feeling. Some of such of them are ones who would not have been having angry feeling if they had all the feeling they were having, just then being active in them to them. Some would be having angry feeling to themselves, then if they could be certain to be going on having angry feeling. In a way, as I was saying, David Hirschland was such a one. In a way, he had never in him really a complete angry feeling. In a way, he had sometimes almost complete angry feeling. In a way, really inside him, he had sometimes very angry feeling in him. In a way, he had inside him not ever any really angry feeling in him. He could be telling his sister Martha sometimes about angry feeling being existing in some. Certainly, she would ask him quite often about angry feeling being existing in some.
Some are not understanding that everyone is not always not knowing that everyone can come to be a dead one. Some are always being ones, being quite certain that each one sometimes will be coming to be a dead one. Some are certain every minute in their living that each one ever living will come sometime to be a dead one. Some are certain that each one will come to be a dead one, are always certain of this thing. Some of such of them have quite an angry feeling when they're realizing that some other one is not always certain of this thing, that each one sometime is being one coming to be a dead one, that sometime each one ever living is a dead one. Some who are certain of this thing are always in their living having angry feeling when someone is not certain of this thing in being one being living, that each one is sometime a dead one. Some who are all their living completely certain that each one is sometimes certain to be a dead one have in part of their living very angry feeling when someone is not certain of this thing. Some who are living are in a way having angry feeling and having irritated feeling. Some who are certain all their living that each one sometime is coming to be a dead one. When they are hearing some talking who are not ever feeling about each one coming to be a dead one sometime. Some who are certain that each one will sometime be a dead one have some angry feeling in them all their living when some are not listening to anyone who is telling that sometime everyone will be a dead one. Some are pretty nearly certain all their living that each one sometime will be a dead one. Some are completely certain all their living that each one ever living will come to be a dead one sometime. Some have sometimes in their living angry feeling about what other ones are feeling or are not feeling about each other one being sometime a dead one.
Certainly, some are every minute certain that sometime each one ever living will be a dead one. Some of such of them are having angry feeling inside them and being certain of this thing. Some are not always being completely certain that sometime each one will be a dead one. Some are having angry feeling inside them about this thing.
Some are having angry feeling about some such thing, about being certain about everyone being a dead one sometime, about always being certain about this thing, about not often being certain about this thing, about never coming to themselves inside them being completely certain, completely not certain every minute about this thing, about not remembering this thing, about not listening about this thing, about other ones not saying they're certain about this thing. They're not certain about this thing, about others listening, about others refusing to listen to this thing, that each one sometime is a dead one. Some are having angry feeling in them about such a thing sometime in their living, and then in parts of their living they are having very little angry feeling about such things, and part of their living they are remembering having angry feeling about such a thing, and part of their living they're not having at all angry feeling about such a thing. David Hirschland was one of such of them. He certainly, all his living, was talking some and listening some. He was talking a good deal and listening a good deal in his living. He certainly was sometimes talking. He certainly was listening very often to talking about each one coming to be sometime a dead one.
Some are certain that they are understanding why everyone is being living. Some are certain that they are understanding why anyone is being living. Some are certain that they are understanding that one is being living. Some are certain that they are understanding that everyone who is living is living. Some are certain that they are understanding that anyone who is living is living. Some are certain that they are understanding that everyone who is living is being living, that they are boasting about this thing, and sometimes someone hearing them telling about this thing has angry feeling in that one. One can have been in living to that one and to mostly everyone, one certain that everyone is living and being living, but that one is not understanding this thing, living, being in anyone. Such a one can have it come then to that one one is understanding this living, this thing, living being in everyone being living, and then that one is finding that one to be a very different one from what, and then that one has ever been and being living, and that one is telling that thing, and telling it so much and in such a way of telling it again and again and again that some are then certain that that one is a different one, and some are not certain, and some are certain that that one is not a different one from what that one has been, and some of each of these kind of them have in them an angry feeling. Some of them have some angry feeling, some have very little angry feeling, some have very much angry feeling about that one.
It is certainly interesting what each one feels, thinks, says, knows, would like to know, does not care about knowing, about living, each feeling, being in anything, in anyone, in everyone. It is certainly a very exciting thing to some to feel something in them about living, being in men and in women. It is not at all, not the least bit, an exciting thing to some to feel anything about living, being in men and in women, in anything, in everything.
Someone has been one to that one, to everyone knowing that one. One certainly not going ever to be certain that living being in anyone, in everyone, in everything, is a thing that one is ever going to be understanding, and then all of a sudden, sometime when that one has been changing in some way and doing something, that one is one to keep on telling, that one certainly does understand everything, that is to say living being in men and women. Certainly such a one can have an angry feeling, but very often, almost mostly, such a one is not just an having angry feeling, and certainly some are having about such a one then angry feeling, and some are not having then about such a one any angry feeling.
David Hirschland was one who almost came to be one certain sometime to be completely understanding being in men and in women, being living. He was one certainly almost, and not so very often, still quite often. As I was saying, he had sometimes then an angry feeling. Certainly some had about him and some angry feeling. Sometimes then he had not in any angry feeling. Certainly there were some then interested about him. then who had not then angry feeling. Some who were not very much interested had about him then angry feeling. Some were not very much interested in him then, had not then about him any angry feeling. As I was saying, he was almost one having it to be in him to be completely certain that he was understanding everything again and again, and sometimes all of a sudden. As I was saying, he was almost such a one. He was quite often almost such a one. There are certainly some coming to be quite certain, some all of a sudden, that they are understanding everything. Some have about some such a one very angry feeling. David Hirschland did have in Being Living about some of such them angry feeling. About some others of such of them he had a very gentle feeling. About some others of such of them he had a very sympathetic feeling. About some others of such of them he had a very interested feeling. About some others of such of them he had a scared feeling. About some others of such of them he had a completely surprised feeling. About some others of such of them he had a very silly feeling. About some others of such of them he had an annoyed feeling. About some others of such of them he had quite an indifferent feeling. About some others of such of them he had sometimes a very earnest feeling. About some others of such of them he had intensely an inquiring feeling. About some others of such of them he had a disgusted feeling. About some others of such of them he had a very sorrowful feeling. About some others of such of them he had a disappointed feeling. About some others of such of them he had a feeling that made him be one going on scolding them every time he thought about them. About some others of some of them he was not certain, but perhaps they really did understand everything. And then sometimes he was quite certain that they did not understand everything, and then sometimes he had a humble feeling, perhaps they were understanding everything. And then sometimes he had a certain feeling that they were not understanding everything. As I am saying, David Hirschland was one having it to be almost one to be sometimes completely certain that he was understanding everything.
Certainly, some in one way of being one's being living, some in other ways of being one's being living come to be certain, some gradually, some all of a sudden, some sometime, some sometimes, some quite often, some very often, come to be certain that they are understanding everyone being one being living. Some, as I am saying, are having, when they are having this thing, angry feeling. Some, when they are having this thing, are not having it to be having any angry feeling. Some about such of them have angry feeling, some have not any angry feeling about any one of such of them. As I'm saying, there are very many ways of coming to be, certain of being one understanding living being in men and in women. As I'm saying, there are very many ways of being impressed, of not being impressed by any one of such of them, by some of such of them, by many of such of them, by every one of such of them.
There are certainly many ways of feeling, of thinking, of liking, of not liking, living, being in men and in women, living, being, existing. Very many are convinced that living is a real thing, something they are certain is existing. Some are not so certain of this thing. Some are content with living, being, existing. Some are not at all content with this thing. Some are certainly certain that if everyone was understanding everything, that not anyone will only be wanting to be certain only that this living is being existing. Some are so certain that understanding anything is amusing to everyone, and certainly it is not at all amusing to some. It is not at all interesting to some. Some are certain that understanding anything is interesting to everyone, and that they are certain that sometime everyone will be understanding something. Some are so certain that understanding everything is a necessary thing, that they are certain that sometime they will be understanding everything. Some of such of them come to be certain that they are understanding everything. To some of such of them, it comes all of a sudden.
As I was saying, some of such of them have angry feeling in them then. As I was saying, some of such of them have not at all angry feeling in them then. As I was saying, David Hirschland, in a way, was almost such a one. If he feels it, and he knows it, and he tells it, and he thinks it, and he says it, clearly tells it, why, then perhaps it is something and perhaps it is not anything. Some are certain that clear thinking and clear telling and certain feeling are complete emotion, are something someone can be doing. Some are certain that sometime they will be having complete emotion and certain feeling and clear thinking and eloquent expression. Some are certain that they are having clear thinking and complete emotion and adequate expression and absolute conviction. Some are certain that they have been having clear thinking and complete emotion and complete conviction and adequate expression. Some are certainly very clearly thinking. Some certainly have then complete conviction. Some are certainly having complete emotion and are clearly thinking and are having adequate expression and perhaps are really having then absolute conviction. Some are certainly having sometime complete emotion and adequate expression. Some are perhaps having sometime complete adequate emotion and clear thinking and adequate expression. Some are perhaps having clear thinking and adequate expression and some emotion, very much emotion, and pretty nearly absolute conviction. Some are certainly having clear thinking and adequate expression and considerable emotion. Some are certainly not having completely clear thinking and complete emotion and adequate expression and absolute conviction.
Rachel Chandler, page 779, paragraph 2.
Someone is certain that some other one is doing clear thinking, is having adequate expression, is having almost complete conviction, is certainly not having complete emotion. That one is certain that the other one is having a pretty nearly complete emotion. Not at all any clear thinking, not at all absolute conviction, might easily be having adequate expression. Which is then the important one? Certainly one of the two of them. One of the two of them is certainly in a way the important one. One of the two of them is certainly in a way not the important one. David Hirschland was certainly that really one of them was the more important one. David Hirschland was one certainly in a way not having complete emotion, certainly in a way not doing clear thinking, certainly in a way having adequate expression, certainly having very nearly absolute conviction. He had absolute conviction. He had clear thinking. He had adequate expression. He felt inside him complete emotion. Some are working hard to be ones telling someone something. Some are working hard telling someone something. Some are not working hard to tell someone something. Some are not working hard, and they are then telling someone something. To some, spirituality and idealism have no meaning, excepting as meaning completest intensification of any experiencing. Any conception of transcending experience has to some not any meaning. To some, anything to have meaning must be existing. To some, anything to have meaning must be being. Having been going to be experienced as something existing by someone. Many who are carefully and completely thinking have it to leave out something they have been, they will be, they are, they can be experiencing. And this is a very natural thinking, as very many who have it to be one's clearly and completely reasonable thinking have it. To have it that they are thinking to be solving a problem, and naturally, then they are not thinking into them everything they can be experiencing. Some are quite certain that anyone very clearly thinking are not ever completely experiencing. Some are quite certain that anyone clearly thinking is leaving out much that could be being remembered by that one. Some certainly have a conception that everything should be intelligible to some. Certainly, some of such of them are to some others, listening to them, not convincing. Some have it to be experiencing that they are experiencing more than experiencing, and this is to very many completely convincing, and it is to some completely convincing in some, and it is altogether convincing to some, and to some it is convincing when these having it in them to have such experiencing of something that is not experiencing, explain their experience. To some, it is not then convincing. To some having experiencing of something which is more than any experiencing or convincing when they are explaining this thing. To some, it would be a very pleasant thing if not anyone having such experiencing ever got mixed up between what was, what is, what will be to that one, and how it comes to be, how it came to be, how it will come to be. In short, the explanation, the description, the condition, what was experienced to them was without any condition. As I am saying, some are working in being one's being thinking, some are not working in being one's being thinking, some are certainly thinking and working in being one being thinking, and certainly coming to an ending in their thinking and doing it in the thinking as a complete telling the thinking they have been doing. Some certainly then have not been putting in everything that anyone could be experiencing that is connected with the thing about which they have been thinking. Some will not put in some experiencing, some cannot put in some experiencing. Some are certain that they will have put in all that experiencing. Some put almost all experiencing that has anything to do with that thing when they are thinking about that thing. Certainly to be completely experiencing, to be clearly thinking, to have real conviction, to have enthusiasm, to keep on going and doing thinking and having experiencing is a very enjoyable thing. Certainly very many are very clearly thinking that it is quite a number, are certainly quite thinking quite clearly. David Hirschland was such a one. He certainly had enthusiasm. He certainly could have some experiencing. He certainly was needing for his own satisfaction to put in everything anyone could be experiencing and thinking about anything. He certainly was one completely wanting to do this thing. He was one in a way doing this thing. He was one in a way never coming to be completely doing this thing. He was one having almost absolute conviction. He was one having real enthusiasm. He was not one being certain that experiencing being intensified was spirituality and idealism. He was not certain that one could not be experiencing something that was a different thing. He almost came to be certain that one could not be experiencing something more complete than any experiencing. He came to be almost certain that one can be experiencing something that is more than experiencing. He came to be certainly quite certain that not anyone could explain such a thing. He came to be almost certain that perhaps he could sometime explain such a thing. Some certainly they were not expecting to be doing that thing come some time to be explaining what they were certain certainly was not existing. This is quite common. Some certainly come to be quite certain that something is existing that they were completely certain was not ever existing. David Hirschland was in a way not at all such a one. Many are very logical in being one's being thinking. Some demonstrate something in being one's being thinking. Many are very logical in being one's being thinking. Some keep on demonstrating something. Many are very logical in being one's being thinking. Some of these are demonstrating something. Some of these are beginning demonstrating something. Some of these are not really demonstrating anything. Some of these are occasionally demonstrating something. It is like this. Many who are logical ones are, while they are being logical, are always experiencing being one, being living. Some, while they are being logical ones, are being ones experiencing a great deal of being ones, being living. Some, while they're being logical, are experiencing very little of being ones, being living. Some, while they are being logical, have at times the conviction of being ones experiencing, being living. Some are certain that being logical ones makes them ones being ones experiencing, being living, and this is perhaps true of them. The way each one is experiencing the amount each one is experiencing living is then a thing that someone is knowing, that someone is not knowing, that some are not knowing of themselves inside them, that some are knowing of themselves inside them, about which some have conviction, about which some do not have conviction, about which some have conviction, and they certainly are not knowing what they are certain they are knowing, about which some have conviction, and they are certainly knowing what they are knowing, about which some are not knowing that they are having a conviction, about which some are having a conviction and are not certain of that thing, about which some are quite certain they have not any conviction, about which some are certainly not knowing everything, about which some are knowing more than others are knowing, about which some are knowing very much, about which some are knowing hardly anything. So then, experiencing one being living is a thing about which some are knowing very much in themselves, in other ones. Experiencing being one being living is something some have very much in them. Experiencing being one being living is something many are certainly having some. Experiencing being one being living is certainly something everyone is having some. Certainly some are having more than others, are having of being one experiencing being one being living. Surely someone is meaning something by what that one is saying. It would be a nuisance for some not to be certain of this thing. Someone is meaning something when that one is saying something. Certainly, in each one there is a connection between what that one is saying and what that one is meaning. Certainly in some way there must be some connection. Each one has their own way inside them of meaning something. Each one has their own way of having connection between what that one is meaning and what that one is thinking, between what that one is meaning and what that one is saying, about what that one is meaning and what that one is feeling, about what that one is meaning and what that one is certain is conviction in that one. It would be a nuisance for some not to be certain of this thing, that each one has some connection in them between what they are meaning and what they are saying, what they are feeling, what they are thinking, what they are certain about in being one being living. Certainly some are pretty certain that there is not enough connection to make it interesting. In very many, between what they are meaning, what they are thinking, they are feeling, they are saying, they are certain in something existing. I mean, and that is not what I mean. I mean that not anyone is saying what they are meaning. I mean that I am feeling something. I mean that I mean something. And I mean that not anyone is thinking, is feeling, is saying, is certain of that thing. I mean that not anyone can be saying, thinking, feeling. Not anyone can be certain of that thing. I mean, I am not certain of that thing. I am not ever saying, thinking, feeling, being certain of this thing. I mean, I know what I mean. And certainly someone is right in saying such a thing, such a one, some of such of them certainly are right in saying such a thing. Some of such of them have it, the moment of sensibility, emotion and expression and origin is all a state of completion, and then it is finished thing, and certainly that one was meaning something, and he was saying, I mean, and it was all finished, And then there was another something, and this one certainly very often said, I mean. That one said that very often in being one, being living. Surely in some way there is some connection between what each one is meaning and saying and feeling and thinking and being certain of in living. Surely it would be a very great nuisance to one's being living if there was not some connection in each one between meaning and feeling and saying and thinking and being certain in each one. Some are quite certain that there is very little connection, certainly not enough to make it interesting, between what everyone is meaning and what everyone is thinking and what everyone is saying and what everyone is feeling and what everyone is and of what everyone is certain. David Hirschland, yes, he might be one of such of them. Some are quite certain that there is enough connection to make it completely interesting between what everyone is meaning and what everyone is thinking and what everyone is feeling and of what everyone is certain. David Hirschland was certainly one of such of them.
Nate Lohman, page 783, paragraph 3, I guess. Some are certainly knowing.
Some are certainly knowing what they are meaning. Some are certainly not knowing what they are meaning. Certainly, everyone in a way is meaning something. Certainly, everyone in a way is saying, is thinking, is feeling, is quite certain of something. Which way someone is meaning anything, which way someone is meaning everything, how someone is meaning what that one is saying, meaning, feeling, thinking, and being certain what that one is doing, feeling, thinking, and of what that one is certain, how that one is going on meaning something, meaning anything, meaning everything, which way that one is going on meaning what that one is saying, feeling, thinking, doing, what connection there is in that one between living in that one and being in that one, how that one is liking, is not liking, what that one means to anyone knowing that one, how that one is liking it, how that one is liking it, not liking what that one means to anyone knowing that one, how that one is liking it, not liking what that one is not meaning to someone, to anyone, how anything coming into that one comes out of that one, how some things coming into that one hardly are coming out of that one, how much the things coming out of that one are different from the things going into that one, how quickly and how slowly, how completely, how gradually, how intermittently, how noisily, how silently, how happily, how drearily, how difficultly, how gaily, how complicatedly, how simply, how joyously, how boisterously, how despondingly, how fragmentarily, how delicately, how roughly, how excitedly, how energetically, how persistently, how repeatedly, how repeatingly, how dryly, how startlingly, how funnily, how certainly, how hesitatingly, anything is coming out of that one, which is being in each one, and how anything comes into that one and comes out of that one makes of each one meaning, something, and feeling, telling, thinking, being certain, and being living. Certainly, the way of experiencing anything and expressing that thing is the being in each one. Certainly, there are groups of men and women as to ways of experiencing things in being one's being living. Certainly, there are groups of them who, in a way, have the same ways of experiencing in them, and these have each of them ways of experiencing something. Each one of them are meaning something to themselves, inside them, to any other one in being one's living and having their own way of being one's experiencing anything, of being one's expressing anything. Some are not knowing what kind they are of one's experiencing, of one's expressing. Very many are not knowing what kind they are of one's experiencing, of one's expressing. In a way, David Hirschland did know very well what kind he was of one's experiencing, of one's expressing. In a way, he never came to be completely certain that he was not perhaps another kind of a one experiencing, another kind of one expressing. Some have almost a way of saying what they are meaning. Some have a way of thinking, a way of feeling in them, and a way of needing to be meaning something in them. And they have, for very much of their living, almost a way of saying what they are meaning. And for part of their living, they have a way of saying what they are meaning. Some have a way of feeling something and almost a way of thinking something. And they have all their living a way of saying what they are meaning. Some have all their living a way of saying what they are meaning. Some have a way of saying what they are meaning dimly. Some have a way of saying what they are meaning dreamily. Some have a way of saying what they are meaning doubtingly. Some have in their living a way of saying what they are meaning, and then they have not a way of saying what they are meaning. They have not then any way for them of saying what they are meaning. Some certainly are slowly coming to a way of saying what they are meaning. Some certainly any time in their being, one being living, are ones having a way, having ways of saying what they are meaning. Some certainly are ones feeling, completely feeling something, are ones thinking very well about everything, are ones certainly to themselves sometime going to be needing to ones saying what they are meaning, and some of such of them are saying what they are not meaning while they are not saying what they are meaning, and some then are not saying anything when they are not saying what they are meaning. Some of such of them are certain that sometime they will be ones saying something, saying what they are meaning. Some of such of them are almost certain that they will not ever be saying anything, saying what they are meaning. Some of such of them are sometimes saying something, saying what they are meaning. Some of such of them are not sometimes saying something, saying what they are meaning. David Hirschland was not at all any one of any such a kind of them. Some are quite certain that they are knowing what each one saying anything is meaning by what they are saying. David Hirschland was, in a way, one of such of them. Some are quite certain that each one is meaning something when they are saying anything. In a way, David Hirschland was almost such a one. Some are certain that each one is one wanting to be meaning something by what that one is saying. David Hirschland was not such a one. He was somewhat such a one sometimes in his living. Some are certain that each one is not wanting to be meaning something by what that one is saying. David Hirschland was hardly ever at all really such a one. Some are certain that each one is one liking it to be one meaning something by what they are saying when they are saying anything. David Hirschland was pretty nearly one of such of them. Some are believing that mostly everyone is meaning the same thing in being one being living. David Hirschland could have been one being such a one. David Hirschland was not one being such a one. Just the way each one is experiencing what they are experiencing, how much they are experiencing in the way they are experiencing, how much of the time in being one being living they are experiencing much, they are experiencing little, how strongly they are experiencing what they are experiencing in the way they are experiencing, and what way and how much they are thinking, what connection there is in them, each one between experiencing and thinking. What result it has all in them as meaning, and how and when and what way they are telling what they are meaning, that it is a thing, certainly in each one interesting to some, that is a thing in everyone interesting to some, that it was a thing certainly completely interesting to Hirschland, a thing he needed to have completely interesting to him, a thing about which he was completely thinking, and in a way, he was one wanting to be needing to be one completely certain that there was not complete interest in him in any such complete realization. In a way, he was one needing to be completely certain that he was complete in needing the realization of experiencing and thinking and meaning and telling in all men and women. In a way, he was one wanting to be needing to be certain, to be interested in not being certain that any such realization would be complete living for him. He was one sometimes in being one being living, feeling one way of wanting to be needing to be a complete one, and sometimes in being living, feeling another way of wanting to be needing completeness in being living. He was one sometimes wanting to be needing not completeness in being one being living. He was one certainly very much an interested one in experiencing, in thinking, in meaning, in telling, being in men and in women. Someone is feeling very strongly about something that one is thinking about, the thing about which that one is having then strong feeling, that one then is telling about the thing about which that one is having then strong feeling. This one is telling about the thing about which that one is having then strong feeling. Certainly not anyone is having then strong feeling about that thing, excepting the one telling about that thing. Not anyone, perhaps, could have strong feeling about that thing, excepting the one telling about that thing. There are some who have it in them to have strong feeling about something, and perhaps not anyone ever being living could be having that kind of a strong feeling about that thing. David Hirschland was not such a one. Someone is feeling very strongly about something. That one is thinking about the thing about which that one is having then strong feeling. That one then is telling about the thing about which that one is having this then strong feeling. This one is telling about the thing about which that one is having then strong feeling. Certainly, one other one is having then strong feeling about that thing. The one telling about that thing is having then about that thing strong feeling, and another one. David Hirschland was not such a one having strong feeling about something and thinking about that thing and telling about that thing and having one other one having then a strong feeling about that thing. There are some having a strong feeling about something. They are thinking about that thing. They are telling about that thing. There are other ones then having strong feeling about that thing, about which these ones, such a one, is feeling a strong feeling, is thinking about, is telling about. David Hirschland was one of such of them, ones having strong feeling about something and about thinking about that thing and telling about that thing, and these being then some who are having then strong feeling about that thing, about which the one had been having strong feeling, about which that one had been thinking, about which that one had been telling.
Lexi Smith, page 786, second paragraph, some are remembering.
Some are remembering how something was happening when they are feeling about that thing, when they are thinking about that thing, when they are telling about that thing. David Hirschland was pretty completely one of such of them. Some are remembering what was happening when they are telling about something, not when they are feeling about that thing, not when they are thinking about that thing. Some are remembering what was happening, not when they are telling about that thing, not when they are feeling about that thing. They are remembering what was happening when they are thinking about that thing. Some are remembering what was happening when they are feeling about that thing, and not when they are thinking about that thing, but when they are telling about that thing. Some are remembering what was happening when they are feeling about a thing and when they are thinking about that thing, but not when they are telling about that thing. Some are remembering what was happening when they are feeling about a thing, not when they are telling about the thing, not when they are thinking about the thing. Some are certainly clearly thinking, completely clearly thinking. Some have all their living been pretty clearly thinking. Some have it to be needing to be to themselves what they are. That is one certainly thinking clearly, completely clearly about anything about which they are thinking. Some of these certainly are thinking very clearly about anything about which they are clearly thinking. Some of these are boasting, not to themselves. Some yes to themselves, some to others, some to very many others, some to one of this thing. Some are certain that they are not boasting about this thing. Some are quite certain they are not boasting about this thing. Some who are telling it very much and very often that they certainly are clearly thinking about anything they are thinking, and they certainly are thinking clearly about anything about which they are thinking, are completely certain that telling about this thing by them to a good many, to everyone, is not boasting. Some who are clearly thinking, who are thinking clearly about everything about which they are thinking, are needing to be certain that they have come to the right conclusion, sometime about everything. David Hirschland, in a way, was not such a one. Some who are thinking clearly about everything about which they are thinking are not certain that they will sometime come to a right conclusion about anything about which they are thinking clearly. Some are certain that if they can keep on clearly thinking, they will certainly sometime come to a completely right conclusion about everything about which they are thinking clearly. That is, about anything about which they are really thinking. David Hirschland was, in a way, not such a one. Some certainly are thinking very clearly about anything about which they are thinking. Some certainly can keep on pretty well thinking clearly about everything about which they are thinking. Each one has her own way of being one experiencing and being one being living. Each one is of a kind in men and women, of a kind of way of being one experiencing, of being one experiencing anything, of being one experiencing being one being living. Each one in some way can know, each one in some way cannot know, each one in some ways does know, each one in some ways does not know. Of each one, someone in some ways can know. someone in some ways cannot know. Of each one, some can in some way know, some can in some way not know what they are meaning by being one being living, each one, how they are thinking, how much and what, why they are boasting, how they can and how they cannot be experiencing, what some other one could be meaning, who might be having almost such a being in them as that other one has in them. Certainly, some are not thinking about anything, and these are ones very clearly certain about many things, and are clearly, certainly expressing what they are knowing, and they are not changing when others are changing. Certainly, some are not thinking about anything, and they are clearly feeling something, and they are clearly telling that thing, and they certainly are not changing when they have not been feeling a new feeling about the thing they have been clearly telling they're feeling. David Hirschland might have been one of such of them. He was not one of such of them. He certainly was one thinking about mostly everything about which he was having feeling. He might have been one not thinking about anything, but having clearly a feeling about that thing and clearly expressing the feeling he was having and not doing any thinking and not doing any changing and having then more clear feeling and clearly expressing that clear feeling. He might have been such a one. He certainly might have been such a one. He certainly was having a clear feeling about something. He was one certainly thinking about things. He certainly was one clearly expressing what he was feeling when he was clearly feeling something. He was one certainly thinking about almost everything. He was one in a way needing to be having complete thinking. He was one not really wanting to be needing complete thinking. He was one certainly thinking about almost everything. He was certainly to some one in a way boasting about being one being, living in being one being, the one he was then. To very many, he was certainly one not boasting about this thing. He was one certainly to himself, one sometimes boasting of this thing. He certainly was one liking to be to some, one boasting of this thing. Mostly everyone is needing someone to be one listening to that one being, one boasting. David Hirschland, in a way, was not one needing one to be one listening to him, being one boasting. There certainly were some who were listening then to him. He was, in a way, not really needing this thing, and that was because he was one so clearly telling that he was so clearly feeling. He needed some to be listening while he was thinking. He did have very many listen while he was thinking. He almost was not needing this thing. Some who are thinking are very much needing someone to be one boastingly listening. Some who are thinking are needing someone to be listening to them and saying something and not really saying that thing. Some are needing to be having someone saying something, and they are not seriously considering the serious thing they are needing that someone is saying while they are thinking. David Hirschland could, in a way, be one of such of them. Very many are completely ones of such of them. Thinking, boasting, listening, remembering, forgetting, feeling, and meaning, and telling are in some being living. Some are certainly completely interested in going on being living. Some are not completely interested in this thing. Some are almost completely interested in this thing. In a way, David Hirschland was not completely interested in this thing. In a way, he was almost completely interested in this thing. Some are thinking about being interested in this thing, about being interested in going on being living. Some are telling everyone how interesting it is to be interested in this thing. Some are boasting about being completely interested in this thing. Some are boasting about not being at all interested in this thing. Sometimes it is astonishing that someone has been forgetting that one is completely interested in this thing. Some are pretty nearly always remembering that they are completely interested in this thing. Being one's completely interested in being one's going on being living is what very many are certain is not all of living to them. Being one's completely interested in being one's going on being living is what very many are having as very nearly all of living for them. Each one ever living is certainly sometimes completely interested in being one going on, being living. David Hirschland, as I was saying, was in a way not completely interested in this thing, was in a way almost completely interested in this thing. He was one certainly talking about this thing. He was one certainly listening to some talking about this thing. He was one certainly sometimes boasting about being one perhaps sometime going to be completely interested in this thing. He was one certainly mostly remembering about being interested in this thing. He was one certainly sometimes quite forgetting about anyone being interested in this thing. He could certainly be feeling something about the meaning of this thing. He certainly could do very much thinking about the meaning of this thing. He could certainly be feeling something about being one going on, being living, about anyone going on, being living. He certainly could think very much and very often about any one being one going on, being living. He could certainly feel something about this thing. He could certainly think very much indeed about this thing. He could certainly feel a little something about this thing. He could certainly feel a little something about anyone not going on, being living. He could certainly think very much about this thing. Some are thinking very much in being one's being living. Some are not thinking very much in being one's being living. Some are thinking very much about being one's going on, being living, in being one's being living. Some are not thinking very much about being one's going on, being living, in being one's being living. Some are feeling very much about being one's going on, being living. Some are not feeling so much about being one's going on, being living. Some are certainly boasting very much about feeling about being one's going on, being living. Some are boasting very much about being one's not feeling very much about being one's going on, being living. David Hirschland went on being living until he was at the ending of the beginning of his middle living, and then he was not any longer going on being living. Some are changing while they are living in their feeling about being one going on being living, about anyone being one going on being living. Some are changing very much in their feeling about this thing. Very many are changing very much in their feeling about this thing during the time they are being one being living. Some do not change so very much in their feeling about this thing while they are ones being living. David Hirschland certainly changed some in his feeling about this thing while he was one being living. He certainly did not change so very much while he was one being living. No. He certainly did not change so very much in his feeling about this thing in being one being living. He was thinking very much and very often about anyone going on being living. He certainly thought very different things about this thing at different times in his being one being living. Each one, in a way, is feeling something about one's going on being living, about that one being living. Certainly each one feels in some way something about such a thing. Feeling and thinking about the one being going on living, thinking, boasting, listening, remembering, forgetting, feeling and meaning, and telling about being one's going on, being living, is in some going on, being living.
Dan Colin, page 790, third paragraph, some are having.
Some are having a very delicate feeling, and they are ones that can be thinking, and they are ones sometimes delightfully telling something, beautifully telling something, touching, telling something, quaintly telling something, freshly telling something, and they are ones dully telling something and flatly telling something and harshly telling something, and telling and not telling anything, and telling something and telling and not telling anything, and telling something, so that someone can be saying certainly that one was thinking, that other one was not knowing anything, and certainly the one was knowing that one was certain that the one was not knowing anything. Some are having quite a delicate feeling, and they are often thinking, and they are telling what they are meaning, and certainly it is sometimes quite a beautiful telling they are doing, and certainly sometimes not a beautiful telling that they are doing. Some are feeling very delicately, and they are thinking, and they are completely telling very beautifully something. Some are feeling delicately, and they are not doing very much thinking, and they are sometimes quite beautifully telling something. David Hirschland was not of any of these kinds of them. Some are not feeling delicately about anything, and they are thinking very much and very often, and they are sometimes almost beautifully telling about something. Some are not feeling at all delicately about something, and they are thinking very much and very often, and they are persisting, and they are sometimes almost really completely beautifully telling something, almost beautifully telling something, almost completely telling something, almost beautifully completely telling something. David Hirschland was not of any such kind in men and women. Some are certainly quite not having any delicate feeling about anything, and they are persisting, and they have complete realization of being one, loving everything, and they are thinking very much and very often, and they are quite completely, delicately thinking, and such of them can be ones succeeding very well and being ones being living. They can be ones not feeling beautifully or delicately about anything. They could be ones succeeding very well and being ones going on being living. They can be ones living very completely to be ones teaching being good ones in being ones going on being living. David Hirschland was not one of such of them. Some are feeling delicately about something and not feeling delicately about any other thing. Some are feeling delicately and sensitively and completely about some things and not about other things. Some of these are thinking very much and very often. Some of these are almost completely telling beautifully about something. David Hirschland was in a way one of such of them. Some are thinking to make a thing a complete thing more when they are younger ones than when they are older ones. Some are thinking to make anything a complete thing more when they are older ones than when they are younger ones. Some are wanting to be needing to think something to be a complete thing more than they are younger ones than when they are older ones. Some more when they are older ones than when they are younger ones. Some are needing to be thinking a complete thing, when they are younger ones and when they are older ones. Some certainly are all their living needing to be thinking something to be a complete thing. Some are certainly needing all their living to be thinking everything to be a complete thing. Some are certainly all their living wanting to be needing to be thinking everything to be to them a complete thing. Some are certainly all their living wanting to be needing to think something out to be a complete thing. David Hirschland was certainly sometimes in his being, one being, living almost needing to be thinking something out to be a complete thing. He certainly was in his younger living. He certainly was something in his older living, needing to be sometimes thinking everything out to be a complete thing. He was not in his living ever completely wanting to be needing to be thinking everything out to be a complete thing. He was certainly in his living, in his younger living, certainly and perhaps in his later living, almost completely wanting to be needing to be thinking something out as a complete thing. David Hirschland was a kind in men and women, having it in them, to have a feeling clearly in them, to be telling clearly the feeling they have in them, to have very much feeling in them, and to have it in them, some of them very often. David Hirschland was one who was thinking very much and very often, and he was certainly thinking very clearly when he was thinking, and he certainly was thinking very much in being one being, living thing. He was one in a way needing to be thinking out a thing to be a complete thing. He was feeling clearly, telling clearly what he was clearly feeling. He was one feeling very much and very often. He was one wanting to be needing to be feeling, having every woman being in some ways a beautiful one. He was one feeling He was one feeling very much and very often. He was one feeling clearly and completely what he much and very often. He was one feeling clearly and completely what he was feeling. He was one telling clearly what he was feeling. He was thinking clearly very much and very often. He was one in a way needing to be one thinking things, to be completed things. He was one then making anything a transparent thing, and then it was a little confused thing, for certainly he was wanting to be, needing to be, feeling that any woman was in some ways a really beautiful one. He was one clearly thinking, clearly feeling, and doing both very much and very often, and that together made it that he was one needing in a way to be thinking everything in it, everything to be a completed thing, and in a way that he was not succeeding in being a living, not succeeding in being in living, for then he came to be one making everything a pretty transparent thing, a thing so clear that it was a sparkling thing, a thing so clear that it did not have beginning or middle or ending. And as I was saying it, it was not a completely clear thing, as certainly he was pretty completely wanting to be, needing to be, feeling that any woman could ever be existing was in some way a really beautiful thing. David Hirslin was not any longer living, and someone had a trunk that he had and always liked to use it when that one was traveling. Someone was very indignant that he had come to be a dead one and almost went out to be where he was not any longer living to complain to someone about this thing. Someone knew only some time later, after David Hirslin was not any longer living, that he was not any longer living, and that one felt it to be a completely strange thing that David Hirslin was not any longer living. And after that, it was not a strange thing, and that it was not a real thing, as certainly he could not have been one being living. And after that, there was another one, very much like David Hirslin, and that one was already not any living, and that one was already not any longer living, the one like David Hirslin, before the one who had known David Hirslin knew about this one. There was another one who had certainly been one going to be very sorry if anything happened to David Hirslin, and that one was sorry when David Hirslin came to be a dead one. There was one who was excited about David Hirslin having come to be a dead one, because David Hirslin certainly might have been going on being living if he had not come to be a dead one. This was excited. This one was excited again and again about this thing. There was one who was tenderly, completely a sad one, and then always was about this thing, about David Hirslin being a dead one, a tenderly complete sad one. David Hirslin then, in a way, was one having been living in being living. David Hirslin was of a kind in men and women. There are many kinds in men and women. Each kind was a way of thinking, of feeling, and experiencing anything. Some have babies in being, one being living. Some do not have any of them. David Hirslin never had any of them. Some would like to have them. Some would not like to have them. David Hirslin was never really wanting to be, needing to have much feeling about having babies and being one being living. He did not have any of them. He did not ever come to have very much feeling about he himself having them. He could come to have feeling about some needing to be wanting to be having some of them, and some needing to be wanting not to be having some of them. Some do have many of them. Some do have many of them. Certainly some completely do not want to have any of them. Some almost completely do not want to have any of them. Some certainly completely want to have some of them. Some certainly completely want to have one of them. Some certainly completely want to have many of them. Some almost completely want to have many of them. Some almost completely want to have some of them. Certainly, very many are interested in some wanting, in some not wanting to have any of them. Some are not at all interested in anybody wanting in anybody not wanting to have any of them. David Hirslin was certainly not completely, not almost completely interested in anything wanting in anybody not wanting any of them. Being a baby was not to him completely interesting. It was not to him completely uninteresting. Certainly not completely uninteresting. Really certainly not completely uninteresting. David Hirshland was certainly one needing to be saying something about babies and men and babies and women. Babies and men and babies and women were not to him completely interesting. He certainly sometimes was talking and certainly sometimes was listening to talking about babies and women, about babies and men. Babies and men about babies and women were not to him almost completely interesting. He certainly sometimes and sometimes quite often talked very much about babies and men and babies and women. Certainly many are talking sometimes and sometimes very often about something, and that thing is not to them interesting, and they are liking very well the talking they are doing about this thing, and they are liking very well the listening they are doing to about this thing, and they are liking very well the listening they are doing to anyone talking about this thing. Certainly then babies, having them, not having them, was not completely an interesting thing to David Hirslin, was not almost completely an interesting thing to him. Some things were completely interesting things to David Hirslin. Some things were almost completely interesting things to him. Some things he was wanting to be having as completely interesting things to him. Some things were almost completely not interesting things to him. Certainly some remember that David Hirslin had said something sometimes about anyone having, about anyone not having, not going to be having, going to be having had, not having had, liking, not liking, having babies. Certainly some remembered what David Hirslin had been saying about such a thing, and some were talking quite often about what he had been saying about such a thing, and some were certainly talking quite often about such a thing, and not then anymore remembering very much about what he had said about such a thing, and some were not then. Some of such of them remembering that he had talked sometimes about such a thing, and some of such of them were remembering very well that he had sometimes been talking about such a thing. He certainly had been talking sometimes about such a thing. He certainly sometimes was convincing someone of something when he was talking about such a thing. Certainly, everyone can have been one, can be one imagining something. Some are imagining everything to be anything. Some are very carefully imagining something to be anything. Some are dreamily imagining something to be anything. Some are daintily imagining anything to be something. Some are very carefully imagining again and again the same thing to be something. Some have earnest feeling in imagining everything to be anything. Some have a tired feeling in imagining something to be anything. Some are telling very much and very often the way they were, the way they are, the way they will be imagining anything to be something. Some are very much interested in their being, one having been, being, going to be, being, one imagining everything to be something. Some are very much interested in their own imagining everything being something, and in everyone else's imagining everything being something. Some find it very interesting that everyone else is imagining everything being something. Some were imagining some things being some things when they were young ones, and they were imagining everything being something when they were older ones. Some are talking very much and very often about being one being, imagining in being, one being living. Some are very convincing in being one telling about being one being, imagining in being living. Sometimes each one has been telling very much and very often that one is thinking about that one being, imagining and living. Being one talking and living, being one listening and living, being one succeeding in living, being one failing in living. Sometime each one has been telling very much and very often about living, having been, about living, being in that one. Some have been doing something very often. They have been doing that thing very often, and yet they are not not then knowing, being in being, one doing that thing, that is to say, someone may be the one living, all the living of that one, doing some one thing again and again with many men and many women, and this one then has not been learning anything about how to be one doing that thing. Someone might be ruining many men and many women, certainly was one ruining one, and certainly then that one might be one not knowing anything about ruining, about not ruining anyone. Anyone might be one certainly not knowing anything about ruining men and women, might certainly be one not knowing anything about being in men and women who are not ruined by that one. In short, it is sometimes surprising how some are not being ones, having had experience in being ones, doing something when they have been ones doing something. Some have been ones doing something, and really then they have been not very often done that thing. It is surprising very often how some who have been ones doing something have been ones very rarely doing that thing, and some who have been ones doing something have been doing that thing very often. Everyone certainly is telling very much and very often. Everything is being one being living, and some are listening to some, and some are listening to many. And some are not doing very much listening, and some are listening more, and then are listening less, and some are talking more, and some are talking less, and each one is one being living, and then each one is one going on being living all the time. That one is one being living, and each one is sometime a young one, and each one is sometimes quite a young one.
Thank you. Ryan McGinley, page 794, paragraph 2, sometime. Wait, no, that's wrong. 795, paragraph 2, summer jumping.
Some are jumping when they are young ones, jumping from a place and a landing way below from where they were jumping, and it is a pretty thing to see them doing. And many of them, when they are doing this thing, are not hurting themselves in landing. Certainly, very many, when they are young ones, are jumping a long distance and are landing somewhere, and to some of such of them, it is not an important thing at all to be knowing where they are going, to be landing when they are beginning jumping. Some are certain that not any one is such one when they are a young one. Some are certain that everyone, when they are jumping, and even when they are quite young ones, have it that it is for them an important thing to be certain that they can be landing safely somewhere below the place from which they have been jumping. Some are certain that mostly everyone, when they are young ones, are the ones jumping and not the ones being interested in knowing that they will be landing somewhere, and not be ones having been hurt by jumping. Some are quite certain that being young ones is being in some way being living. Some are quite certain that being young ones in some way of being in being living, and others another way in being living. Some are quite certain that there are some ways in being living that everyone, being a young one, has then in that one. Some are certain that this is not a true thing. Some are certain that not any one being young one, having been a young one, has been then one saying a certain thing. Some are quite certain that mostly everyone, having been a young one, is one not saying a certain thing. Each one, in being living, having been a young one, is remembering, is not remembering, having been then. Some are certain that not anyone is remembering much in having been a young one. Some are certain that everyone is remembering very much in having been a young one. Some are certain that they are remembering completely having been a young one, and then someone who was a young one too, then is remembering and then makes it to the first one that one is not all remembering being living and being a young one. Sometimes this is a pleasant thing. Sometimes it is a thing indifferent to that one. Sometimes is it a thing making that one feel of being one, having been existing without having been one, on in a being and one being living. Some are not listening to other ones, remembering being a young one. Some are listening very often to other ones, remembering being a young one. Each one being living is certainly one having been, one going on being living. Many, when they are being young ones, are talking very much and very often. Many, when they are being young ones, are ones going on being living. Many, when they are being young ones, are sometimes not going on being living. Many, when they are young ones, are being ones going on being living, and they are remembering this thing, and they are forgetting this thing, and they are sometimes telling something about being ones, not going on being living. Some are certainly not remembering being ones, being young ones. Some are certainly remembering and very clearly remembering and remembering completely being young ones in being living. Many are quite certain that they are remembering being young ones in being living. Many are completely certain that they are not remembering being young ones in being living. Some are remembering someone being a young one in being living. Some are not remembering anyone being a young one in being living. David Hirschland, in the beginning of his being living, was a being young one. There were others then being young ones. Some had then one way of being in being young ones, and others had then other ways of being in being young ones. And David Hirschland was a young one then, and later some of them remembered their being in being young ones, and then some did not remember much of their being in being young ones then. David Hirschland remembered some of them being in being young ones then, something of some of them, a little something of being young one then, certainly something of being in him when he was being a young one, and sometimes he was one quite certainly remembering being in being a young one, and sometimes he was one, quite certainly not remembering being in him as being in him in being a young one. Certainly, some are remembering better than others being young ones in being living. There are such very different ways of feeling any one being a dead one and any one being a living one at different times in being one being living. Certainly, to many, being living when they are being young ones, being dead, being a dead one is a thing that is a thing a little terrifying, not very exciting, quite interesting, not happening, certainly not happening. To some, it is a thing completely terrifying when they are young ones, certainly not happening, certainly not interesting, certainly very often being a thing that one is a good deal remembering. To some, when they are young ones, it is a thing happening. It is a thing terrifying them. It is mostly forgotten. It is a thing quite interesting. To some, it is a thing completely forgotten, quite interesting, not happening, might be quite terrifying. To some, it is a thing, when they are young ones, needing to be then completely forgotten, sometimes then completely desolating, sometimes then making in that one is wanting to be certain that it is something not happening, it is something not happening, it is something that one is finding interesting, it is something that one is then a great deal forgetting. In a way, David Hirschland was such a kind of one. Some, when they are being very young ones, are certainly not certain that anything is not existing, and then they certainly are certain that not anything is existing, and then they are wanting to be needed, that anything being that anything not being existing is a thing completely interesting to them, and then it is not really at all the completely interesting to them, and these are the ones being ones going on being living, some of them, and David Hirschland was one such of them. Certainly, there are very many who, being young ones, are not certain about anything being existing, anything being non-existing, and there are sometimes feeling completely in them about such a thing. There are some who, when they are young ones, are not certain about anything being existing, about anything being not existing, and are not feeling anything at all in them about any such thing. Certainly, some, when they are young ones, are quite certain that everything is existing. Certainly, some, when they are young ones, are needing to be quite certain that not anything is existing. There are certainly very many going on being living when they are young ones. A very great many being young ones are being then ones going on being living. Some are certain then and later remembering having been ones then going on being living. Certainly some of them and later are not remembering having been the ones going on being living. Some are remembering then, when they are young ones going on being living, are remembering it then that they are young ones going on being living, and then later are forgetting. and they were remembering this thing. When they were young ones, David Hirslin might have been one of such of them. There are a very great many being young ones, and there are a great many having been being young ones. David Hirslin knew some who were being young ones, and he was a young one then. David Hirslin knew some being young ones, and he was not really being a young one then. There certainly have been and are being very many being young ones. Each one has their own way of having it in them being a young one when that one is being a young one. Certainly, some are having been young ones, and some are having been taking very much and jumping very much and being ones, almost completely ones, certainly, that then they were ones completely feeling being ones, talking and being ones jumping. Very many certainly are not, when they are young ones, feeling themselves to be completely ones, then jumping and talking. Some are ones certainly not altogether completely then, when they are young ones, feeling themselves then being ones jumping, then being ones talking, then being ones completely jumping and talking. Very many later are remembering themselves having been ones, feeling themselves being completely one jumping, completely one talking when they were young ones. Some are certainly being ones when they are young ones, doing very much jumping, doing very much talking. Then, when they are young ones, some of such of them are certainly then feeling themselves to be ones, pretty nearly completely ones, being ones talking, being ones jumping. Some of such of them are certainly then not completely then feeling themselves ones, being completely ones jumping, completely ones being talking. Certainly very many, when they are being young ones, are the ones talking and jumping then, and certainly some of such of them are certainly feeling themselves being completely then ones talking, ones jumping. Some, and certainly some of them, are ones that are not ones anybody would be thinking were feeling themselves being such ones, not feeling themselves at all being ones completely jumping, completely talking when they were being young ones. In a way, Hirslin was such a kind of one. In a way, he was certainly not one completely feeling being one jumping, being one talking, when he was being a young one. In a way, he was very nearly completely feeling himself being one, being talking, being one, being jumping, when he was being a young one. Certainly, he was quite a good deal one being one feeling, being completely one jumping, completely one talking, than when he was a young one. Each one certainly is one being a young one when that one is beginning, being living. Some are remembering being one, being living. Some are not remembering being one, being living. Some are ones who might be remembering, and some are ones who might not be remembering, and we're not. In a way, David Hirslin was one of such of them. In a way, he was one who might have been remembering he was a young one, and very much he was one not remembering. He certainly was one knowing very many when he was a young one, many who were then being ones, being young ones.
Ben Fama and Theothemo, page 798 on the bottom. Some are saying.
Some are saying someone looks like someone, and then some other one says yes, and then they are both laughing, and then they are telling one another about this thing, and they are all then laughing, and they keep on then for a very long time laughing, and beginning telling one another about this thing. And sometimes then they are not telling one another about this thing, and sometimes they are not then telling someone another about this thing. And sometimes they are not then telling some other one about this thing, but certainly then they can be. They are laughing then. Some are telling that someone is like someone, and that one telling that thing has angry feeling, and is having more and more angry feeling, and telling this thing, while the one that one is telling this thing is certainly not saying that this one is finding a resemblance that is convincing to this one. Sometimes some are beginning telling about something, and then certainly a number are saying something, and certainly very many of them are having then angry feeling. They are then talking and talking and talking and telling that thing, and every minute each one of them is having angry feeling. Certainly some are talking each one about a thing, and each one is having angry feeling. And they are ones going to be playing something then, and certainly each one of them is talking then, and certainly mostly each one of them is having angry feeling in them. And perhaps it is quite exciting to all of them then, and perhaps it is not really exciting to most of them then. Certainly some are talking very long times, and quite often, and another one is with them, and is talking very long times. And quite often, and another one is with them. And each one of them is certainly talking very long times and quite often. Certainly each one being living is beginning being living, and certainly some of such of them are doing these things and being ones being then being living.
David Hirslund was one being and one beginning, being living, and there were others then being ones beginning, being living. And they sometimes were with each other then, and sometimes some were with some then, and others were with others then. Certainly, each one, every one being living, is being one something beginning, being living. And this is in different ways in them, in each one ever living.
To certainly not anyone is ever a young one. To some, not anyone is certainly to themselves, inside them, a young one. Some are certain that not anyone is ever to themselves inside them a young one. Some are doubting whether anyone is to themselves inside them to themselves then a young one. Some are certain that no one is ever to themselves inside them a young one. Certainly not anyone is being to themselves a young one inside them to some. Certainly anyone is being to themselves a young one inside them to some. To some, certainly not anyone is ever a young one. To some, certainly everyone is sometime a young one. To some, everyone is sometimes a young one.
Certainly, each one has a way of feeling about young being, about beginning being living in that one, in everyone. There are certainly very different ways of feeling about being young ones, about anybody being a young one, about that one being a young one, about anybody having been a young one, about that one having been a young one.
Certainly each one is beginning being living when they are beginning being ones being living. Certainly some are not to themselves in being living, being young ones. Certainly some are to themselves in a way in being living young ones. Some perhaps are to themselves in being living, in the beginning of being living, really being young ones. Each one ever living is certainly sometimes beginning being and living. There are certainly many ways of being to oneself, in being one beginning, being living. To some, certainly not anyone is ever a young one. Certainly not anyone is one being to themselves, a young one inside them to some. To some, certainly not anyone is ever a young one. Certainly each one is beginning, is one beginning being living. Certainly not everyone is to themselves inside them, then one beginning being living. Not everyone is one to themselves inside them, having been beginning being living. Certainly in a way, David Hirschland was such a one. He certainly in a way was such a one certain in a way that not anyone is ever a young one. He was one in a way, not ever to himself, inside him one being a young one. Certainly there are very many being ones, and always there are very many of them, and very many of them are such of them are ones, being certain then that not anyone is ever a young one, being certain then that one is not then a young one, being certain then that one is not one having been a young one. David Hirschland was one being, once beginning being and living. There were very many then being ones, being beginning being and living. Some of them were in a way young ones then inside them to them. Some of them were not in a way young ones then inside them to them.
Being one needing to be listening to someone is being in some when they are young ones, when they are older ones, when they are middle-aged ones, when they are old ones. Being one needing to be listening to someone is what very many being in living are being in being one being living. Certainly very many are ones needing to be listening to someone, to be ones certain to themselves, to be ones going on being living, going to be going on being living. Some are needing being one listening to someone while they are young ones, while they are older ones, while they are beginning being in middle living, and then they are ones listening to someone, and some of such of them are then ones not needing to be listening to someone. Some are needing someone to be very convincing in being one to whom they are listening. Some are certainly needing this thing very much in being one being living. Some are needing this thing sometimes in being one being living. Some are needing this thing and are needing it again and again. Some are not needing this thing, but it is certainly a comforting thing to them to be having this thing. Some are having this thing and it is a comforting thing to them and they are wanting to be needing this thing. Some are wanting to be needing this thing, and they are almost needing this thing. Some are wanting to be needing this thing. Some are having one being a convincing one to whom they are listening, and it is then almost a comforting thing to them, and they are then ones wanting to be needing this thing, and then it is coming to be in them that they are not having this thing. In a way, David Hirschland was one of such of them. In a way, it was something he was having, and it was then, in a way, a comforting thing to him, and then in a way he was wanting to be needing this thing, and then in a way he was certain not to be having any more of this thing, and of there being someone being convincing to him, to whom he was listening. When he was young one, he almost knowing that he was wanting to be needing this thing. When he was an older one, he was knowing that he was having this thing and having it again and again. When he was older, he was knowing that he was wanting to be needing this thing, and that certainly he was not going to be having anything of this thing, and perhaps he was then going to be completely needing this thing, and perhaps he was going to be then not at all needing this thing, and then he did not go on being one being living.
Certainly he was one being living when he was being a young one. He was often then quite certainly one being almost completely interested in being one being living. He was then quite often wanting to be one being completely interested in being one being living. He was then one quite often almost completely interested in being one being living. He certainly then went on being living. He did this thing certainly all his being living in being in young living. He certainly, when he was a young one, was needing then sometimes to be sure that he was one being living. This is certainly what some being living are needing when they are ones being young ones and being living. David Hirstland certainly was almost completely one being living when he was being a young one. Some he was knowing then were certainly being completely living then, and being then being young ones and being living. Some he was knowing then were not quite completely being ones being living then. Some were quite a good deal not being ones being completely living then when they were being young ones and being living. David Hirstland did a good deal of living and being living then when he was a young one. He was knowing very many then, and very many knew him then. He remembered some of them in his later living, but he did not remember some of them. He certainly was one almost completely then interested in being one being living.
Certainly, everyone being living is being one going on being living. And some are then knowing that thing, and some are then not knowing that thing. And some are remembering doing that thing, and some are not remembering having been doing that thing, having been going on being living. Certainly, everyone being living is one going on being living. Certainly, very many are not remembering having been doing that thing. Certainly, very many are remembering having been being doing that thing. Certainly, everyone living is one going on being living. Certainly, everyone having been living is one having been going on being living. Certainly, everyone being living is one going on being living. Some are doing some things then. Some are not doing some things then. Some are enjoying some things then. Some are not enjoying some things then. Some are certainly needing to be ones knowing they are being ones going on being living, are needing to be doing some things that are things that are making them be feeling that they are being ones going on being living by being. Things that anyone is needing to be one going on being living. That is breathing and breathing and breathing. There are very many such of them, always being existing. There are very many certainly knowing that then that they are ones going on being living than when they are doing more breathing than just breathing and being alive and being living. Very many are doing very much breathing to be ones knowing they are going on being living. Very many are certain to be ones going on being living when they have been regularly doing more breathing than breathing to being living. Some certainly are liking very much being living, doing this thing. Quite a number are liking very much being living, doing this thing, being one's knowing than being one going on being living.
To some, certainly, everyone is always a young one. To some, certainly, someone is almost always a young one. Certainly, anyone being living is then one going on being living. Certainly, some are breathing more than they are always breathing, and certainly some of them are ones knowing then that they are ones going on being living. Some are knowing they are ones going on being living when they are young ones. Some are not knowing they are ones going on being living when they are young ones. Some are ones not knowing it then when they are ones going on being living and being young ones. Some are ones knowing it then when they are young ones, knowing that they are ones going on being living then.
Some, when they are being young ones, are liking being ones going on being living. Some, when they are being young ones, are not liking it being ones going on being living. Certainly, some are then wanting to be liking being one going on being living. Some are certainly then not wanting to be liking being one going on being living. Certainly going on being living. David Hirstland was sometimes not liking being one going on being living. He certainly was one sometimes, almost always liking being one going on being living then. He certainly was one going on being living then. He certainly was sometimes knowing this thing then. He certainly was sometimes almost knowing this thing then. He was doing some things then, and some others were doing some things then. And he was doing some things, and some others were doing the things he was wanting to be, needing to be doing then. And he was doing some things then, and he was doing some things he was needing to be doing then, and some others did things when he was doing things. And some were doing things then, and he was going to be doing things then, and he was doing things then, and some others were doing things then, and some others were going to be doing things then. And some were doing things, and he was doing things, and some others were doing things, and he was going to be doing things. And he was needing to be doing things, and he was doing things, and he was wanting to be doing things. And he was doing things, and some others were doing things, and some others were going to be doing things, and some others were wanting to be doing things, and some others were doing things, and some others were needing to be doing things, yeah. And some others were doing things, and some others were doing things.
Certainly some, when they are young, are ones being dreaming, and they are young ones then, and ones being dreaming, then are ones then not dreaming then about anything. There are certainly some being young ones, and ones being dreaming then, and they are then not being ones dreaming then about anything. There are some being ones being dreaming, and they are young ones then, and some of them are ones dreaming then about something. Certainly some of them who are ones being, one being dreaming, and being ones being, then young ones are ones dreaming then about something. Some certainly are ones being dreaming when they are ones being young ones. Some of such of them are ones being ones not dreaming then of anything. And some are ones, certainly some of them are ones dreaming of something. Some, when they are being ones being young ones, are ones sometimes then being ones being dreaming. And some of such of them are ones dreaming then of something. Sometimes when they are then ones dreaming then, and sometimes are ones not dreaming of anything, when they are ones being young ones, and being sometimes then ones being dreaming.
One is doing something and then doing that thing again, and then doing another thing, and then doing that thing again, and then doing the one thing, and then the other thing. And that one certainly would be doing some other thing, and doing that thing again, and would be then doing another thing, and would be doing that thing again, and would then be doing one thing, and then would be doing the other, if that one were not doing the things that one is doing, and being one being living. Certainly some were doing something and doing that thing and doing another thing, and certainly some were completely ones needing to be ones doing that thing and that thing again, and then some other thing, and then that other thing again, and then one thing, and then another thing, and to be ones being ones living. Certainly some are doing something and are doing it again, and are doing another thing and are doing it again, and are doing the one thing and are doing the other thing, and are completely wanting to be needing to be doing the one thing and the other thing, to be one being living. There are some that certainly are almost completely wanting that they should be ones needing to be one doing one thing, to be one doing that thing again, to be one doing another thing, to be one doing that again, to be one doing that one thing and the other thing, to be one needing doing the one thing and the other thing, to be one being living. There are some who are almost completely wanting that they should be one who is one that is needing being one doing the one thing and doing it again, and doing another thing and doing it again, and doing the one thing and the other thing, to be one being living. Certainly each one being living is doing something and doing another thing, and the one thing again, and the other thing again, and the one thing and the other thing, and something, and that thing again, and something. Each one being living is one being one doing something and doing it again. And another thing, and something, and another thing, and doing something, and doing another thing again. Each one being living is one doing something and doing that thing, and another thing, and that thing, and another thing again. Certainly, each one living is one in some way doing something, doing another thing, in some way needing doing something, doing another thing, in some way wanting to be needing doing something, doing another thing, and doing something again, and another thing again, and another thing again. Some are certainly needing to be ones doing something, and they are doing one thing and doing it again and again and again and again, and they are doing another thing, and they are doing it again and again and again, and they are doing another thing, and they are doing it again and again and again. And such a one might have been one doing a very different thing then, and doing another very different thing then, and doing another very different thing then, and doing that then each or any one of them are doing it again and again and again. Certainly some are ones being living and are ones being ones doing something and doing it very well and doing it again and again and again. Certainly some are ones being living and are ones doing something and doing it well and not doing it well and doing it again and again and again and again. Certainly some are ones being and are ones doing something and are ones doing it quite well and are ones doing it quite well and doing it again and are ones doing it again and again. Some are ones being living and doing something and are doing that thing and are doing some other thing and are doing some other thing, and certainly they are then doing some other thing, and certainly they are doing each thing, and hardly anyone is doing anything better than such a one is doing anything. There are some being living, and they are doing something, and they are doing that thing, and they are going on doing that thing, and then they are not any longer doing that thing. Some are quite doing something in being living. Some are being living and are quite steadily and completely doing something. Some are being living, and they are then doing something, and they are then doing that thing again. Some are being living, and certainly they are ones doing something, and are then ones being living. Certainly, each one being living is one in some way doing something, in some way being living, to some in being one doing something, is in some way being living inside that one in being one doing something, is in some way needing being living, is in some way needing being doing something, is in some way wanting to be needing being doing something. Each one being living is one doing something and doing it again, and doing some other thing and doing it again, and doing the one thing and doing the other thing, and doing another thing and doing one thing, and the other thing, and doing another thing, and doing it again.
Certainly some are ones completely being living to themselves inside them. Some of such of them are ones being ones doing something and another thing, and doing the one thing and the other thing, and doing them again and doing them again, doing them again and again. Certainly some are ones completely being living, and they are this thing to themselves then. They are this thing to some other one. They are ones being completely living and being ones being living, and doing something and another thing, and doing some of them again and again and again and again. Certainly some are ones being ones, completely being living, and when they are ones being living and are ones being completely living and doing something and doing that thing again and doing some other thing and doing that thing again and again and again, and being one doing such a thing again and doing some other such thing and doing it again and again and again and again, and being one completely living and being such a one to everyone, certainly to anyone knowing that one, knowing anything of that one.
Thank you both. Rebecca Panovka's next, and we're on page 805.
Beginning being living are ones completely being living and are ones completely being living to themselves then, and to mostly everyone, and are ones being completely being living, doing many things and doing them, most of them, very often. There certainly are some being living who are ones certainly being ones completely being living, and there are such ones, and are one can be completely certain of this thing, being one knowing such a one, being one knowing anyone knowing such a one. Certainly there are very many being completely living in being living, and are such to anyone, and are ones doing something and another thing, and doing one again and again and again, and doing the other thing again and again, and doing the other thing again There are some being ones completely being living, and doing something and doing it again and again, and doing another thing of the same kind of thing and doing it again, and being one being completely living and being one being living. Certainly, some are ones completely being living, and are such ones to anyone, to everyone, and certainly there are ones being living, not being ones completely living. That is not to some knowing, them knowing of them, and some of such of them are ones certainly doing something and certainly doing another thing of the same kind, and another one of the same kind, and doing each one of them very much and very often and again and again and again and again. Certainly, some are ones being ones completely being living to themselves and being living, and some knowing them are certain that this is not being in them, and some of such of them that they are ones being completely living and being living. There certainly are ones who are not ones who are being completely living and being living to themselves then, and some are certainly certain that some of such of them are ones being completely being living and being living, and some are certainly certain that some of such of them are not ones being completely living and being living. Certainly each one being living is beginning being living, and some of them that are then knowing this thing, and some are not then knowing this thing, those being and being beginning being living. Some who are beginning being living are then knowing that thing. Some who are beginning being living are then not knowing that thing. Some beginning being living are almost then knowing that thing. Certainly some beginning being living are quite certainly not knowing anything at all of any such thing being and being living. Certainly there are many ways of being ones completely living and being ones not completely living and being living. There are certainly many ways of being ones completely being living and being young ones. There are certainly many ways of being ones not completely being living and being young ones. When one is a young one is a young one. Certainly when one is a young one is then a young one. In a way, one is knowing then that one is not then a young one. In a way, one is knowing it then that one is then a young one. When one is a middle-aged one is then a middle-aged one. In a way, one is knowing then that one is then a middle-aged one. In a way, one is knowing then that one is not then a middle-aged one. When one is an old one is then an old one. In a way, one is knowing then that one is then an old one. In a way, one is knowing then that one is not then an old one. When one is a young one is a young one. Certainly when one is a young one is then a young one. In a way, one is knowing then that one is a young one. In a way, one is knowing then that one is not then a young one. When one is an older one, then one is an older one. One is then in a way knowing then that one is then an older one. One is then in a way knowing that one is then not then an older one. When one is a young one is a young one. When one is a young one is certainly then in a way a young one. When one is a young one is certainly in a way then not a young one. When one is a young one is a young one. One is a young one and then is then in some ways then not a young one. One is a young one and is in some ways then a young one. One is a young one and one is knowing in some way that one is a young one. One is a young one and one is knowing in some way that one is not a young one. One is a young one and is knowing that one is not a young one and is knowing that one is a young one. One is an older one and is knowing that one is an older one and is knowing that one is not an older one. One is a middle-aged one and is knowing that one is a middle-aged one and is knowing that one is not a middle-aged one. One is an older one and is knowing that one is a middle-aged one and is knowing that one is not a middle-aged one. One is an older one and is knowing that one is not an older one and is knowing that one is an older one. One is an old one and is knowing one is an old one and is knowing that one is not an old one. One is an older one and is not knowing one is an older one and is knowing one is an older one. One is a very old one and one is knowing one is a very old one and is not knowing one is a very old one. One is an older one and is knowing one is an older one and is not knowing one is an older one. One is a young one and one is not and one is not knowing one is a young one. One is a young one and one is knowing one is not a young one and one is knowing that one is a young one. One is a young one and is then knowing that one is a young one and is then knowing that one is not a young one. One is a young one and is knowing and is not knowing then that one is then a young one. One is a young one and is knowing then that that one is not a young one. Is knowing then that that one is then a young one. David Hersland was a young one. He was knowing he was then a young one. He was knowing that he was then not a young one. He knew some who were young ones then. Some of them were knowing then that they were young ones then, and knowing then that they were not young ones then. Everyone is doing something in being a young one, in being living. Some are jumping, and some are then not jumping very much, and some are not jumping well enough then so that they are interested in doing that thing. And some are jumping then, and it is an extraordinary thing that they can do that thing so wonderfully, the thing they are doing then, the jumping they are doing then. Some are jumping then, and mostly not anyone is jumping a longer distance than they are jumping. Some are jumping, and they go on jumping, and it is certainly very satisfying to be one then jumping. Some are jumping, and certainly it is a very wonderful thing, the jumping they are doing. Some are jumping, and anybody would be satisfied with jumping in such a way, unless they were ones jumping in quite a different way. Some are ones jumping very well, and it is quite interested being jumping then, and certainly not anyone would be an interested one in being one jumping in the way these are jumping. David Hersland was one of such of them. Certainly he was jumping and jumping very well and jumping quite often. Some, when they are jumping, are wonderfully jumping. David Hersland knew some of such of them. Everyone is doing something in being young, one in being living. Very many are jumping then, and David Hersland was jumping then, and he jumped very well and was quite interested in jumping then. Some jump quite wonderfully when they are jumping. Some are interested in such jumping. Some are wanting to be doing such jumping. David Hersland was interested in such jumping. He was almost wanting to be doing such jumping. He jumped very well when he was one doing jumping. He was not feeling very much about wanting to be doing wonderful jumping. He did extremely good jumping when he was one doing jumping. Everyone is doing something in being a young one and being living. Mostly everyone is doing something when they are being one, being young ones. Certainly jumping is doing something. Some are doing a very good deal of jumping when they are young ones. Some are doing then very wonderful jumping. Some are jumping very well then. David Hersland jumped very well then. Each one, when that one is a young one, is knowing then that that one is a young one, is knowing then that that one is not a young one. Each one, when that one is a young one, is not knowing then that that one is then a young one, is not knowing then that that one is then a young one. Some, when they're young ones, are knowing then very well that everyone is certain to be sometime a young one. Some, when they are young ones, are feeling that they are completely knowing this thing. In a way, they are completely then knowing this thing. In a way, they are not completely then knowing this thing. Some are certainly, when they are young ones, not in any way completely knowing that the thing that everyone is sometime a dead one. Very many are in some way knowing this thing that everyone is sometime being a dead one. Very many are knowing something of this thing when they are being young and being living. Very many are not knowing very much about everyone being a young one. Very many, when they are young ones, are not then knowing very much about this thing. Very many are not knowing very much about everyone being a dead one. Very many, when they are young ones, are not then knowing very much about this thing. Certainly, David Hersland, in a way, knew almost completely then, when he was a young one, that everyone would sometime be a dead one. In a way, he did not at all completely know about this thing, about everyone coming to be sometime a dead one. Then, when he was being a young one and being living. There were very many being young ones and being living then, when David Hersland was being a young one and being living. David Hersland knew some who were being young ones when he was being a young one. He knew some of them, and he was with some of them some of the time then, and he did some things with some of them, and he did not do some things with some of them. And he certainly talked enough then with some of them, and he did not talk very much to some of them, and he was going to talk some with some of them, and he certainly would have liked sometimes not to have talked very much with some of them. But mostly, he talked a good deal with a good many of them, and he mostly always could have talked more with most of them, and certainly he did not talk to some, and he would have liked to have talked to them, but mostly he talked a good deal with a good many of them, and he did things with some of them, and he was being young in his living when others were being young in their living. And he knew a good many of some of them, and he did some things with them, and he talked some with them, and he certainly did know some of them being young ones in their living when he was being a young one in his living. Some do not do things very much with others who are being young ones and being living when they are being young ones and being. Some do things with others who are being young ones and being living when they are being young ones and being living. David Hirschland did things a good deal with some who were being young ones and being living when he was a young one and being living. He did not do some things with anyone who were being young ones and being living when he was young one and being living. Certainly, everyone who is being living. Certainly, some are certain that in being living, they are ones feeling that being living is something. Certainly, some being living are feeling that being living is something. Certainly, very many in being living are feeling that being living is something. Very many are feeling that being living is a thing making of them one's being existing. Some are feeling that being living is a thing not making of them one's being existing. Certainly, being existing is something very many are feeling in being one's being living. Certainly, very many are very often doing something. Certainly, very many are going on living for quite a long time. Certainly, very many are always feeling themselves then being existing. Certainly, very many are certain that being existing is something. Certainly, some are sometimes feeling that being existing is almost not something. Certainly, some are sometimes feeling that being existing is not something. Certainly, quite a number being living are feeling that being existing is not anything. Certainly, a very great number are feeling that being existing is something. Certainly, David Hirschland was sometimes feeling that being existing is something. Certainly, David Hirschland was sometimes feeling that being living is not something. Some are quite certain that being existing is not anything. David Hirschland was almost certain of this thing, that being existing is not anything. Some are certain that being existing is something. Certainly, David Hirschland could be almost being certain of this thing, that being existing is something. David Hirschland, when he was a young one, could be feeling that he was completely certain that being existing is not anything. David Hirschland, when he was a young one, was feeling that he was as nearly certain as anyone could be who was not completely certain that being existing is not anything. David Hirschland was feeling, when he was a young one, that he might come to be certain that being existing is not anything. David Hirschland was certain that when he was a young one, that being existing is not anything, and he was completely certain of this thing, and he was completely certain of this thing as anyone can be who is not completely certain of this thing. David Hirschland was almost completely certain of this thing then, when he was a young one. Certainly almost completely certain that being existing is not anything. He was completely certain of this thing, that he was feeling this thing, that being existing is not anything. He was almost completely certain of this thing, that being living is not anything. He was completely certain of this thing, that being existing is not anything. He was almost completely certain of this thing, that being existing is not anything. He was completely certain of this thing, that being existing is not anything. He was almost completely certain that being existing is something. He was almost completely certain of this thing, that when he was a young one, he was almost completely certain that being existing is something. He was completely certain that he was feeling completely feeling that being existing is something. He was completely certain that being living is something. He was almost completely certain that being living is something. He was almost certain when he was a young one that being existing is something. He was completely certain then of this thing, that being existing is something, then when he was a young one. He was feeling certain then when he was a young one that he was almost certain of this thing, that being existing is something. He was feeling certain then when he was a young one that he was almost certain of this thing, that being existing is not anything. He was one being living, and he was one feeling something about being existing. Very many are ones being living, and very many of them are ones feeling something about being existing. Very many are ones feeling something about existing when they are young ones. Very many are being living, and all of them are being young ones and being living, and some of them are ones feeling something about being existing. Feeling something about being one being existing isn't very many being living. Feeling something about being existing was in David Hirschland in being one being living. Some are wanting to know about about someone, whether that one is a young one or is an older one. It is an important thing to know that of someone. That one being a young one is in a way being one kind of a one, and that one being an older one is then in a way not that kind of a one. Someone is being one being living, and that one is then a young one. That one is a kind of one. That one being that kind of a one is being one living in a certain way, thinking and doing in a certain way, and that one is one certainly doing that in a way one
way, being a young one, and in a way, in a different way, being an older one. It is an important thing to be knowing of that one, of anyone, whether that one is then a young one or an older one. Some are knowing about someone that one is an older one, and that one is not then an older one. That one is then in the very beginning or of the middle living of that one, and not in the middle of the middle living of that one. Perhaps then, that then is the reason that one doing something in the way that one is doing it then. Perhaps that is not the reason that that one is doing that thing the way that one is doing that thing then. Perhaps that one will be doing that thing that way in the ending of the middle of the living in that one. Perhaps that one will not be doing that thing in that way at the ending of the middle living in that one. Certainly, I am asking each one how old that one is just then. Certainly, I am doing this thing. David Hirschland was a young one in the ending of the beginning of the ending of young living, and he certainly was then one that some were needing to be asking how old he was then. And certainly, some were thinking then that he was as old as he was then, and certainly, some were thinking then that he was older than he was then. Certainly, he was at the beginning of the ending of young being in him then, and he certainly was knowing quite a number who were being living then, and some were young ones who were younger than he was then, and some were ones who were as old as he was then, and some were ones who were older ones than he was then. He had been knowing very many all his living, and some were older ones than he was then, and some were younger ones than he was then, and some were just as old as he was then. Certainly, all his living he knew quite a number who were being living, and quite a number knew him. Sometimes, in his being living, he was not knowing so many who were being living, and not very many knew him. Sometimes in his living, he knew quite a number who were living. Sometimes in his living, he did not know very many who were living. Sometimes in his living, very many knew him. Sometimes in his living, there were not very many who knew him. Sometimes, to someone, knowing anybody in being living is to that one something really existing. Sometimes, to someone, knowing somebody is to that one a thing that in a way is not really existing. Sometimes, someone is wondering about this thing. Sometimes, that one is not wondering about that thing. Certainly, some are not ever wondering about such a thing. Certainly, some are knowing somebody and that thing is existing. Certainly, there are some who are doing this thing. Certainly, some are knowing somebody and that this thing is not existing. Certainly, there are some who are doing this thing.
Thank you. Amy Silman is next, and we're the last full paragraph on 811. Yeah, David Hirschland was certainly.
Oops. Sorry. Oops, wait a minute. Good. David Hirschland was certainly one having all of such ways of being in him. He certainly was one knowing someone, and that thing being existing to him. He certainly was one knowing someone, and that thing being not existing to him. He certainly was one knowing someone, and that thing being sometimes not existing to him. He certainly was one wondering about such a thing. He was certainly one not wondering about such a thing. He certainly was one being existing inside him to him. He was certainly one being not existing inside him to him. He was certainly one wondering about such a thing. He was certainly one not wondering about such a thing. Certainly sometimes he knew a number of people being living, and he knew some of them in some way, and he did not know some of them in that way. And he was then knowing some in that way, some of those he had been knowing in that way, and he was not knowing some of them, some then in that way, some of those he had been knowing in that way, and he was knowing then some of those in that way, some of those he had not been knowing in that way. He certainly sometimes, in being living, knew quite a number of ones being living. He certainly sometimes, in being living, did not know very many being living. He certainly was one having ways of knowing one's in him, and certainly he was sometimes having very many ways of knowing one's being in him. He certainly had very many ways of knowing one's being in him, and certainly sometimes in being living, he was knowing very many being living, and certainly sometimes in being living, he was not knowing very many being living. He was one wondering about knowing one's in being living. He certainly was one wondering quite often about being one knowing one's being living. The way some other one is not frightened by something, the way some other one is frightened by something, makes some almost certain that not anyone is existing. The way some other one is frightened by something, the way some other one is not frightened by something, makes some wonder whether they are realizing being in anyone. Some other one being frightened by someone, some other not being frightened by someone, makes some feel uncertain whether they are themselves being living. Some other one being frightened, some other one not being frightened by something, by someone, makes some certain that that other one is not understanding anything. Some certainly are not believing another one who is then a frightened one, who is then not a frightened one. Some are explaining to someone who is not a frightened one by something that that one is not understanding what a thing it is, that the thing that is not frightening that one. Some are certainly then completely being astonished ones in realizing that that one who is not frightened by one thing is frightened by another thing, which is certainly not a dangerous thing. And the other thing is a dangerous thing. And why should anyone be frightened by anything that is not a dangerous thing? And why should anyone not be frightened by anything that is a dangerous thing? Some certainly are frightened by some things that are not pleasant things. Some certainly are frightened by some things that are dreary things. Some certainly are frightened by things that are dangerous things. Some certainly are frightened by things that are dirty things. Some certainly are frightened by things that are lively things. Some certainly are frightened by things that are quick things. Some certainly are being frightened by things because those things are slow things. David Hersland was one, all his living, learning to be believed that what frightened someone did not frighten that one, that what did not frighten someone did not frighten that one. David Hersland certainly was one, all his living, trying to be learning to be one believing this thing, believing that what frightened someone did frighten that one, that what did not frighten someone did not frighten that one. He was sometimes being one in trying to be learning this thing, one who was certain that not anyone is being existing. He was sometimes one certain that what was frightening that one was not frightening that one, that what was not frightening that one was frightening that one. He was explaining very often that he was not believing that what was frightening someone was frightening that one, that was what was not frightening that one was not frightening that one. Certainly he was one trying to be one learning to be believing that what was frightening anyone was frightening that one, that what was not frightening someone was not frightening that one. He was in his living, sometimes knowing very many who were living. Sometimes in his living, very many who were being living knew him. He knew quite a number who were being living when he was a young one, then when he was a young one. Someone was not having angry feeling when he was asking why anyone is doing anything. This one did not have angry feeling when someone was explaining that each one did the thing that each one was doing so as to be satisfying the wanting to do that thing that each one had then inside of them. Some are wanting to be asking why each one is doing the thing each one is doing and have not any angry feeling in asking this thing. Someone was explaining that each one doing anything, certainly some of them, were doing that thing to satisfy the feeling of wanting to be doing that thing. Someone was asking what was the use in doing anything, and the one asking this thing did not have any angry feeling when that one asked that thing. Someone was explaining that the use of doing a thing was to be satisfying the need anyone had to be doing that thing, and this explanation did not give to the one receiving this explanation any angry feeling. It did not give to that one any satisfied feeling. It did not give to that one any sad feeling. It did not give to that one any angry feeling. Some are not having any angry feeling when they are asking why anyone is doing anything. Some are not having any angry feeling when they are asking why each one is doing the thing each one is doing. Some are not having any angry feeling when someone is giving an explanation of why each one is doing what each one is doing. Some are not having any angry feeling when someone is explaining why anyone is doing anything. Some are not having any angry feeling when someone is explaining that each one is doing what each one is doing and is in some way completely explaining that thing. Some are not then having any angry feeling. Some are not then having any satisfaction. Some of such of them are not having any sad feeling. Some of such of them had been then perhaps expecting to be having some satisfaction. Some of such of them are not having any weary feeling. Some of such of them are not having then disappointed feeling. Some of such of them are not having any excited feeling. Some of such of them are not asking why each one is doing what each one is doing. Some of such of them are not then having any angry feeling. Some are explaining that each one is doing the thing each one is doing because they are needing to be doing that thing, because they are needing to be wanting to be doing that thing, because doing that thing is a thing that is feeding them, because doing that thing is a thing that they are needing to be doing so that they can be ones doing something that they are ones needing to be wanting to be doing, because doing that thing is a thing that is something anyone will be doing who is one needing to be doing some things that this one is needing to be doing, because doing that thing is a thing in some way satisfying that one as being the one being that one. Some having someone explaining each one being one doing what each one is doing are not having then any angry feeling. Some of such of them are explaining that exchanging anything is a completely pleasant thing, and they are not exchanging anything just then. Some of such of them are explaining that exchanging anything is a completely pleasant thing, and they are exchanging a good deal just then. Some of such of them are not having in them any angry feeling. Some of such of them are asking then why each one is doing what each one is doing. Some of such of them are hearing some then explaining that thing. Some of such of them have not in them then any angry feeling. In a way, David Hersland was one not completely asking why each one is doing what each one is doing. In a way, David Hersland was not ever completely explaining why each one is doing what each one is doing. In a way, he did have angry feeling in him in asking, in listening, in explaining this thing. Certainly he very nearly did not have angry feeling in him about any of this thing. Certainly he might have been one completely asking about this thing, about why each one is doing what each one is doing. He might have been one, certainly he might have been one completely explaining this thing, why each one is doing what each one is doing. He was not ever completely asking this thing. He was not ever completely explaining this thing. He might have been one having completely angry feeling in asking, in explaining, in having explanations of this thing. He certainly was not ever completely angry in asking about this thing, in explaining, in hearing someone explaining this thing. He was one who certainly might have been one completely asking about each one doing the thing each one is doing. He was one who certainly might have been one completely explaining each one doing what each one is doing. David Hersland was not completely asking himself, asking anyone why each one is doing what each one is doing. Sometimes he was almost completely asking this thing. He might have been sometime completely asking this thing. He might not have been sometime completely asking this thing. He was not ever really completely asking this thing. He certainly might easily be thinking, anyone might easily be certain about him when he was living, that he was one completely asking this thing. He certainly was not completely asking this thing. He certainly was not ever completely explaining why everyone is doing what each one is doing and being living. He might have been one explaining this thing. He might have been one not explaining this thing. Certainly many were certain that he was one having been doing, going to be being explaining this thing. He could be one needing, wanting to be explaining this thing. He was not ever completely needing, wanting to be explaining this thing. He was not then ever really, in living, completely explaining why each one is doing what each one is doing in being living. He certainly might have been one completely listening to anyone explaining this thing, why each one is doing what each one is doing. He was pretty nearly completely listening to anyone who was one explaining this thing. He was then sometimes explaining something. He was then sometimes wanting to be needing being one completely explaining everything. He was then sometimes almost completely needing wanting to be one explaining everything. He certainly listened very much and very often, and certainly he very nearly completely listened when he listened to very many who were explaining everything. Certainly he was one who was listening, who was explaining, who was asking, who was answering, and being one being living. He was one certainly completely clearly feeling a good deal in being one being living. He certainly was one clearly thinking. He certainly was one pretty nearly completely explaining everything. He certainly was one pretty nearly completely asking about each one being one doing the things each one is doing. He was a young one, and he was an older one. And he was a little older then, and then he was not any longer living. He certainly sometimes then was knowing very many who were living then. He certainly sometimes then was known by some who were living then. He certainly was one who was in a way completely clearly feeling some things. He certainly was one who in a way very completely clearly thinking. He was in a way one pretty nearly completely needing to be wanting to be completely asking about each one, being the one that one is in being living. He was one certainly wanting to be needing to be certain that some things being existing are beautiful things being existing. He was one certainly not in a way completely feeling such a thing. He was in a way completely clearly feeling what he was feeling. He was one certainly not completely explaining everything. He was one certainly not completely asking about each one being the one that one is in, being living. He was one feeling some things, clearly feeling some things. He was one knowing some very well in being one, being living. He was one who was doing some things. He was one clearly thinking in being living. He was one listening and talking and asking and answering. He was one, and certainly some were certain of this thing, he was one clearly feeling, clearly thinking, completely clearly feeling, completely clearly thinking some things, and he was then feeling and listening and talking and asking and answering, and almost completely then needing to be sometime explaining everything. He was not ever really completely needing to be explaining everything. He was not ever completely explaining everything. He might have been one completely explaining everything. He might not have been one completely explaining everything. He was one, and certainly there were some who were certain of this thing. He was one almost completely listening to anyone who was explaining everything. He was one, and he certainly was that to some. He was one, not in a way completely listening to anyone explaining everything. He was one who certainly to some was very nearly explaining everything. He was not one explaining everything. He was not completely needing to be such a one. To be young, to be older, to be middle-aged, to be older, to be old. Each one, in a way, is a way of being, and each one means something to each one being living. In a way, being young means something to everyone, and it is not the same thing. One is a young one, that is to say that one is in the beginning of being living, that is to say that one is not yet a middle-aged, is not yet beginning to be a middle-aged one. That one is thinking, is feeling about being, and that one is telling about that thing. That one is doing something, and is thinking about that thing. That one is not then, to that one being a young one. That is to say that one is not then to that one. and one beginning, being living, that one is then to that one being living, one being one, doing something and thinking about that thing, one being one thinking, one being one feeling, one helping someone to be one doing something, one realizing the way some other one should begin doing something, one telling someone how that one should go on doing something. This one, then, is in a way not a young one. That is to say, this one is in a way not one being beginning and being living. This one is in a way is a young one. That is to say, this one is one not feeling something, not thinking something, not being and being living, one being what that one will be being when that one is an older one. That one is then in a way a young one, and is in a way beginning being living. And this is then in this one, and this one is one not then having that thing in that one that is being a young one, is not then having that thing in that one as something that one is needing to be one deciding anything, to be one directing some other one, to be one working and feeling and thinking, and that one is then a young one, and that is in that one as being, and that is then making that one be the one that one is then in being living. David Hersland was such a one in being a young one. He certainly was then one being one, not needing it to be a young one, to be one being then living, to be one being then working and thinking and feeling and directing some and deciding anything. He was then a young one, and being then a young one made it that he was one being existing as being one doing anything, feeling anything, thinking anything, deciding anything, directing anything in a way that he was doing then, that he was then doing such a thing then when he was a young one. Some are needing themselves being a young one, an older one, a middle-aged one, and older one, an old one, to be one's realizing what anyone telling about different ways of feeling anything, of thinking about anything, of doing anything is meaning by what that one is telling. Some are needing themselves, Some are needing themselves being a young one, an older one, a middle-aged one, an older one, an old one, to be one being certain that it is a different thing inside in one being a young one from being an older one, from being a middle-aged one, from being an older one, from being an old one. Some are needing themselves being different ages and being living to be realizing that each one is different in being one being feeling, in being one being thinking, in being one doing anything, in being one deciding anything, in being one directing anything, in being a young one, in being an older one, in being a middle-aged one, in being an older one, in being an old one. David Hersland was such a one. David Hersland was needing being at different ages in being living to be realizing the different ways anyone can be thinking, feeling, doing at different times in being living, in being an old one, an older one, a middle-aged one, an older one, an old one, a very old one. Some are needing being at different ages in being living to be themselves, one doing something, thinking something, feeling something, directing something, deciding something. David Hersland was such a one. Some are needing being at different ages and being living so that they can be realizing that each one is feeling differently, is thinking differently, is doing anything differently, is deciding differently, is directing anything or anyone differently at different ages in their being living. David Hersland was such a one.
Okay, Patia Borja, page 817, paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4. At some are needing. Oh, sorry, at David Hersland.
David Herslin was a young one, and he was then thinking and feeling and doing some things and deciding some things and directing some things and directing some who he knew then, directing some of them in doing things, directing some of them in thinking things, directing some of them in feeling things. He was directing some in thinking about some things. He was directing some then in their feeling about some things. He was deciding some things then and deciding some things then for some who were knowing him just then. He was one then being all, oh my God. Jesus Christ, Walter, oh fuck. He was one then being living all his living. He was one being living to himself, inside him almost all of his being living. He was one being a young one. David Herslin was in a way being a young one when he was a young one, when he was in the beginning of his being living. He was one being a young one, in a way being a young one when he was a young one. He was experiencing then, in a way he was experiencing then being a young one. In a way he was not experiencing then being a young one. He was a young one when he was in the beginning of his being living, and in a way he was then experiencing that thing. He was a young one when he was beginning being living, and in a way he was not then experiencing that thing. In a way he was not then a young one than when he was in the beginning of his being living, and he was then experiencing that thing, experiencing being not then a young one. He was in a way not a young one then when he was in the beginning of his being, one being living, and he was in a way then not experiencing that thing, experiencing being then not a young one. He was one experiencing being, one being living all of his being living. He was experiencing being at some age and being living in all of his being living. He was one experiencing being living than when he was a young one. He was one experiencing being a young one than when he was a young one. He was one experiencing not being a young one than when he was a young one. He was one experiencing living being in him. He was one experiencing living being in some when he was knowing them, who were knowing him than when he was a young one. He was experiencing in them their being a young one, some who were then being young ones. He was experiencing in them their not being young ones, some who were then young ones. He was experiencing being not young ones and some who were then not young ones. He was experiencing then some being young ones and some who were not then young ones. He was experiencing living then when he was a young one. He was experiencing being living then. He was experiencing being living all his living. He was experiencing living all his living. David Herslin was sometimes certain that he was living and being one, having much feeling, and being one, being living. He was sometimes certain of this thing. He was sometimes certain that he was not living and being one, having very much feeling and being living. He was sometimes certain of this thing. When he was in living in the beginning of his being, living, he was sometimes really certain that he was living and being one, having very much feeling and being one, being living. He was sometimes then, when he was in the beginning of being living, he was sometimes then certain of this thing. When he was in living, in the beginning of his being living, Jesus. He was sometimes then really certain that he was living and being one, not having very much feeling, and being one, being living. He was sometimes then, when he was in the beginning of being living, he was sometimes certain of this thing. Some are almost really certain sometimes that they are ones being living and being one, having very much feeling. Some are almost really certain sometimes that they are ones being living and being one, not having very much feeling, and being living. David Herslin was sometimes really certain that he was one, having very much feeling, and being one, being living. He was sometimes really certain that he was one, not having very much feeling, and being one, being living. He knew some who were living when he was living. He was certain about some of them that they were once having very much feeling and being once living. He was sometimes not completely certain about this thing, about some he was knowing, having very much feeling and being once, being living. He was sometimes certain that he was one being living, having very much feeling in being one living. He was sometimes certain that he was one not having very much feeling in being one being living. He was one having very much feeling in being one being living, and then he was clearly thinking about such a thing. He was one not having very much feeling in being one being living, and he was very clearly thinking about this thing. Certainly, he was always thinking quite clearly about something. He certainly was quite clearly thinking about very many things. He was one clearly thinking in being one being living. He was one knowing it about that in the way that, oh my God, I feel American. Can't read. He was one knowing it about some that in a way they were once clearly thinking. That in a way they were once not clearly thinking. He was not knowing it about some that they were once clearly thinking, that they were not once clearly thinking. He was one knowing some who were living while he was living, and certainly some of them were completely certain that he was one clearly thinking about everything. He was one knowing some who were living while he was living, and some of them were certain that he was one living and feeling very much in being living. He was knowing some who were living while he was being living. He was sometimes telling some of them about his being one clearly thinking. He was sometimes telling some of them about his certain of being one living and feeling very much in being living. He was sometimes telling some of them about his certain of being one living and in not feeling very much in being living. He was telling some of them about his thinking clearly about being one feeling very much in being living. He was telling some of them about his thinking very clearly about his being one living and not feeling very much in being living. He was living and being one feeling very much in being living. He was one living and not feeling very much in being living. He was one clearly thinking about something. He was one very clearly thinking and being one being living. He was one certainly knowing that he was one being living. He was one certainly thinking, certainly clearly thinking about that thing. He was one knowing some who were living while he was being living. He was one certainly clearly thinking about that thing. He was one certainly feeling very much in being living. He certainly was clearly thinking about that thing. He was one certainly not feeling very much in being living. He certainly was clearly thinking about that thing. He knew some who were living while he was living. He was feeling something about some of them. He was clearly thinking about that thing. He was one needing to be one clearly thinking about something, about almost everything. He was one wanting to be needing to be one clearly thinking about something, about almost anything, about everything. He was sometimes wanting to be needing some other thing. He was sometimes not wanting to be needing some other thing. He certainly was sometimes wanting to be needing some other thing. He was sometimes almost, he was sometimes almost needing some other thing. He certainly was always needing to be quite clearly thinking. He was sometimes almost needing some other thing. He was sometimes wanting to be needing some other thing. He was sometimes not wanting to be needing some other thing. He knew some who were living while he was being living. He sometimes knew quite a number of them. He sometimes did not know very many of them. He was feeling something about them. He was sometimes feeling something about quite a number of them. He was sometimes thinking clearly about some of them. He was sometimes feeling very much about some of them. He was sometimes not feeling very much about some of them. He was sometimes feeling something about some of them. Perhaps very many would be pleased to be with him. Perhaps very many would be pleased to be with someone, to be with him quite often. Perhaps very many would be pleased to be with him, and that was a thing that anyone would expect would be what very many were feeling. Anyone might expect that very many would be with him very often if he wanted very many to be with him. Certainly, some would be quite certain that very many would not want to be with him. Some would be quite certain that not very many would want to be with him very often. Some could be quite certain that hardly anyone would be pleased to be with him very often. Certainly, very many were quite certain that very many would be pleased to be with him very often. Certainly, some were pleased to be with him quite often. Very many might have been pleased to be with him quite often. Some were pleased to be with him quite often. David Hirslin knew some who were living while he was being living. He was with some of them very often. Some were pleased to be with him very often. Some were pleased to be with him, but they were not with him very often. Some were certain that anyone might be pleased to be with him quite often. Some were certain that not anyone would be pleased to be with him very often. Certainly, some were with him very often. Certainly, some were very pleased to be with him very often. Some were with him very often. Some were not pleased to be with him very often. Some were with him very often. Some were... Wait, what? Oh my God, where am I? Okay, I'm just going to wing it. Some of such of them were very pleased to be with him. Some were with him very quite often. Some of such of them were not pleased to be with him. Some were very certain that someone would be very pleased to be with him very often. Sometimes someone was very pleased to be with him very often. David Hirslin certainly knew quite a number who were living while he was being living. Some of them were very pleased to be with him very often. Some of them were very pleased to be with him quite often. Some were very pleased to be with him and not very often. Some were pleased not to be with him very often. Some were not pleased when they were with him. Some were not at all pleased when they were with him. Some were certain that anyone could be pleased to be with him. Some were certain that some would be very pleased to be with him and to be with him very often. Some were certain that not anyone would be pleased to be with him very often. Some were certain that not anyone could be pleased to be with him. Some certainly were very pleased to be with him very often. Some certainly were very pleased to be with him quite often. Some certainly were very pleased to be with him. Some certainly were not very pleased to be with him. Some were with him very often. Some were with him quite often. Some were not very often with him. Some did not believe that anybody did not like to be with him sometimes. Some did not believe that anybody ever really liked to be with him. He sometimes knew that someone did not like to be with him. Some sometimes were certain that he knew that thing. Some sometimes were not certain that he knew that thing. He knew that someone sometimes didn't like to be with him. Some were certain that he did sometimes know that thing, and some were certain that he did sometimes know that thing. When he was living, he was knowing some, and some knew him. He was knowing ones in different ways and different times in his being living. Some knew him, and some of such of them were certain that they did not like this thing, did not like knowing him. Some knew him, and they were quite certain that every one of them who knew him would sometime like him. Some knew him, and some were quite certain that anyone knowing him might come to like him, and they were quite certain that some knowing him did not like knowing him, and they were certain that some knowing him were completely liking this thing, liking knowing him, and they were certain that he might come to be knowing that some who were knowing him were not liking that thing, liking knowing him, and they were certain that he might not come to be knowing that some were not liking to be knowing him, some who were knowing him. He was one living and being living, and sometimes he was knowing very many who were living then, and sometimes he was not knowing very many who were living then. Some he was knowing were very often with him, and some of such of them were completely then liking this thing. Some of such of them were almost completely liking that thing. Some of such of them were quite liking that thing. Some of such of them were not liking that thing. Some of such of them were wanting to be not liking that thing. Some of such of them were needing to be not liking that thing. not liking being with him very often. Some who were knowing him sometime were wondering whether they should ever be telling him anything about anyone's liking, about anyone's not liking to be with him. Certainly, some who were knowing him were quite often wondering about this thing, about whether they would ever be talking with him about anyone's liking, about anyone's not liking to be with him. Certainly, he was completely listening, completely talking, and being one, being living. He certainly was one sometimes knowing very many things who were living while he was being living. He was certainly very many were quite pleasantly liking. He was one some were not so pleasantly liking. He certainly was one some were almost liking. He was one certainly clearly thinking and being living. He was one clearly telling anything he was telling. He was one almost completely clearly feeling something. He was one almost completely clearly thinking, certainly very often completely clearly thinking. He was one certainly not completely needing being one clearly thinking. He was one not needing being one clearly feeling. He was one certainly almost completely needing being one and being one completely clearly thinking. He was not needing being one, being and being completely clearly feeling. He was certainly very nearly completely needing being one completely clearly thinking. He knew very many who were being while he was being living. He was one in living, being one almost certainly completely clearly thinking. He was one pretty nearly feeling very clearly what he was feeling. He was not needing this thing. He was not living and needing this thing. He was living and needing, almost needing, being one completely clearly thinking. He was one certainly needing to be feeling something and not to be clearly feeling this thing. He was one almost completely clearly feeling what he was feeling and being living. He certainly was almost completely needing feeling something, and he was not at all clearly feeling that thing. He was not needing to be clearly feeling that thing to be one being living. He was clearly feeling what he was feeling. He was not living and clearly feeling what he was feeling. He was living, almost living, and being one completely clearly thinking. He was one who was almost completely clearly thinking. He was sometimes knowing very many who were living while he was being living. He was sometimes not knowing very many who were being living while he was being living. Some he was knowing were almost completely liking his knowing them then. Some were not liking his knowing them then. Some were almost completely not liking that thing, his knowing them then. Some were completely liking Some were completely liking this thing, his knowing them then. Some were liking it very well, his knowing them then. Certainly, some were sometimes very much liking knowing him. Some were not liking knowing him. Some were certainly quite needing knowing him. Some were wanting to be needing knowing him. Some were wanting not to be needing knowing him. Some were very nearly completely pleasantly knowing him. Some were wanting to be completely pleasantly knowing him. Some were mentioning this thing. Some were certainly not mentioning this thing. Some were certainly sometimes wondering about talking to him, about knowing, about not knowing. Some he was sometimes knowing, he was sometimes knowing. Some did sometimes talk to him about this thing. Some certainly did not talk to him about this thing. There we go. Jesus, I feel so American. Oh shit, my bad. Out loud. That was like slam poetry. I felt like rapping in the 80s. I couldn't drown.
Thank you, Patia. All right, we're on 8. We're on 824, guys. At the top, Vivian Gornick. Understanding. It's paragraph 2.
Where? Oh, there. Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. Over here. All right. Everybody can hear? Okay, here we go. Understanding being in someone makes the one understanding the being in someone come very nearly to telling that one, the one whose being is being understood by the one understanding the being of some one makes that one come sometimes very near to telling the one whose being that one is understanding that that one will certainly never be doing the thing that that one is needing to be one going on being living. Someone is understanding the being in someone. That one might be telling that one, the one whose being that one is understanding, that that one will never be doing the thing that one is needing to be doing to be one really going on being living. Someone is understanding the being in that one. Certainly that one whose being is being understood then is one not going to be doing the thing that one is needing to be doing to be one going on being really living. I'm not sure I'm in the right place. The one understanding the being, the one understanding the being in the one might be telling that one this thing. The one understanding the being in the other one is very nearly telling that one this thing. The one understanding the being in the other one is certainly not telling the other one this thing. The one understanding the being in the other one is knowing that that one will never be telling the other one anything about this thing. The one understanding the being in another one and understanding then that one will not ever be doing the thing that one is needing to be doing, to be one being to that one inside, that one going on being living, is telling the one that one is understanding, is telling that one this thing, this to be doing, to be one going on, to that one inside that one going on being living. I'm sure I've screwed up some of this, but you'll forgive me. Certainly someone to whom someone understanding the being in that one has been telling that thing is not ever completely forgetting that thing, is not ever completely forgetting that that one will be one not going on being living, not really going on being living. Someone understanding someone and being certain that that one will not be doing the thing that one is needing to be really one going on being living is certainly hoping that some other one understanding that the thing that one is needing to be one going on living, that one is not telling that thing. Certainly that one did not ever tell that one that thing, did not ever tell that one that one would never be doing the thing that one was needing to be doing to be one really going on being living. Someone is understanding someone sometime, and that one is then certain that the one that one is then understanding is one certainly not going to be doing the thing that one is needing to be doing to be one really going on being living. Perhaps that one, the one not going to be doing the thing that one is needing to be doing to be one going on being living, would be wanting to have the one understanding that one tell about understanding that one. The one understanding the other one is telling that one about being one not going to be doing the thing that one is needing to be doing to be one really going on being living. The one being pretty nearly certain then that the other one understanding the being in him is really telling what will be happening, that is, that one will not go on being living, is sometimes almost forgetting this thing, that this one will not be doing what this one is needing to be doing to be one really going on being living. Someone understanding being in someone is certain not ever to be telling that one will not ever be doing the thing that one is needing to be doing to be one going on living. Someone understanding someone is telling that one and explaining that thing completely, explaining that thing that one is understanding is one certainly not going to be one doing the thing that one is needing to be doing, to be one going on being really living. That one, the one not going to be doing the thing that one is needing to be one going on being living, is completely understanding the explanation of that thing that the one understanding that one has been giving. Someone is certain that the one that one is understanding then is one that will certainly not be doing the thing that one is needing to be doing to be one going on really being living. That one, the other one is understanding, is one certainly not going to be doing the thing that one is needing, that one understanding, the one not going to be one doing the thing that one is needing to be one going on being living, is not mentioning this thing to that one. The other one is understanding, the one who is not going to be doing the thing that one is needing to be doing, to be one going on being living, is sometimes quite certain that that one will be surprising the one who is understanding the being in that one. David Hirshland was understanding the being in someone and was telling that one then about this thing, about understanding the being in that one. Someone was understanding the being in David Hirshland and was not telling him about this thing, was not telling about understanding the being in him. David Hirshland was understanding the being in someone and was certainly never telling that one very much about that thing, about understanding the being in that one. Someone was understanding the being in David Hirshland and was telling him something about this thing, something about understanding the being in him. Someone was not understanding the being in David Hirshland and was telling some other one about this thing, about not understanding the being in Hirshland. Someone was understanding something of the being in David Hirshland and was telling some other one about that understanding of his being. Someone was not understanding the being in David Hirshland and was asking David Hirshland about this thing, about not understanding the being in him, and David Hirshland was explaining about this thing, about the one not understanding the being in him. Someone was understanding something of the being in David Hirshland and was asking someone who was not understanding the being in Hirshland to explain that thing, the not understanding in the one not understanding, the understanding in the one understanding something. One not understanding the being in David Hirshland was asking everyone knowing that one was asking everyone knowing that one to explain that one not being one understanding the being in Hirshland. Someone understanding the being in David Hirshland was explaining that someone was understanding some of the being in David Hirshland, and that was one who was not needing any more explaining, for certainly that one needed, that David Hirshland was not needing any more explaining. Someone was understanding the being in David Hirshland, and this was one needing that some other one was not understanding the being in David Hirshland. One was understanding something of the being in David Hirshland and was sometime telling about this thing that one had been understanding something of the being in David Hirshland, and that one was then forgetting this thing, forgetting the understanding of the being in David Hirshland. Right. Someone was not understanding the being in David Hirshland and was not ever getting this thing, not ever forgetting this thing, not ever forgetting, not understanding the being in David Hirslin. Someone understood the being in David Hirslin and was explaining this thing, explaining understanding in the being in David Hirslin to everyone understanding the being in David Hirslin. Someone was understanding the being in David Hirslin and was sometimes explaining this thing, sometimes explaining the being in David Hirslin. David Hirslin was the son born of his mother, Fanny Hirslin, after Martha Hirslin, Alfred Hirslin, and two who did not come to be ones going on being living were born out of her. He was the son of Fanny Hirslin and her husband, David Hirslin. David, the son, was something like his mother and something like his father. He was something like his sister Martha. He was something like his brother. He was different, quite different from his mother and his father and his sister and his brother. He was remembering in his being, living, that the one who was his mother and the one who was his father and the one who was his brother and the one who was his sister was his mother, was his father, was his brother, was his sister. He was not remembering in his being living. Sometimes he was not remembering anything about anyone being his mother, anyone being his father, anyone being his sister, anyone being his brother. He was living the living each one in the Hirslin family was living when the Hirslin family was living their family living. He was living a living not any other one in the Hirslin family living. In the Hirslin family living was living when the Hirslin family was living the Hirslin family living. He was one needing to be one being living to himself inside him, and to be one sometimes having some be certain of this thing, be certain that he was one being living to himself inside him. He was one needing to be one being living to himself inside him, and to be one sometimes having everyone not knowing anything of any such a thing being in him, of his being one being living to himself inside him. He was one being living to himself inside him, and some were knowing this thing. They were not mentioning this thing. They were not remembering this thing. They were knowing this thing, and he was one to them, living and being living, and not then knowing them and being one, being living with them.
Thank you.
I can't believe I did that.
All right, we have
Boy, are you welcome.
Alla Faith Bonner next, and we're starting the fourth paragraph of 827.
He was one being living in being, one being living to himself inside him. And he was not remembering this thing, and he was knowing this thing, and sometimes he was certain that some were knowing him and knowing this thing, and sometimes he was certain that some were not knowing him and knowing this thing. He was sometimes certain that he was knowing some he was knowing, he being one knowing himself, being one being living to himself inside him. He was sometimes certain that he would be knowing some he was knowing if he could be one not knowing it inside him, that he was one being living to himself inside him. He was sometimes certain that he was knowing some knowing him, he being one being quite certain that he was knowing, not knowing that he was being one being living inside him. He was one being quite certain that he was not knowing anyone knowing him, he being one knowing inside him that he was one being living to himself inside him. Surely he said some things and did some things that some said he said and did. David did some things alone when he was a young one, some things he did not do alone when he was a young one.
Some are knowing someone, or hearing that one say some things, or knowing that that one is doing some things, and it is then when that one is telling some other one what that one has been hearing, what that one has been knowing, that some other one is a surprised one. Surely someone is saying the thing that some other one is hearing, that one saying. Certainly that one is saying those things. Only it happens that some other one never happens to be one hearing anyone saying such things. Surely David Hirslin was saying some things, was doing some things that some said he said and did. Surely he was saying some things, and some said he said such things, and some were certain that he had not said any such thing. And some were wondering about his saying such a thing, and some were wondering if some are saying the things some are saying they are saying. And some are certain that some are saying some things, and some are ones not being ones hearing such things. Surely David Hirslin said some things and did some things that some said he said, and some said he did. Certainly some knowing him were wondering if he had been saying some things he had been saying. Certainly some knowing him were wondering if he had been doing some things he had been doing. When he was a young one, he did some things alone, and when he is a young one, he did not do some things alone. Certainly he did some things that he was certainly wondering. When someone was telling that he had been doing, that he was wondering if he had ever been doing any such thing. Certainly he was saying some things, and certainly when some said such things to him as things he had been saying, he did not recognize them as a thing he could ever have been saying. Certainly some are doing the things and are saying the things some are saying they did, some are saying they said. Certainly David Hirslin did some things some said he did, and said some things some said he said. Sometimes someone knowing someone is saying that that one said something, and it is something that would astonish some to believe that one was saying. And surely that one had been saying that thing because the one telling about the thing was one certainly not one having it to be one thinking any such thing, hearing any such thing from any other one. Sometimes it is very astonishing to know knowing someone to be knowing everything that that one they are knowing is saying, everything that one they are knowing is doing. Certainly is very often astonishing to someone when that one comes to be knowing what someone that one is knowing has been saying. Certainly each one is saying very much in being one being living. Certainly something someone has been saying is astonishing to someone when that one comes to be hearing that that one has been saying that thing.
Surely each one certainly did some things and said some things that some said he did and said. Certainly it is astonishing to someone hearing that one she had said something that she has said. Certainly it is astonishing to someone knowing that someone did something that one did. Each one is doing some things in being one living. Some are knowing such a day, anyone. Some are knowing what this one is saying in being living. What someone is saying is believing, sometimes hearing some other thing that this one has been saying, that someone has been saying, and then the one knowing this one is wonderful. Whether the one did say such a thing, and then sometimes is finding it to be very astonishing that the one that is one saying such things, and then sometime is one hearing that one saying some things, and then is not then astonished at knowing the one as being one saying such things in being one being living.
Certainly each one being one being living is saying some things, is doing some things. Certainly each one knowing.
Mic drop.
Thanks. Certainly each one knowing anyone is hearing some of the things that one is saying. Certainly each one knowing is hearing some things that that one has been saying to some other one knowing that one. This is sometimes something that astonishes the one then hearing what the one that is knowing has been saying to the other one.
David Hirslin said some things in being one being living, and some him heard some things, and some repeated what he had been saying. Sometimes he was not certain that he had not been saying some things he was hearing then. Sometimes he was certain that he had not been saying any such thing, and sometimes he had been, sometimes he had not been saying the things that he was certain he had not been saying. He said some things, and sometimes he was certain that they were not the things he could have been saying, but he was not certain that they were not things that he had been saying. He was one saying some things in being one living, in one being living. Some certainly were certain that they had been hearing every kind of thing he was saying in being one being living. Some of such of them had been hearing every kind of thing he could be saying. Some of such of them had not been hearing every kind of thing he had been saying. Some of such of them were sometimes wondering about such a thing and not having heard every kind of thing he was saying.
David Hirschland said some things when he was a young one, said a good many things when he was a young one. Some heard very many things he said then, and some heard very few of the things he said then. Some were certain that they heard very many of the things he said then when he was a young one. Some were certain that they had heard every kind of thing he said then when he was a young one.
Certainly, David Hirschland said some things when he was a young one that some had said he said then. He knew that he had said some of them. He did not know whether he had said some of them. He knew he did not say some of them. He did not say he knew what he did not say. Some he knew he did say. Some he did not know whether he did or whether he did not say. He did say he knew he could not say he could not have said, as they were not kind of things he did say. He did not say some of the things he knew he did not say, the kind of things he could not say, because they were the kind of things he did not say.
Each one in being living is saying things, is doing things. David Hirschland in being living was doing things, was saying things. When he was a young one, he did some things alone. When he was a young one, he did not do some things alone. When he was a young one, he said some things, and some heard the things he said, and he said some things, and some did not hear the things he said. Some told some other ones some things he said, and astonished them. Some told some other ones that he did not say some things, and that astonished him. Certainly he said some things in being one, being living them when he was a young one. Certainly he said some things that some said he said. Certainly he said some things that some said he had not said. Certainly some are saying some things to someone listening, and it is quite astonishing that they should say that thing. And it is not at all astonishing that they should say that thing. Certainly some